Hey, everybody. Come on out, Al. Here, we got to move our chair here. I'm going to just start off outside for just 2 seconds before I go in. I can't see your comments when I'm out here, unfortunately. Well, actually, I can later if I get my my phone going. But I wanted to start out outside and just because this is what it's all about on this channel. It's being outside. You might hear some gunshots in the background because people are out hunting, so don't be alarmed. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Everyone who showed up for this, thank you. It's so humbling and just such an honor to be on my computer in there when I started the live stream and just see so many of you here showing up, commenting. It's just like to think that people are showing up to watch this is just mind-boggling to me, and I'm very, very grateful. So thank you guys so much for being here. I hope that for however long you can join, I hope that this would be bring peace and joy and relaxation. I guess that's mainly it, and just fun. So we've got some some good things planned for the day. My goal is to make this as immersive as I can, while at the same time giving you guys the opportunity to steer the ship as well. So I have things planned. You know, we're gonna start things off by going inside. I'll answer some questions first. I'll get down in front of the computer so I can see your comments and everything, and then we're gonna make some coffee. We're gonna make a fire in the wood burning stove because it's actually cold. I don't know if you can see my breath actually, but when I got up and out here today, it was 28 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's pretty cold. It's below freezing. Temperature will be rising, but we need that fire inside. So we're going to do that. We're going to sit by a fire out here. We're going to make some good food. And I have a bunch of other things planned. You know, we're going to go through some of the big moments on this channel that just meant a lot to me and the family, and personal big moments, and just other things like that. So really looking forward to it. One quick thing before we head inside. Riley and Olivia are not here today. I wish they were. I may try to get them on FaceTime or something later to see if they can say hello. There's two reasons why they're not here. First and foremost, it's my sister's baby shower today. Thankfully, guys aren't allowed to it, so I'm not like blowing that off. But Riley is hosting that with my mom, so she's there doing that, and so is Olivia. The other reason for this first live stream, you know, with Olivia, she has nap times and she gets a little fussy at times, things that are like easier to navigate when we're shooting a video and we have downtime. But for a straight 12-hour live stream, there was just nowhere for her to go, you know, to take a nap and stuff like that and whatever. So maybe in the future we'll do a live stream where they at least pop in, if not be there for the whole thing. So yeah, that's and then there's more planned as well, but that's kind of the main idea. Ellie, come here, girl. You have to say hello to your fans. Come on up. Here's Ellie, girl. She is such a good dog, as you guys all know. I'll save this for later. I'm gonna show some video of how I got her, as well as talk about it and talk about what she has meant to me and to our family, and now to you guys as well. And it's just it's really a cool deal, and just so grateful for this dog. So yeah, what's up, everybody? This is happening. So let's head inside, and we'll sit down at the computer. I'll react to some of your guys' comments, questions, stuff like that, and then we'll go from there. So let's head in. Come on now. Go on in. Go on in. Good girl. All right. We are inside. Let's see. Okay, I'm seeing hello, Ellie. Don't burn yourself out, Jack. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I tend to work pretty hard. I'm not saying that as like a boast. I just I need those reminders to not burn myself out. So I'm looking at some comments here. Man, yeah, I'm seeing comments about the floods in East Tennessee, North Carolina. So devastating. Prayers for those people, for sure. I can't even imagine. Living in Minnesota, you know, we've had our minor things that have popped up in our family, you know, natural disasters that have affected us in little ways here and there. But man, in Minnesota, we don't really have to worry about stuff like that so much. And I just can't imagine. And so if you're in that area, pray you're getting help and resources, and that things improve. But anyhow, I'll just say first off, this is kind of funny here. I'll tilt the camera down a little bit. There's Ellie girl. This is kind of funny because we are sitting at my desk, which is something that I don't use very often. I'm going to give you guys a little cabin tour, and really give you the ins and outs of the cabin in here. And one of the things that I don't think I've ever really shown is my desk. It's fairly new, but what I use this desk for normally is if I have to edit and stuff when we're out on road trips and everything. I'll let Riley continue sleeping, and Olivia will be sleeping in her crib right back here, and I just kind of sit over here and I work in the dark. Squeeze in. I'm literally right next to the front door, so it kind of blocks the front door a little bit, but that's okay. Anyway, so that's where I'm at. Let's start off with okay, we'll start off with some questions and things. I'm seeing a few here. So if you have any questions, we'll do maybe like 10 15 minutes of questions if people have any, and if you don't, that's no big deal. And then we can just go into other stuff. But I'm seeing one here already from Drone Videography. My favorite, thank you guys. Your favorite YouTube channel. That's incredible. If one wants to support you, what do you prefer? That is such a good question. So, I would say the biggest way people can support us is, I think the easiest way is to turn on that notification bell, which I'm sure if you're here, you have that notification bell turned on. It's to pop in for the videos. The algorithm really, the way the algorithm works is, from what I know, and what do I know? It starts with your viewers. And so if my subscribers, you guys, are watching the video and you're watching it for a good amount of time, it will say, okay, well, if his subscribers like it, then we're going to push it out to more people. And so I think the main way that you guys can support us is just to watch the videos and to have that notification bell turned on so you actually see them. It's strange how YouTube has turned into a platform where I've seen channels that have over 1 million subscribers that are only getting like 60,000 views on their videos. Which is strange because you would think if they have that many subscribers, they would, be getting more views. But it's just it's a new kind of system. So I would say that way. We do have Patreon. Patreon. When I started Patreon, if you're not aware of what Patreon is, it's a platform that allows like fans or viewers or whatever, consumers of art and things like that, to support the artist. And the idea of Patreon is to offer something special to your viewers. Well, I tried to do that at the beginning, but just with taking care of my family, trying to get these videos done and everything like that, it was just too much to juggle on my own. And so it really turned into a donation-based platform. So we have I don't know the number, but a decent amount of supporters on there, and we really appreciate them. They're literally just donating out of the goodness of their hearts, and that's humbling as well. So that's my channel, and just continue to watch the videos. I guess that would be my main thing. Let's take a look at some other stuff. Dana Cipher says, hello from Texas. It's a solid 92 degrees today in Austin. Envious of the weather. Yeah, I know. It's getting colder up here. My family in California says it's still pretty warm there as well. I'm seeing some alerts on my YouTube studio here saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. How's it looking for you guys? Can you tell me if it's looking okay or if it's getting a little choppy? Let me know. I'm going to just keep going in the meantime. Okay, so let's see. Let's continue with this. Do you have another job other than YouTube? Thank you, Joe. So I don't right now. Right now, YouTube is my full-time job. So incredibly blessed by that. My career is in the television industry. I was I still am, I guess, a television producer, and I also hosted a TV show for about 6 or 7 years. It was called Rock the Park. I'm actually going to dive into that a little bit later. Just to kind of explain that. And so for the longest time, I worked in television. And so when I started this channel, I actually had a YouTube channel before Tiny Cabin Life. It was actually the same channel here. It was just called something different. It was called The Pursuit is Happiness. And it was still like outdoor adventure vlogs, but much more random, I guess. I would be like surfing one day and then, car camping another, and so it didn't have as much of a focus as Tiny Cabin Life has. And so I did that, but I did that while working in television. And then when I started this side of the channel, Tiny Cabin Life, I was still working as a TV producer as well. And then it came to the point where I was able to stop doing that and focus on this full time. So that's what I've been doing for over a year now. Are you planning on getting a puppy anytime soon? We're hoping to get a house first. Right now, if you guys didn't know, we don't live in our campers and cabins. We use them for camping. So this is primarily like a camping and travel YouTube channel. So we don't live full-time off-grid. We rent a townhome. So we're hoping to get a puppy once we get a home, and we're hoping to do that in about a year or so. We'll see. We'll see if things change, but that's the idea. That way Ellie can have a buddy and can train in a new adventurer, or another adventurer, excuse me, not new. Ellie's here for the long haul. How far in advance do you plan your trips? It's a great question. Sometimes very far in advance. Sometimes I'll plan things months in advance. So for instance, if we're, so I did this video where I hiked up through the snow outside of Lake Tahoe to this fire tower or cabin on the summit of a mountain. And that was planned out well in advance because I had to make reservations and stuff like that. But for the most part, I plan the trips 2 to 3 weeks in advance, sometimes even shorter than that. So for instance, the video that's going to come out Tuesday is a daddy-daughter trip with Olivia, Ellie, and me. So 2 daughters. And so that's coming out Tuesday. But the video that's going to be coming out the following week, I'm holding it up in the air. So you guys can actually weigh in. I'm not saying I will go with exactly what you guys pick, only because there are some logistics that are going to determine which one I do. But I'm either looking at filming next week for the following week's video, either the bike cabin again or one final trip in the boat cabin, which I think could be kind of one final trip for the season. Let me make that clear. Because I think that could be fun to get out there when it's kind of cold. And I have an idea for some, like a fire heat inside the boat and stuff like that. So let me know which one you would like to see. But it's going to depend on tomorrow. I have to see if I can even start the motor and stuff like that. So there are things that determine it like that. But I usually plan trips a week to, 3 weeks in advance, sometimes months in advance. Let's see. How do you balance the YouTube family balance? Yes. Okay. So this is a great question, Tim. Thank you so much for asking it. So you guys, one of the biggest challenges, especially nowadays, is being away from my family. And I've thought about addressing this on videos, but I always end up cutting it because I just don't want to waste time in the video with things that people who aren't familiar with the channel might not have any, you know, might not care about, whatever. So family and YouTube, it's tough, especially now because Olivia is so attached to me now that it's really hard to leave. The good news is she like understands that I'll be back. Like she knows I'm coming back. And we FaceTime and stuff. In fact, the whole way that I'm able to stream this right now is I have a portable Starlink set up. And so nowadays I am able to like FaceTime home and stuff like that. But my main strategy for balancing this is to, as much as I can, I've been trying, if I'm not taking the family with me on the trip, I try to go for just one day and one night a week. And so to go back to the burnout thing, I have to be really careful with this because what I usually do, and I did this today actually, I'll get up the day that I film. It's usually on Tuesdays, but sometimes it's other days. I get up at like 4 a.m. I drive to wherever I'm going and I'll start filming. Sometimes I'll drive like 4 hours too. I'll start filming by like 9 or 10, and then I film all day, stay the night, wake up. You know, that's also why a lot of times you guys see me waking up before it's even light out. Like I wake up at the crack of dawn, finish the adventure, finish the video, and then go home. And so I usually get home around like 10 to 11. And so I'm only gone for like one day a week. And so it definitely, you know, that definitely still, can be a lot. It's very taxing on me. Riley's really like balanced in this now, or figured this out now. She's it doesn't take much of a toll on her anymore. It did when Olivia was a little younger. But that can still be tough. I will say this. So my industry, television production, when I was working on my show, I wasn't married yet. But also when I was working in other shows, on other shows, you'd have these guys, you know, a lot of them, guys and girls who were like either young like me or in their, you know, 50s and 60s, who were traveling, you know, 3 weeks out of the month every year, and they have families at home. So they're gone all the time. And I remember thinking like, I can't do that. Like there's no way I will be able to have a family and be traveling the majority of the time, you know? And so all that to say, the fact that I'm gone one day a week and with my family the rest of the time is really awesome. And the beauty of this job also is that I am able to work from home. So when I'm not shooting, I'm home, you know? I do have an office that I go to. So some days I'll do like a normal 9 to 5 where I go and edit and stuff, but like I get to be at home. And so that's kind of the balance, and it's going to get harder as things go on. So I'm always trying to see how I can evolve this channel and the content to do its best for my family, while at the same time realizing that this is how we support our family, and it's also my talent. You know, like this is what I've, you know, at least at this stage of my life, I've been called to do. I did it with my TV show. It was about exploring national parks and wild places, and got a second chance to do that with this channel, which I'm just so like humbled and just grateful for. So anyway, I'll try not to take, well, we have 12 hours. What am I saying? I was going to say, I'll try not to take so long with these answers, but how do you balance the YouTube family balance? Oh, is that what I just did? Yeah. I subbed and liked and put on all notifications. Thank you so much, Elena. I mean, that means a lot. How long have you been married? And is Olivia that cutie pie, you and Mrs. Jack only kid, or is there any other siblings? Okay. Boss lady. Yes. So I've been married to Riley just over 3 years. Our anniversary was earlier this month. We met in 2020 during the pandemic. And we met online. So I remember when the pandemic hit, I was trying to date. Like I've always wanted a family. Like I was really fortunate to grow up with an amazing family, and I always wanted that for myself. And so when the pandemic hit, I was like, oh, I was like, hey, well, maybe I can focus on dating. And so I went on so many dates, you guys. Like, just I don't know if any of you have ever. I don't know what my necessarily all my audience is or whatever, but like I had to do the online dating thing, and it was hard, especially in California, and that's where I was living at the time. And then Riley came along, and boom, met the one. Our first date was actually, it was so awesome, was in Joshua Tree National Park. She sort of lived out in that direction. She lived in Riverside, California, and God bless her. That was her idea. I met her at her house. She drove, and she told me later she didn't want the guy, that she didn't really know yet to be the one driving. She drove us out there. We had lunch. We went on this hike. It's basically like caving. You go through this chasm in the rocks there. We went on this totally like adventurous, epic date, and the rest is history. Olivia is our only child at this point. We certainly want more. So, God willing, we'll have some more little tiny cabin lifers. So, but right now, Olivia is it, and we love her so much. I cannot tell you guys how awesome she is. I think it comes through to a degree. I mean, you cannot capture that on video, but to the slightest degree, it comes across how awesome she is. She is just an amazing, amazing kid. Let's see. Your videos are very sincere and authentic. M. Jones, thank you so much. That really means a lot. Is it hard to learn how to fly your drone? It's hard. I think it's hard to learn how to do it well and to refine the skill. But these new drones are pretty awesome. I can pop the drone up in the air and then just like set the controller down and like go take care of something, and the drone just chills. It just flies up there. They're pretty good nowadays. But to get really good at like doing the different camera moves and stuff, that takes some practice. But I wouldn't say it's that hard, honestly. How many cabins do you have altogether? You go to a lot of them. Makes for great videos. Thank you so much. Not today. So let's see. We've got this one. We've got the travel cabin. We've got the A-frame cabin. I'll give you a little history of those later. We have the bike cabin. We have the boat cabin. And we have the family cabin. So technically we have 5 cabins. Now let's be clear on this. Let's see. 2 of them are they're pretty cheap, like the bike cabin and the boat cabin are amazing. But like, as far as like an investment goes, the boat cost like, what did it cost? It cost like $600. I'm not saying $600 isn't like, that's some real money there, but it's like, it's not like, what it cost to necessarily build this cabin. Now this cabin only cost like, at the time, is like $6,500, which is still pretty good, when you think of the cost of RVs and stuff like that. And now the fact that this thing's gone across the country and back a few times at this point is pretty, like 3 times we've gone out west and around, and pretty incredible. Our family cabin has been in our family since 1936. So that's been around for a long time. There's some history there that I can cover a little bit later when I go through all these cabins as well. And then what am I thinking? Oh, the A-frame. The A-frame I built, it was the first cabin I ever built. So when Riley and I moved to Minnesota, it was my dream to build a cabin. And in fact, you know what, guys? Let me show you something while we're sitting here, because it kind of relates to this. When I was living in California, I dreamed up this idea. This was before any of these inflatable tents. I don't know if you guys see all these like crazy new tents. They're amazing. Like they have these inflatable cabin tents now where you can have a wood stove and They're incredible. Like, they're really cool. I don't have one. I've never actually been in one, but they're amazing. Well, before any of that existed, I had this idea when I was living in Los Angeles, mind you, of something called the portable cabin. And so what I did was I tried to find this tent. It was a hub tent, so similar to an ice fishing hub tent. And it was my goal to turn it into a cabin that I can bring anywhere. And all the gear would then fit in my walk-in closet in my apartment. I'll show you a little taste of that. Why am I saying this? Oh yeah, because the dream was when I did that, the dream was to eventually build a cabin of my own. And so the A-frame was the very first cabin I ever built. Very first thing I actually really built with my hands, and then that just sent me off to the races. I'll show you really quick the portable cabin. I thought this was really cool at the time. Nowadays, you can do this a lot easier than I had to. So we're going to switch over to... Actually, we'll keep the audio there. I'm going to switch over to screen share. All right. So this video here has copywritten audio in it, so I don't want to put it on just so I don't get flagged or something. But this was it. So I had this cabin tent, and I had a fire, and I actually brought the fire inside. But look, I had a little bedroom. Yeah, there's Riley and me. There's our dogs. Ellie wasn't in the picture yet at this point, you guys. And then I had a little kitchen area and chill area up in the front. I still use this firebowl to this day, actually, too. So here's the closet. It all fit in there. I brought it out to the Mojave National Preserve. See, look how it pops up. It just pops up like that. And then, excuse me, it's a big tent. Strap it down, put all the stuff in it, and sorry if this is too fast. I'm just trying to go to the stuff. Yeah, look. Oh, and by the way, this is hilarious. So here I am making my dinner. Guess what I'm making? A burrito. I've been doing this for a long time, you guys. So it was great. But the first time I did this, there was like a windstorm that ended up, hold on, I'll show you. Where's the radar? Hold on, where's the radar? I thought I showed the radar in this. I guess I didn't. Anyway, the tent ended up collapsing. So sorry again. I know this is a little, I'm scrubbing through pretty fast, but anyway, I had to end up ripping everything out because the tent collapsed in the windstorm. Later on, what I ended up doing is I ended up putting poles, like retractable poles, in here and in the bedroom, and that solved the collapsing problem. But there I am, defeated. But yeah, that was the portable cabin. Let's keep going here. Truly love your videos. So many times I've been where you and your family camp, and it's such a great reunion-like experience. Thank you, Heidi. That's so cool. I love that too. And it's a place that I've been. It connects you, I think, when you have those shared experiences. And I think that's really, really cool. Mary, do I have merchandise for sale? I do. I think I have it connected here on this stream, but if not, you can go to my channel and there's a store there with some merch. I'm really hoping I'm hoping to make some better merch in the future, some cooler designs and stuff like that. And then I'm also hoping one day to add products that actually give add value to you guys, that aren't just like, oh, you're repping, a tiny cabin life shirt, but something that like is actually functional for you. So I have some ideas on that. I'm not much of a business person, so I don't totally know how to go about turning some of these product ideas into a reality, but I really want to do that. I want to have some things that actually aren't just like merch to like show off the show and like the YouTube channel, but actually like serve a function. So hoping to do that at some point. Love watching you and Ellie. So relaxing. Thank you so much, Gina. Marsha, hello. John, appreciate you. Hello from Walla Walla. Oh, Walla Walla. I have family out near you. Garbage Factory. Thank you so much. Pitmaster. Yeah, you know how many cabins I have. Hey, Jack, you often show Ellie swimming in ponds and then back in the cabin to spend the night. How do you get her dried off and cleaned up and not smelling like a wet dog? Jeff, I don't. I don't. I'll let her dry off naturally. So, in the summertime, like thankfully it's warm. Eventually she'll just dry off. And that's what happens. And that's how I go about that. Smelling, I have nothing I can do. Nothing. In fact, so again, the video coming out Tuesday is a daddy-daughter trip with Olivia and me, and Ellie's there, obviously. Ellie rolled in a dead animal. And so she smelled like, that like dead mouse type smell. It was terrible. So we tried to keep her outside most of the day, but then we had to bring her in at night. And then I gave her a bath as soon as I got home, and she's smelling a little better now. So to answer your question, there's not a whole lot I can do. Love the fact that you're not afraid to show your faith in your videos. Thank you, John. Yes, I want to address that really quick. Just briefly. My faith is something that's important to me. It's, it's my whole worldview. It's, God has been incredibly good to me in my life. I've also gone through some hard things that he's brought me through. And so that's something that's very important to me, while at the same time, I wanted to let you guys know this, who are regulars watching this. I never want that to become a performance. And what I mean by that is, like, I know there's kind of this expectation that I'm going to be praying before meals and stuff. And sometimes people ask me, like, you didn't pray in front of that, before you ate. And it's like, well, I did. I just didn't share it that particular time because it's a personal prayer, right? And so I never want that aspect of my life to become a performance or something that I feel like I am doing just to appease people, if that makes sense. It is my everything. My faith is my everything. And so I just try to keep it, like everything else, as authentic and real as possible. And so on the one hand, I will always show that and profess that. At the same time, sometimes they're just personal moments that are for me. And at the same time, too, it's important to me to not let that be a barrier to people who might need some encouragement and some rest and relaxation. I want everyone to be able to show up and enjoy these videos. And that doesn't mean I'll ever stop being who I am and what I'm called to do. But I also... I want everyone to feel welcome here as well. So it's a very delicate thing that I pray about and really try hard to balance. So thank you so much. It's obviously, it's important to me. Hi from Wales. Hello from Indiana. Hello. Oh, wait, what's going on? We're getting some, I'm getting moved down the chat. Let's see. I was a subscriber from the start before you met Riley. Yes. That's awesome, Laura. Love it. Oh, I'm hearing some guns going off. Whatever happened to those little fire starter things that your sister made? Susan. So she still makes them. So I don't know if I ever shared this on a video, but my sister runs a shop, an Etsy shop called For Keeps and Keepsakes. And she sells a bunch of like what is it, like antique things on there, and she also sells those fire starters. So it's called For Keeps and Keepsakes. If anyone's interested in them, you can get them there. I still have them. I just sometimes I forget them. So I have a bunch of different fire starters that I use, and so sometimes I just forget to bring them, but I still have them. Marvin, what's up? Jack, have you ever thought of a blooper episode? Maybe I should do some bloopers at the end of an episode. Here's why I don't. Because this is like, again, this is a balancing act. Because this is how I support my family, and I'm also like I'm a very like, how am I trying to say this? I'm very like particular with my edits and stuff like that. I've never thought to put bloopers in or just do a bloopers episode because I'd be afraid it wouldn't do well. And then also I'd be like, I don't know. So it's all these doubts in my head over that sort of stuff. But maybe at the end of a video, that would be pretty cool. Do you ever think about composite decking on your trailer? Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, there's some stuff I need to do with this. There's a lot of things that I want to update on this. It would be very cool to actually put some decking on the front porch here, so that I don't have to put out a carpet, for Ellie and stuff like that, and it just would feel more cabiny. So definitely a great idea. We need a shirt with Ellie and a burrito. I'll try to do that. So when are you going to do spin-off Tiny Fishing Life channel? When I get better at fishing. How about that? No, I love fishing, you guys. Thank you for standing by as I've been learning this year. I really do enjoy it. I'd say my favorite way to do it is in streams out west, because you actually catch stuff more, seemingly. Yeah, no, maybe one day we'll see. Reach out. Oh, you know what? Somebody came up with a great idea. Riley, she would not do this because I shouldn't even give away this name because this is so good. But she just doesn't do this on her own, like whatever. Somebody came up with the name Tiny Cabin Wife for a spinoff channel. I thought that was pretty cool. That's a great name. What's up from Toledo? Hey, why did you move to Minnesota? Thank you, Mary. So I was living in Los Angeles for 10 years. I was working in the TV industry. I traveled a lot. I spent a lot of time out in the desert. So it wasn't like I was just like, I still was doing what I'm doing today. But just living there. Honestly, when Riley and I got married, we both lost our jobs. The job I had was actually working for the guy who gave me Ellie. So I had lost my job, and that was a pretty... Okay, I lost my TV show during the pandemic. That was rough because I had built up all this identity, which is a no-no in that show and all of that. So that was pretty tough. And then I got this gig where I was building a glamping site for this guy, and that didn't end up panning out. And so we had this lease. It was like $4,000 a month. And Riley had lost her job recently as well. And so we were just like, we got to get out of here. It's too expensive. And so we were going to move to Colorado. We actually did this road trip where we bounced around different places in Colorado, kind of scouting them for where we wanted to live. And we're going to my parents' place in Minnesota for the holidays, just to kind of hole up there for a while we figured it out. Well, I ended up building the A-frame, and this is a whole story, actually. I'll try to make it brief-ish, and maybe I'll tell more of it later. I built that A-frame, And something just like was unlocked with that. I originally planned to build that A-frame cabin up on the land that our family cabin is at, but my mom was like, well, why don't you build that here? And I was like, because I want it up there. But she was like, but you could use it all the time if it's here. And I was like, that's a good point. And their land is just gorgeous. Well, anyways, I built that thing. I built it just in time for the snow. This is before the YouTube channel. And I would just spend time down there. This is before Olivia was born. And like, I was out in the woods, I was building wood fires in the wood stove, like multiple times a week and sitting by the bonfire, and I would sleep down there. And it just was like, wow, I'm spending more time in nature than I ever did when I lived, in the mountains or near the mountains in the desert and all that. And so I was like, I could do this. And then Riley actually ended up getting a job at a local salon. That's her profession. She's not working. She hasn't been working since Olivia was born, but she's a hairstylist. And she got a job, and we were just like, I think this is where we're supposed to be. And it definitely has been good to us. That's for sure. Maybe more colorful merchandise. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. I go off of, so Rebecca, that's a great point. I should not do this, but I go off of my own personal tastes. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm always wearing like earth tone colors and stuff. And so I should definitely make things that other people would want, because you're the ones that actually matter in this. So yeah, good point. I will try to do that. Let's see. Jack, will you ever cook a steak for dinner? Yeah, I need to. Wait, I've done that. I've done that a couple times. I did it once on the North Shore. Well, I didn't really cook a steak. I turned it into carne asada burritos. Yes, I will do that. I will do that eventually. Any plans to use a travel cabin in another country? Ooh, I would love to. Yeah, I mean, I would love to expand this out and do this in as many places as possible. As far as another country goes, maybe we'll start in Canada, and then I think we would have to like rent something if we went overseas. But I would love that. Why is it not letting me buy a super chat? Ooh, I don't know. You guys. JJ, I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty new. Well, this is my first live stream ever. I'm pretty happy that it's going as well as it is, technically speaking, as far as like the technical side of things, because I don't know what I'm doing. Is Ellie a dog fish? Yes, she is. She has two. Well, okay. No. Yeah. She has three primary loves in life. Number one, me, of course. Number two, food. And number three, the water. You should look up the doctrine of discovery. Some of us need to hear about it. The doctrine of discovery. I will write that down. Let's do that. The doctrine of discovery. Okay. What else we got? So cool seeing you live. Thank you so much. What is the lowest outside temperature you slept in a cabin? Oh my gosh. Well, it depends what you mean by cabin. Up at our main cabin, we did it in negative 36 degrees Fahrenheit or something. We had the wood stove going, but it was still freezing. As far as like outside, I've slept in negative degrees before, like negative 10 to 20, something like that. If you have the right gear, you can do it. I've slept in a snow trench, literally just in the snow. But if you have the right sleeping bag and you have an insulated sleeping pad or something with insulation, you can do it. Alaska. Yes. I'm hoping, you guys, to go to Alaska. I've been to Alaska. I've been to Alaska many times for my previous gig. I love it there.
and there are all these awesome cabins up there, like Forest Service cabins. Um, I'm planning to hopefully do that this summer. So that's the hope. Gary, Gary, thank you so much. Thank you. Um, so Gary says, thank you for doing these videos. I have lung cancer and don't work anymore, and you make my day with your videos. This means a lot during my day. Gary, I just want to let you know something. First of all, I'll be praying for you, but also my dad has stage 4 lung cancer. And so, of course, I don't have it, but I can relate. I can relate to your situation. And yeah, it is 100% a roller coaster. And yeah, I'll be praying for you. And I'm so glad that these videos can help make your day. It's an honor, honestly. Be my guest in Ireland. Would love to. I think we need a Minnesota meet and greet with you and Kenny. Okay. Rail Runner says, I think we need a Minnesota meet and greet with you, Kenny of all trades, and other Minnesota YouTubers. That would be awesome. We should do that. And just so you guys know, if any of you do watch Kenny of all trades, it's a Minnesota-based YouTube channel. He does truck camping. He's such a great guy, you guys. I was put in contact with him, and ever since we text each other every other week or so with ideas. We share locations, so like I'll tell him, like, if he's like, he knows a lot of sites, but like so mainly it's me asking him, but like he'll be like, do you know a site that's up by Grand Rapids or something? Just throwing that out there. And I'll be like, yeah, I tried this one, and vice versa. And then we talk about technical side of YouTube and stuff like that. I've met up with him a couple times. Just the most genuine, down-to-earth guy. He's awesome. I would love to do that. And I'm sure he would be up for that at some point too. How about your own burrito cookbook? Well, if I did my own burrito cookbook, it would only have one recipe, because I basically make the same one every time, which we're going to make today. Thank you for sharing your time with us. It's my pleasure. Oh, Kyle's Cabin is in Minnesota. Yeah, Kyle's Cabin. That's an awesome channel. That dude, I don't know him, but he seems very legit. Very legit. Down to earth, too. All right, we're going to take a couple more questions, just a couple more, and then we're going to light a fire in here and then make some coffee. And then we'll go from there. I was actually supposed to I do have a little itinerary in the in the show notes below. I was supposed to do a Q&A after, when I had my coffee, so maybe we'll do some more of that. I don't know. We'll see. But let's go through a couple more. Do you stay in contact with Colton? Mark? Yeah, absolutely. So Colton and I, for those of you who don't know, Colton Smith, he was my co-host on the show I did, Rock the Park. And he has been my best friend since I was in second grade. And we definitely still stay in touch all the time. He came out to Minnesota maybe like 2 months ago, and we got to hang out, excuse me, for a long weekend. And it was great. The hard part with Colton nowadays is, well, first of all, he has twins and a newborn with his wife. But also he lives in Georgia, so it's really hard to see him in person. But last year we got to hang out twice. We met up in DC once, and then he came out to Minnesota. So I definitely stay in contact with him all the time. Let's see. One more question. Jack, is there a specific reason for your go-to cooking Mexican-based dishes, or do you just love them? I just love them. And the main reason, so depending on who's here later and stuff like that, I'll probably answer some of this stuff multiple times, because it'll apply to different situations, and people will probably oh, okay. Sorry, I was seeing something else on the chat. I love them. I love Mexican food. I could eat it for every meal. So there's that, but also it's just so easy. You guys, like when I'm making, so there's a difference. Some YouTubers, especially outdoor YouTubers, really put a lot of emphasis in cooking. Like even Kenny of all trades, he makes these like really good meals. Um, I just, there's so much mental and physical energy that goes into, for me, like the video production side, making sure cameras are working, that they're, moving cameras around, getting all the shots that I need. Then the physical work of whatever I'm doing, whether it's hauling a trailer, a bike trailer around, or hiking through the woods, climbing mountains, whatever I'm doing, that like cooking is the last thing that I want to like spend a lot of time on. And so that's why also I end up doing burritos and easy things, because I just um I just I don't care as much about food. I want this to be noted though. We eat normal meals at home and we eat healthy at home. So I don't just eat burritos at home all the time. I don't just eat like greasy food at home all the time. Riley's an amazing cook. I can cook well when I want to, and I do at home. So we make good food there. So I'm not just always eating, um, you know, junk. Oh, someone asked about the whiskey. I'll show you what whiskey I do have. Let's see here. Later on in the day, I do. Whoop, here we go. I do have some High West. We'll probably do a apple cider whiskey. So I do have this for later on today. So there is going to be some whiskey. But I think it's getting chilly in here, so we're going to start a fire. We're going to start a fire, and then maybe I'll do a cabin tour once we get the fire started, and then I'll make some coffee. So we'll do a fire, then we'll make some coffee, a fire, cabin tour, then coffee. I'm going to switch over to our moving camera for this. This is so, by the way, you guys, this is so cool. This live streaming like technology that they have now. It's really awesome. So I get to move to another camera here. So we're going to do that. iPhone audio.
You want to come out, El? I'll say it again. Isn't this just so cool? Again, the technology of just being able to do this is pretty awesome. So, we're going to prep some kindling here. A little hatchet. El, you may want to back up a little bit. This is the kind of stuff that I love to do. There's just something very like therapeutic about it. Just like starting a fire in the wood stove and preparing kindling, and that's why I always put this process, or I try to put this part of the process in the videos, because it's something I really enjoy. Now, I did not bring my axe, but we'll see if we can split this big guy here. Oh, almost got her. One good piece. Another good piece. We'll split this guy up one more time. There we go. All right. Now, this was unintentional, but you can see we've got this little hook up here. And I put it up just to hang like towels and things, but it's a good place to hang the axe or the hatchet. Hey, Ellie, let's go back inside. We got to get her orange vest on if she's going to just be chilling out here too much. Let's see if I can haul all this. All right, come on, girl. In you go. All right, I'll see you guys inside. Welcome to inside camera number 2. Now, once I do start making the fire, I'm going to switch to another camera, but I'm just going to set all this down first. All right. Switch back to this guy. All right, so we're back at this camera. Wish I had a third camera inside to get the fireplace. Yeah, that works. So, birch bark like this is such a great fire starter. It just lights up like that. So we'll get some of that in there. I had a short fire going earlier just to kind of start to warm the place up. All right, let me get ready to switch back to our iPhone cam. All right, switch to iPhone. Can you guys hear me? I think you can hear me now. Sorry, guys. I think I'm going to check the chat really quick. No sound, dude. Everything. Okay. Sorry about that, you guys. These are learning curve. All right, let's do this again. I'll make this real quick. So you're going to be getting the audio from this camera right here. So when I move around to the other side of the trailer, it'll be a little less. You'll be able to hear it a little less when I'm outside, but that's okay. Um, Sorry about that. Now I'm thinking like, oh shoot, you guys didn't hear me making the fire or anything, but oh well. So this cabin is 7 by 12 foot. I was saying earlier that it would be nice to have it 8.5 feet because when I'm sleeping in bed, I can't stretch out all the way. I have to kind of like lie down diagonally. But at the same time, having it 7 feet allows me to fit down smaller trails easier. So at the end of the day, it's great. Love the gate here. It pulls down. Use the jack stands here, and that allows us to have this deck, which is so cool. And somebody made a great suggestion of actually putting decking on it, which would be cool. I would love to do that one day. I definitely should do that one day. How do I set it up? Okay, so take a um, so here's how I set it up, and hopefully you guys can still hear me. But I have a jack stand and pop it off the front of the or off the trailer hitch, and I get it level with that front jack stand on the tongue, and I use only this tiny little level to do so. And so it's a it's the same level that I've had since the original travel cabin. So it's kind of a relic of that. Our shower here consists of a water heater that we put on. We only use this really when we're truly like off grid for a week or more. And then I use a bungee cord to hold this up, and then a curtain goes on there. And then the shower head attaches up there, which is pretty great. And then this is our tank that we use. It is an 8-gallon tank. What's really nice about it is it will pop off of the cabin. You can pull it off, and it makes refilling it easier. And the pump for everything for the shower is down in here, and we also have a little spigot, like a garden hose that we used to use to do dishes. I will explain more on that later. Some of you, again, already know this stuff. When we would do dishes, and then for other things, I put in this little flip-down table, which is kind of nice. I should just have a little space to set things. Over here, inside here, I keep a power cord that goes inside the cabin. That is what we use to plug into either AC power or to our gas generator to charge up our batteries. And so the cord lives in there, and then it comes out. I may have to do that today. I really hope I don't have to. The Starlink, which I have, not sure if you can see it, it's up on the top there, actually uses quite a bit of power. And so, also so does my computer. So I do have my big boy anchor here. So I'm going to use that second power battery. That thing dies, then we'll have to use the gas generator. On top of the cabin, I also have a solar panel. When I first built this, I did not have solar, and so um, very happy to have solar. I've had it for about a year now. We also have these solar lights, which go off of this panel right here. So when we need them, turn them on, and then there's a little remote. Some of them have burned out, which is kind of a shame. And it's not just the bulbs; things have like stopped working. So I replaced the bulbs, and it didn't really do anything. Um, so I may have to pull those off eventually and start over. Wow. Oh, okay. A lot of people ask us about the toilet. I didn't mean for that. This is the toilet. Just a good old fashioned bucket. And we put a garbage bag in there. So someday I hope to upgrade the toilet setup and yeah, just upgrade it, do something. But honestly, this thing works very well. We actually set it where the desk is overnight so that we don't have to go outside. If I'm not by myself, I'll just go outside. But we set it there, and it works. It works great. So that's the bathroom. As far as the outside goes, I just love having the antlers up there. I love our porch light. I feel like every cabin needs to have a porch light. This is new. It's a little knocker. My mom gave me that. This is a relic from, my mom gave us that too, a relic from the first cabin, first travel cabin. This is a new sign. Our old travel cabin Stewart family sign was kind of disintegrating a bit. And we got this at the Minnesota State Fair this year. I think it's from a brand called like Yellowstone Redwood or Yosemite Redwood signs or something. It's really cool. So this thing should last for a very long time. This plate right here is where the vent from our propane heater used to be, but I covered it with a plate because we have the wood stove now, and I love having the wood stove. Of course, we have our furniture out here. And we have our rug right now for Ellie to get in and out of the cabin. All right. All right. I think we're back to inside audio. Let's check on our fire. Ooh, we gotta get this thing. Oh boy. See, this is the type of stuff that happens when you're doing, or when I'm doing at least, YouTube videos. You know, you're dealing with all this other stuff that then you realize, oh no, the fire went out. Like, then you're like, well, now I got to deal with the thing that really matters here, which is staying warm and whatnot. So stand by real quick. We're going to pause this tour and we're going to get the fire going again. We'll switch back over to this camera. All right. Let's get the fire going. Oh, jeez. Hot stove. Getting there. I don't know why this birch isn't lighting up better. There we go. You guys hear that? It's a good sound. All right. I think our fire is back on track. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll show you guys this. Go back to our iPhone. Okay. So I think I didn't have the audio going when I was saying this, but this is a new wood stove. It's a little bigger than the one we used to have in here. It's by a Minnesota-based company called Northwoods Fabrication. Really, really cool. I think it's awesome. They have a lot of really neat stoves. They have some mini stoves like this, and then some larger ones too. They have camp stoves too, sauna stoves, a bunch of stuff. It's just cool to support a local dude and a local brand, you know? Oh no. Oh, I got all this junk on the couch. We're just gonna brush it on the floor. We'll sweep the place out later. All right, so we'll continue the tour inside here. So I mentioned before the desk. So this is our desk right here. This will actually fold down, and this didn't used to be here. This is a fairly new thing because I always had work to do that I had to do when I was when we were out on the road, and I had no way to do it, and it was very frustrating because I had to like keep up with videos and all that. So I put in this flip-up desk so it folds down. The beauty of it is too is like you have our door here. Yes, it does block part of the door, but the door opens out. It's not how it always was. When I built this cabin, I thought, you know what, I'm going to build this one right. And so I made the door open in because that's what normal houses have. Well, it was a huge problem because this door swings open and you're like having to like, you know, like dip around it, you know, to get out. And now we're able to utilize the space. So even if I'm sitting here working, we can still go outside very easily. In the corner here is where I keep my fishing poles. So there's a little like area for them to hang out there. We have our coat rack up here. Hang various things up here as well. We have our bug nets and stuff. This is a new addition of late this summer. Fans. So we finally have fans that we're able to use. So those are there. That's to be able to hit people sitting on the couch here, which brings me to, we'll start over here. So again, over here is the wood stove. In the summertime, I do remove the wood stove, so this becomes just storage. I also have a chest in the summertime that goes right here for storage, but in the winter, I keep the wood down there, so I remove the chest and we have a little less storage, but that's okay because we need the space for the wood, and I don't want to have things super close to the wood stove like that. Um, we'll go down here. This is our power. So we run the whole cabin here off of this Anchor power station. And let's see, how are we doing? Yeah, so it's at 79. Well, it says we can last another 10 hours, so that's pretty good. So this thing runs everything. There are better ways to do this for sure, but the way I did it is all of the electronics in the cabin come off of a power strip that's back there. And then I plug that into here. And so that controls our lights. So we have a little light switch for these lights. It controls this outlet here, which I use to charge my cameras. This is all just USB. We have a little outlet over here. That's where our computer and everything's plugged in. It also runs to our refrigerator, which is down here. I'll get to that in a second. And then our solar runs into a backup power station. So back here I have a backup power station that's always plugged into solar. So if we get into a situation where we're out of power and I don't know, like we don't have the generator or something, that thing's always got power. It's also come in handy a couple times this summer when storms have knocked out the power. I keep this at my parents' house, the cabin, and my mom was able to come out here and grab that power station and use it when they were out, when they didn't have power. And what's cool is it's being charged with solar, so that's really neat. So that thing's always full, and that's our backup. Over here, we have our bulletin board. I just think cabins you got to have something that preserves history or shows memories. And so we've got our bulletin board here with a bunch of fun stuff. Wall drug, of course. This is the Overland Hotel and Saloon in Pioche, Nevada. It's one of my old hideaways. I used to love going there. Finally got to bring Riley there. This is a history of that hotel. I have that pinned up there. This is from Great Basin National Park. This is us at Lake Tahoe. My cousin, who's really good friends with Riley, made this for us. These are this is How Great Thou Art, the hymn, but she drew this flower bouquet on it, which is really cool. This is a cross that I made. Oh, this is a little pine cone that Olivia found when she was like 6 months, maybe. So that's cool. Highway 212. So this is the Beartooth Pass in outside of Yellowstone. And what's funny about it, it's US Highway 212. But the reason I got this, it's really funny because here in the Twin Cities, or on the western suburbs, I guess, 212 is just it's the same road. It's US Highway 212, but it's just some basic highway. So it's kind of funny to have a sticker of Highway 212. What else? Oh, so these are friends of ours in a band called Arbor Season. They're really great. I really recommend you check out not only their YouTube, but their music. They're really good. They play folk music. They're great people, and definitely recommend you check them out. And then we just have a bunch of other pictures on here. Ellie and me in the remote Lake Solitude area. Olivia, I'm trying to remember. Oh, that was at a local park, actually. This was in the, Medicine Bow National Forest. That's up on the North Shore in the winter. And there's more. There's more stuff. Oh, this is one of the many repairs that our car had, our old car we broke down in Wyoming. So that was from that shop. So that's the bulletin board. Moving on from there, we've got the couch. So the couch here is a crib.
Most of you probably know that by now, but I customized this so that you can see we've got these little latches down here. The other side of it is back there during the day, and so then when Olivia, it's time for her to sleep, then this becomes her bed. Pretty awesome. Before that, we had her bassinet in here, and it just took up all this room, and again, needed to do it because, you know, she had to sleep in a bassinet. But I'm so glad we have something that we can utilize and use all the time. I really love this couch. It's really, really. Sorry, I'm getting distracted looking at the live stream feed. Okay, it looks like everything's okay. And then down below we have storage. So up above is our pantry. So normally this is stocked with food if we're out for a long time. Behind it is Moose Drool, which is a beer from Missoula, Montana, where I went to college. My mom made these curtains. We used to have really boring ones in here. She made those. Those look really nice. Opposite from the couch is the kitchen. And so here in the kitchen, we've got storage for all of our plates and everything. Keep our cups up top. Keep plates here. Keep some paper plates now. And other odds and ends down here. I hang most of our pots and pans up on the side, which is really nice. And then our percolator for coffee, which we're going to make right after this. Down below, and in fact, I might as well take this out now. This is where we keep our stove. So take the stove out, set it up there, and that's how we do our cooking in here. Also down below is cutting board, and then all of our utensils live inside this little bin here. Underneath the kitchen, underneath the counter, is our refrigerator. This refrigerator here is a relic from the original travel cabin. It's the only refrigerator we've ever had. So I mentioned that we used to do our dishes outside, and we did that for a long time. And then finally, I was like, I want a sink. It's about time we have a sink inside the cabin. And so I built this only like a few months ago. And so finally, we have running water inside the cabin. And it is so nice to have. So nice to be able to just dump stuff down there, you know? Like, it's really a luxury when you think, like, when you don't have it. It's great. And so how this works is underneath here, if we open this up, I'm thawing out our ground beef. We have these two jugs down here. This is the gray water. So this, the drain goes into this hose and runs directly in there. And then we have our pump that comes out of this one, and that feeds into the faucet. And then this also allows for storage that was much needed as well. There's actually room for more storage that I can build eventually, so hoping to do that. Sorry guys, all right, there we go. The bedroom. The bedroom is great. This was a major upgrade for us. In our original cabin, which maybe I'll show that off shortly after this. we used to have a really crummy bed set up, but this is great. So we have a full size bed here, and as I mentioned before, I'm not able to fully stretch out if I'm lying down. I'll show you guys that now, actually. Um, and as you'll see, my legs come right up to the wall, but if I sleep like this, I'm good. Um, the bedroom area is so nice on so many levels. We've got a window here, which is great to be able to see what's going on outside, as well as taking the view. But it's nice to not feel like we're just blind, if somebody's coming up or whatever. So we've got that ventilation as well. We have another fan here that's brand new, but here in the bedroom area. This is bolted in or screwed in or something. Forget what I did. And we keep various things in there. It's about this live stream. I'm hoping it's not skipping too much for you guys. Hope you're hanging in there. Just the technical side of things, but yeah. Anyway, continuing on. Yeah, so the bedroom area is great for that. We've got a lamp back here. And what's really, really nice is we've got these curtains, which will close down all the way, both sides. And so when Olivia goes to bed, Riley and I are able to stay up and watch a movie and do stuff and keep the light on. These are blackout as well. And she can sleep and we can hang out, which is really, really nice. Luggage wise in here, we've got these two hooks up there. Usually I'll keep my stuff up there because Riley's usually in a bigger bag, and I need to figure this out, but right now she keeps her bag right there. She's pretty short, so it actually doesn't bother her too much, but she'll keep her bag right there. And then, let's see here. Maybe I can cut. All right. So then this is a big deal for us. Under little prop that props this up, and so I'm able to put that in and access stuff underneath. And that's super helpful. Under there, we keep just all the stuff, like garbage bags and extra cooking stuff and bug sprays and things like that. And so that is very, very back on everybody and see how things are going. Okay, sorry guys. I'm a little buffer, no big deal. Your Starlink is freezing up. The feed is repeating. Okay. So sorry guys, I'm just checking in on the stream here to make sure everything's working out okay. You're gonna have to bear with me. You're gonna have to bear with me if things are kind of skipping or whatever. This is my first live stream ever. I'm also doing it via Starlink, and so I just, this is kind of one of the things that you got to roll with when you're out in the woods. But I appreciate you guys rolling with it. So I'm kind of looking through. I'm looking through the chat now. Yeah, so someone's asking, are you powering the entire live stream with that portable battery? Yes, I am. So the battery I just showed on the tour down there is literally powering my computer, the Starlink, all these cameras, everything right now. Ooh, Paradise Outdoors is here. Phil Paradise in the house. Um, Jack, these are your bloopers. Hee hee. That's funny. He needs a portable microphone. Yeah, I know. I had a very low audio. Yeah, I know. All right, catching up on the chat here. Good morning. Really digging the live stream. So glad you got started on the whiskey. Hey, no complaints here. No judgment. I'll be whipping or taking some of that out later. How many siblings do you have? I have two siblings. So I have a younger sister and an older brother. We're both 2 years apart. Let's see what else we got here. Jack, will you practice fishing? You seem to catch small fishes. Sorry for teasing. No, it's all good. I feel pretty good about my fishing ability in the sense that I really only started fishing trout that was like this big. That was the first time I'd ever fished in a stream. And then this summer, I also, it was kind of the first time I ever fished. Mary, I love how you know that we used to have the Moose Drool plaque by the bed. That is very true. Greetings from Germany. Wow, so many people here. All right, what else? Sorry, I keep trying to roll with the technical difficulties here. Not sure why the Starlink is having issues right now, but we're just gonna have to roll with it, you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I'm new to this. Much on that because there's nothing really I can do. I'll keep thinking about how I can maybe improve the stream quality, but for now, we're just going to keep rolling on. There's old Ellie girl. All right. Okay, let's go back to the chat for a minute. If you guys saw that video when I was out in that log cabin shelter, I had a friend of mine who's actually in the chat told me he saw northern lights at his cabin, but I really didn't. I didn't think that they would be back out, and so I woke up that night and I was like, "Oh my gosh, like this is insane!" Because literally, I was sleeping in a hammock, and then I just kind of like looked over, and it was like insane, and so that blew me away. Such an amazing experience. It's different on my phone than the TV. Try switching to phone only for a bit and use your data, maybe. Definitely works better on the phone than my TV. Try switching to phone only. We'll see. Wow, you've been live. for a while. Way to go, Jack. Sorry, you guys. Mark, yes, this I saw your thing from earlier. This is my full-time gig now, which I'm very, very grateful for. And to answer your question about my dad, he's doing really well. He's continuing to keep the cancer at bay, and his treatments are working, and so he's doing great. I really appreciate you asking about him. Become more of a hangout. So in a little bit here, we're going to go out and make a fire, sit around the fire for a while. We're going to make food. I'm going to share some other stuff later on, some videos and things. So there's definitely going to be a lot of stuff throughout the day, but we'll see. We'll see. If I have to end it early, that'll be a bummer. I don't plan on it though. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see if the stream status gets better as well. How far in advance do you plan your trip? So I answered this a little earlier. I'll probably answer questions like this multiple times. Usually 2 to 3 weeks in advance, sometimes less than that. So this weekend, I'm trying to decide which one to do, whether I take out the boat cabin for one last trip or take the bike cabin out. So I'll decide that in a couple, well, I guess tomorrow I'll decide that. And then other ones I'll plan like months in advance if I have to. So I did this video on top of a mountain in Tahoe in the middle of the snow. I had to book that reservation months in advance. So I planned that. But for the most part, 3 weeks in a bike cabin, and maybe even out of this cabin, because I do have an ice fishing hole in here. But otherwise, if you guys see Paradise Outdoors in the chat, he's a buddy of mine. He's my dedicated fishing guide. So I'm sure we'll get out and do some together this winter. Boat, please. Awesome. I'm hoping for the boat. Do you ever see Sasquatches? I've never seen Bigfoot. I've never seen anything really that I can't explain. It's honestly not that bad. You're doing great. Thank you. Sorry to hear about your dad. We'll definitely be praying. Thank you so much. My phone's a better connection. I think when he switches to his phone, it runs better. What time is it? It's pretty much dark now. So yeah, very similar. Have you ever watched A Girl in the Woods? I have. Love her channel. Love her husband, Bush Radical, as well. Don't waste it, Jack. Let go, don't, till next time. Going hiking today? I wish we could go hiking today. I don't have a way to bring this setup mobile. Otherwise, we would totally be doing that. I was hoping to be set up on a lake so I could do some fishing on the live stream, but that didn't really work out logistically, unfortunately. Colin asks, how old is Ellie? Ellie is 9 years old, so she's getting up there, but she's still healthy as can be. I mean, a few weeks ago, we hiked around together for almost like 7 miles, so she's doing great. Do you ever hook up with Outdoor Boys? Oh man, I wish. That would be awesome. He's got a great channel. I really admire his channel. I love how he incorporates his family. It's something that I try to do and strive to do. And so I really admire Outdoor Boys. I like how you have progressed with your YouTube from awesome national park trips to tiny cabin life. Great job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Quality content, to really put a lot of thought into the trips that I take, to not like phone it in, to like really work to make it interesting, to shoot it well, to have a variety, so I try to make it where I don't do the same type of activity 2 weeks in a row. This channel would be not just a mere camping channel, but would add value to your lives. So I'm trying to add more information to make it so that you can, so that you learn something in the episodes. You're not just you're not just like sitting there living vicariously, but you're a participant. You feel like you're out there with us, and you're learning something about where we're going. And I'm always hoping to continue to progress and to refine what we do. What about using a GoPro if you did decide to do a live stream hike? Yeah, I could. It's just I need to know how to actually stream it. I would need to be somewhere with good cell service. Where I'm at now, is it possible that Rock the Park could come back? Um, Anything's possible, but I doubt it, and it's only because of logistical things. The company that we partnered with, so we did it through my mom's production company. My mom actually owns and runs a production company, and she's done so for 20 some years. It's actually how I came up, how I refined my talents is my family does this for a living. So I've had a way that it was. But I guess never say never. There is this, I think my dream tiny cabin location would be on the peak of a mountain somewhere. There's this lookout cabin in the North Cascades that looks really incredible that I would love to go to. It's literally on like a cliffside. I think that would be amazing. I'd love to go to Alaska, and I'm planning to hopefully do that this summer. So plenty of others too. There are so many places I want to go. Let's see. Is YouTube your only income? Yeah. In a sense. Right now, YouTube is my only income in the sense that it's through our YouTube channel that we support our family. There's other streams of income that. What brand of drone do you use? I use the Mavic Mini Pro 4. I think I got that right. It's great. Your videos are so professional but heartwarming and personal. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. I used to. Have you thought about working with them? CBS Outdoors at I get as long as I can, but I'm always open to working with other people. Again, guys, sorry for the delay or for the freezing. Not sure what's going on there. I can try to switch my internet and see what's going on. Maybe I can switch to my phone. Stand by, guys. Give me 1 second and let me see if oh, sorry, Scarlett, thank you so much. It means so much to me. Thank you very much. Scott D, I have Starlink. That's what I'm using right now. Not sure why it's running so slow. Let me check on that really quick, you guys. Stand by. Give me 1 second here. Well, guys, I am not sure what's going on with Starlink. I'm going to move this camera up. We were getting just poorer service than we were earlier. So, unfortunately, it's not the little bit of cellular coverage that I do have as a hotspot. We'll see. But for now, we're going to make some coffee. And so let's dive into it. I could really go for a cup. So, can you guys see the kitchen here very well? Tilt down a little. There we go. All right. So I want to give a shout out to some pretty awesome fans who continually send me coffee. This is Because Coffee out of. So thank you guys so much. And it's great. So if you're able to check it out, check it out. I love using a percolator like this. It's just such a great way to make coffee when you're out camping, whether you do it over a fire or on a stove like this. It requires zero electricity. And I love that. How many times have you guys seen me do this in a video? Basically do it in every video. So I guess as many videos as you've seen, I've done it. Show you guys the view out the window this way. It's just straight wood. And actually, I'm going to crack this window while we make the coffee. It's a good thing to do. I'm using propane. Now we just sit and wait for the coffee. In case you guys are wondering what this is a little gate. You'll see it in the next video that comes out. A little gate that blocks off the wood stove area from Olivia, so she can't touch. If I should try to switch to my phone's network. Because right now, if you look at this, I'll bring you in on this. If you take a look, it's like just terrible. There are zero obstructions, so there's nothing I can do There's nothing I can do about it. It's not awesome. So how about this, you guys? I'm going to try to switch over to my. Are we back? All right, I think we're back. Well, now it says the stream quality is excellent. I don't know. Don't you love technology, guys? Although the fact we're able to do this in the first place is pretty awesome. So we'll just keep going with it. I will say I want to thank my buddies. Shout out to Cole, my dad. Cole, I've known Cole since I was in fourth grade. We were roommates in LA for 10 years. He just gave me the heads up that the stream went out, and now we're back on. I was getting texts from my dad earlier saying, you don't have audio. And so I appreciate everyone who's helping me out behind the scenes. Let's see. Can you guys see Ellie girl? Let's tilt the camera down a little bit. Oh, we got a super chat. Love your videos. Keep up the great work and relaxing videos. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Is there anything anyone would like to know about Ellie? I've mentioned her age. She's 9 years old. Ellie has the sweetest face. Yes, she does. Pet Ellie for me. Oh, Riley's on here. She says, Olivia says, hi, Dad. You're doing great. Thank you so much, Ry. Love you, sweetie. Yeah, not sure why the stream improved so much when I disconnected it, but that's good to know for the future. So if it does that again, maybe I'll just disconnect it and start it back up again. Because yeah, it says now the stream status is excellent. So we're good. Oh boy. Coffee's almost there. Ooh, it's percolating. Here, let's show you guys. This is the money shot. This is the shot we all love. We all know and love. Look at that. Goodness. Okay, actually, this is the shot we kind of love. The shot we really love is the coffee pour, which will be coming very soon. Something you learn, well, it depends how you like your coffee, but if you like strong coffee like me, you want to let it percolate for a little while. So you still got to let it do its thing, and then we'll pour some. So something that Ellie does is she will demand things, which, you know, I can appreciate to a degree. She'll, so you guys know she doesn't really bark, but she does sometimes. But like what she really does is she'll come up and she'll do this thing with her nose, like where she kind of grunts. She'll go, and when she does that, it's usually saying, pet me. And then she'll also like nose up. See, look, she's going to do it. But she knows. She knows I'll pet her. She's a good girl. She's a really good girl. I've never had a dog that is so trusting of me. Um, she definitely has things that scares her. You know, like she doesn't love gunshots, but she doesn't really freak out about them. She doesn't love thunderstorms and stuff, but honestly, like when anything's going down, she'll like look at me and be like, "We good?" And like, if I'm like, "Yeah, we're fine," and she's just like, "All right, you got it under control," which is just awesome. So like a lot of you guys asked when we had the intruder in camp a few weeks back, people were like, "Ellie didn't bark or anything." She didn't because um, she saw the flashlight and she got up and was like, and I was like, Ellie, it's okay, let it go. And she just sat there and observed. She like moved over and sat and observed, but she followed my directions, and it's really cool. And I love how when I'm out in the woods, like we've done some stuff where it, like we're sleeping out under a tarp or whatever. Like she trusts me. Like she will go with me. Like, you know, like she's never like, I know better than you. Like I'm out of here or whatever. Like she trusts that I've got it under control, and it's awesome. She's really like great dog, amazing adventure partner, and she came from. She grew up in Beverly. Well, not really Beverly Hills, Hancock Park, which is just this like incredibly affluent area of Los Angeles, but clearly has just like the spirit of a outdoor adventurer. Like she was just longing to be out in the woods. Um, so it's just incredible. It's super cool. She lived 5 years in the city, you know, pretty amazing. But I love Ellie, and so cool how much you guys do too. All right. I think we're good with the coffee. Turn her off. This is my cup. This is Rye's cup. All right, now this is the real money shot. Ooh, that's not a nice sound. All right, here we go. Let's make sure we get it all framed up just right. There we go. Oh, yes. Oh, and here's a fun little thing for you guys. So I have this little hot pad that I use that I set the coffee on all the time. And what I love is that it just says, life is better at the cabin. Funny thing about this came from Disneyland, which is so random. They, at least in like at Disneyland in California. Oh no, I need to glue it again. It's like breaking apart again. In California, they have like national park land, or it's like adventure land, and so they have all this like national park stuff and cabin stuff, and so that's where I got that. But okay. All right, let's get back to. Actually, you know what? No, we'll answer a couple more questions. We'll do some questions while we have a little coffee, and then I want to see how we're doing on the itinerary here. Excuse me, switching cameras. Here we go. All right. Got some coffee. Cheers. Let's see. What are we supposed to be doing now? Okay, so we're almost time for a campfire. So we'll do a campfire after this. But I figured while we're waiting, I could show you guys a couple of fun things. Well, actually, let's look and see if you guys have any questions or anything. Oh, Damaris Sanchez. Technology is great until it isn't. I'm glad everything is okay now. Love your videos, and I love to see your family videos too. I pray God continues to bless you and allow you to do what you love to do. Thank you so much. Means the world. I couldn't do this without you guys. Honestly, it's how we're able to do what we love to do, and I'm so I'm just so grateful and humbled by the fact that you guys care to watch our adventures. Really means a lot. Phil Stern asks, Jack, do you know Matt Tolbers from Tolbers Camping? I don't know him personally, but I do have his contact as well, and we chat every now and then too. So there is kind of a little Minnesota YouTube community, and it's pretty awesome. Have you ever thought about taking your family to Madeline Island on Lake Superior? I don't even know where that is. Is that Michigan? Big Bay State Park? Is that in the UP or up in Michigan? I'll have to look that up. Sounds like something we would love. I'm glad people are saying hi to Riley and Olivia. How's Ellie doing since her last vet visit? She's doing a lot better. We haven't had any issues with her. We found out that she didn't actually have Lyme disease, but she had anaplasmosis, which is another tick-borne disease, the same one that I had. So makes sense. We're together. We get the same stuff. But she's doing great. So thank you for asking. Let's look at some other stuff. I just love Ellie. What a sweet companion. Ellie's in heaven right now. Is Ellie some type of terrier? No, she's not. She's full on golden retriever. How is she around? And I know that because I met her mother. Her mother's name is Lily. I hope she's still with us. I don't know her. She's with that guy that I worked with who gave me Ellie, so I'm not in touch with him anymore. But I hope her mother is still kicking. She was really sweet. How is she around other dogs? She's territorial at first. She'll go up and kind of like, but yeah, which is funny. Like you think she's super chill, but she's pretty territorial at times. She doesn't like actually do anything, but she will let them know like she's on it. If dogs pick on her, she will also put them in their place. So she used to live with her brother, and her brother would just like terrorize her, but Ellie would just go like and like, sorry, I don't want to become a meme. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that guy from Australia who goes like, they came bounding over. Anyhow, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but anyway, Ellie will put dogs in their place if she needs to. How many naps does Ellie take during the day? A lot. Let's see. Jack, do you know Matt Tolbers? Yep, we already talked about that. I hope you guys on Messenger are doing great. That's very sweet. Have you toured any forests in Virginia? We've done some national parks in Virginia. So we've done Shenandoah. We've also done, what is it? What's the national seashore there? I forget what it is. We've done a couple things in Virginia, but would love to come further out east. In fact, we're going to go south a little bit in early spring. Greetings from Wisconsin. Hello. Kevin Pratt says, I'll drive out there shortly with a couple twofers from the pint. That'd be awesome, Kevin. I'll send you the coordinates. I've got some buddies on here, and it's great. Does Ellie ever bark? Yes, she does. If I bumped into you guys and say Walmart, I think you'd be as nice as you come across. I sure hope so, Denise. What you see is honestly what you get with us. I'll say that especially about Riley. She is the most sweet, genuine, um, just loving person. She really makes you feel seen and heard. And I'll tell a quick story. I was struggling with anxiety when I met her, and like hardcore anxiety, like real anxiety, not just like, you know, no, it wasn't just a little thing. And she could tell I was anxious. This was on date like number 3, and I remember her saying like, "Hey, I know you're struggling right now, and you don't have to worry about saying anything. Like, we can just like sit here and like I just want you to just feel like you can just be here and just not have to put on a performance or anything." And that meant the world to me. Like, that was that showed me she was the real deal. And I like to think I'm itching my back. I like to think I do the same for her now. And yeah, she's great. How old are you, Jack? Your channel really helps me calm down at the end of the day. Leaving Germany for Western Ireland soon. Been going through some challenging times this year. I'm sorry to hear that, Phil. Seems like there's a lot of, that's something we can all relate to, right? Like, everyone goes through challenging seasons of their lives. And I think it's great to have healthy outlets like this or other things to be able to escape, in a healthy way. There's so many like unhealthy ways to escape. It's another thing when you find healthy ways to escape, and I'm so glad and humbled that we get to play a part in that. I am 35, which is crazy to say. It's nuts. Yeah. I know some of you are going to laugh at me when I say this, but getting up there. 35 years old. You were talking about the intruder. Is this a major concern for you staying out in the wild and away from civilization? I don't think about it too much. Well, I obviously think about it. Like, I'm always being safe, but like, I don't worry about it too much. Especially the further off the beaten path I go, the better it is. Meaning, like, there's less chance of people finding you. But it's something you got to consider, and something you got to be prepared for. And I've definitely had to consider that more in recent years, especially now with a child, and especially when I bring her out. So it's definitely a concern. Political climate, I think a lot of people are on the edge of anxiety levels. Yeah, I know. I hear that. Any future ideas for a new cabin? Ted, yes. I'm trying to decide if I want to I don't know if I want to let the cat out of the bag. I'm not going to spill the beans just because I'm paranoid and I love my ideas, and I just don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But yes, I do. And it's, I don't know if it's coming anytime soon. There's some things that I have to take care of first. One of the things that I'm hoping to do is if we get some real snowfall this year, I am looking into getting a snowmobile so that I can use our bike camper and take it out, out into the backcountry. Because last year I got lucky. It didn't snow very much and I was able to take the bike to a lot of places. But this year, I don't think I'm going to get as lucky as that. So I'm looking at a snowmobile first to be able to do some stuff that we need to do this winter. But definitely have a thought for a pretty cool cabin idea. You should camp sometime in New England. Yeah. You know where I love? We went to, I think that, yeah, this is New England. Yeah, it is. Sorry. I love, well, Maine is amazing. I'd love to get back out there. And then the Presidential Mountains. I think it's the White Mountains in New Hampshire. Those are Presidential Traverse. Yeah, those are just incredible mountains. I would love to get out there. What about the A-frame? Yeah, there's definitely gonna be more A-frame videos. So here's the problem with the A-frame. I was also gonna put this in the last video I made down there, but I cut it out because I was just like, I don't want to bore people. The A-frame, the reason you don't see the A-frame as much anymore um, is because there's not as much to do there that hasn't been done, right? Um, all there really is to do down there is kind of like cozy up, have a fire outside, do some work, like cleaning up brush and whatnot, and relax. And that's great and all. But it's hard to do anything different there. And so I try to save those videos for when there's some sort of cozy event happening. So whether it's like a thunder or rainstorm or a snowstorm, it's honestly, the A-frame is at its best in the wintertime. And so you'll definitely see, yeah, A-frame blizzards are my favorite. I love those too. And so you'll definitely see more of that this winter. Wow, talking a lot. Mm. What else? There's something else. How can you handle videos in the cold? I guess you prepare for those colder days. Yeah, Colin. So, yeah, it's just preparation, and I've been doing this long enough before I was even on YouTube. I've been doing this long enough where I know the gear that I need, and if you have the right gear, you can do it. It may be a little uncomfortable being out in the freezing cold, but you can do it. And so it's just knowing that you're going to be a little uncomfortable, I guess. So, for instance, in the bike cabin, I know like for the majority of it, I'll probably be cold. But if I really need to, I can go inside, light the fire, and warm up, and then I know that my sleeping bag will be okay. Sorry, I'm having some issues now on this camera. Let me I'm going to switch it and see if bringing it back helps at all. Let's try this now. So basically, you just got to prepare and set your expectations accurately. Have you met Kenny of All Trades? M. Swalwell. Yes, I love Kenny. Kenny's a great guy. I've met him a few times. We text back and forth ideas for videos and things and questions about YouTube platform and stuff like that. He's an awesome dude. Becca girl, silly question. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Seriously, have you ever heard anything in the woods that you couldn't identify? Do I believe in Bigfoot? Interesting question. I believe in the possibility of Bigfoot. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't say I believe in Bigfoot, but I think anything's possible. I could dive into that, but it would just be too long. So I believe in the possibility of Bigfoot. The only thing I ever heard that I couldn't explain, but that I was able to later, when I did this video when I was on the Kettle River. I stayed in my hot tent. I biked in there. Some of you may have seen that video. It was last winter. I heard this shriek, and it really freaked me out. I think I heard it twice, and I knew it had to be an animal, but I did get out and like kind of look around for flashlights and stuff, and I was just like, what in the world? Turns out it was a fox, which was pretty wild. So I was able to identify it. Someone else asks, Melanie asks, have I found anything that didn't appear to be natural? Kenny found some stick formations in the woods. Nothing's coming to mind. Yeah. You should collab with Kenny. Yeah. We've talked about it. We both agree it would be like, we'd have to do something really interesting because it would be kind of, it's hard when you're a YouTuber, like you're so used to doing things as a one-man band or one-woman band. And we both have talked about collabing, and we're both like, well, it'd be weird because like, what am I filming? What are you filming? And so we've kind of agreed like it would be tough, but we're open to it. I have an idea of how it could be done if we ever got around to it. So, let's see. What do you see on the horizon for new camping innovations? Yeah. Um, so Ted, by the way, sorry guys with this like strobing video. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe we can switch to a different camera for a moment and see if that helps. Put the iPhone. Let's see if the iPhone helps at all. Here. There we go. Um, Camping innovations. Um, I'm always looking for things to make stuff more possible or easier. So the recent one that I did was my hammock. Um, I got this lay flat hammock. Yeah, so essentially what it does is it's not like a hammock where you're all like scrunched up, but it lays flat like a bed. And that made it so that I could comfortably stay in that survival log cabin shelter. Um, because the last couple times I did that, I slept on a cot where I had mice running around and stuff. And it's just like, some people laugh at me about that, but it's just not pleasant. And so that hammock allowed me to do that in a way that was like comfortable and fun. And so that's kind of an innovation. It's more so just new gear. What else? I am always hunting for new, unique locations and places to go, new cabins, new shelters, shacks, things like that. Someday I would love to stay in a lighthouse. I think that would be cool, but it'd have to be the right thing. I've looked at a lot of lighthouses that you can stay in, and they're kind of these like luxurious experiences. I wish I could find one that was just kind of like a dingy, like authentic old lighthouse. I think that would be really cool. Power packs. I have these tiny anchor power packs now. They're literally like the size of a pack of cards. When I'm really off the beaten path, I will use those to charge my like drone on the fly. So sometimes, like when I'm doing hikes and stuff, I'll fire up the drone and then I need to recharge it, and I can recharge it in my backpack while I'm hiking with those things. I also have a little pack that I'm able to use my Starlink with. That one's like this big. It's also an Anchor power station or power pack. It won't last very long, but it would give me probably an hour and a half of internet. So it's really just like more a safety thing. Because the Starlink I have is really cool. I'm glad it's working now. It's a backpacker's Starlink. So it's like the size of an iPad. And so I can bring it with me anywhere. So that's a new kind of innovation that I'm using. The snowmobile, that'll be a way to do new things. So I'm always kind of looking for new stuff like that. That's always my goal, is to make this channel as current and unique as I can, and with as much variety as I can. And so I'm always looking for ways to do that. Not just, this may sound, I don't mean for this to sound like bad, but not even just for your guys' sake, but for my sake as well. I love dreaming up these adventures, and I love going on them. And so when I come up with something I'm really excited about and I get to go do it, it's just the best. So like the survival cabin video I did the other day with the Northern Lights, I was so excited for that. Because it's always fun when I know, like, wow, I get to go out and go on a real adventure, because like being in this cabin is an adventure, don't get me wrong, especially when you take it to really awesome places, but like it's a whole other level when you're just like sleeping out under the stars and stuff like that. So anyway, that's a long answer to that. Isle Royale would be sweet. Have you ever thought about getting a brother or sister for Ellie? Yeah, we're definitely we're definitely, sorry, I'm looking at these other ones. We're definitely going to do that eventually. Ellie will certainly have a sibling at some point. That's the goal. Once we get a house, we're looking at, hopefully in the next year or so, buying a house, which would be nice, because I don't want to get a puppy and have them running around a little townhouse, but we'll see. What YouTubers do you recommend? I just found this new guy. Well, he's not new at all. He's new to me. Somebody mentioned him already. Trent the Traveler. He seems like a really nice dude. It's a van life channel, but he seems really nice, really genuine, and I appreciate the quality of his videos as well. He looks like he spends a lot of time shooting them, and I think that's cool. Love Bush Radical, Girl in the Woods. Love Kenny of All Trades, obviously. I love. There's again, I mentioned them earlier. Arbor Season. They're this band with a family that travels around in a school bus conversion. What else? Who else have I been watching? Oh, Kyle's Cabin's great. I follow every video of his. It's fascinating. He's so legit, and authentic. Oh, I love The Outsider. Outdoor Boys are great, obviously. I don't think anyone can argue with that. What camera do you use? Okay, so I use a few different cameras. I use a Sony. Oh, shoot, it's this old like prosumer camcorder that has a really great lens on it, so you can zoom in. And it also goes pretty wide. You can get some depth of field. I wish I knew what that was. I post all my video gear, though, in my video. So if you go to a recent video, it'll show all my camera gear. I also use an Osmo Pocket 3. That's been huge because it's on a little gimbal, and that's what I use to get stuff. Someone asked, like, what camera are you using in your bike cabin? It makes it look so big. That's what I use. It's got a nice wide lens. It's small, so I get all my like hiking shots with that, or POV hiking shots. I use the DJI Mavic Mini Pro 4 drone. I also use this autonomous drone called the Hover Air. Hover Air. It will follow you. So like in my last video when I was biking, there's this awesome shot where it's like following me at a very fast speed on my bike. That was with that Hover Air drone. I'll also use a GoPro every now and then. I use it on this new video that's coming out Tuesday because I put it on the buggy that I'm pulling Olivia on. So Olivia has a little camera angle. Are there any other cameras I use? I feel like I'm missing something big, but I think that's about it. I'll use my iPhone sometime of him or her, Slim Potato Head. Love your video. Trent and Steve Wallace. Yeah, of course, Steve Wallace. What do you do as a day job? This is my day job. I'm very, very grateful for that. It wasn't at first, but I've been able to make it my full-time job. It's how I support our family. And so a lot of people ask, how are you out camp? Sorry, I won't put, I shouldn't do that. I won't put a voice on that. A lot of people ask, like, why are you out camping all the time? Oh no, the stream status is getting poor again, it says. Well, we'll keep rolling with it for now. A lot of people ask, like, how I'm always out camping with a family. And the reality is I try to do it for one day and one night a week. And it's how I support my family. And so Riley and I are on the same page with that. And compared to my old job, I was a TV producer, a freelance. This was before I was married and had a child. I had to travel weeks and weeks at a time. And so one day a week is good, especially when I'm doing what I love and what I'm called to do and what I have a talent for. Do you have venting in any of your tiny cabins? Yeah, it's pretty drafty in here. We don't really have mold or anything. The only thing that can smell a little musty at times is the A-frame. But otherwise, these are pretty airy. I also open the windows a lot so they get good ventilation. Do you ever come to California, Big Bear? I used to live out there, and I would go. My favorite national park is Death Valley. I love Death Valley. I love the Mojave Preserve. Love Big Bear. my first trip with Ellie was actually to Big Bear. One of my first dates with Riley was to Big Bear, and that's a perfect segue to this. Let's do it. So hang with me on the audio, you guys. It may not be the best quality, but we're gonna go for it here. So this was one of my first dates with Riley.
This is really deep. Oh man.
Hey Riley.
Little slippery.
So this is for my old YouTube channel, which is called The Pursuit is Happiness. And this was a date with Riley before, obviously before we were married. Look at that young buck there. And it was up to Big Bear. So
All right, so oh, you better be ready. Yeah, we just got to Big Bear, and what are we doing? You're the tour guide.
So I'm taking him on one of my favorite hikes. I can't remember what the hike is called, but it's a lot of uphill walking. There's a giant boulder at the top that overlooks all of the Big Bear Lake. So yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, we're loaded up. We're going to try not to get hit by cars here.
So yes, we used to spend time in Big Bear. I used to surf. Yeah, I woke up that day surfing. Yeah, a lot of you guys probably don't know this. So, yes, I love California. We don't live there anymore, but I really enjoyed living there, and hope to get out there more. You know, it's a long drive from Minnesota. It doesn't always make sense. We did take the cabin as far as Vegas before, so it really has to make sense, because if we do a California trip with the travel cabin, we're probably going to be out there for over a month. And I'm always down for that, but it's a tougher sell for Riley. How do you find good camping adventure spots? Okay, Zach, great question. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. How do you find spots? So hesitant to share this, although it's pretty common knowledge now. There's this app called OnX Off-Road. So ONX. And it's awesome because it's a map that shows you all the public land in the country, and you can go in and zoom in and it'll show you things that are there. So it not only shows you what type of land it is. So for instance, if it's state forest, like, oh, okay, well, I can disperse camp there. So you might find a lake and you can be like, oh, there's a road going there. And then you might get there and there might be a fire ring, and it's like, oh, sweet, here's a campsite. Sometimes the map will actually say dispersed campsite. So it's a really great way to find places to camp. It's huge. I also just kind of explore maps. I'll see something that looks, like it's pretty out in the boonies, and then I'll do some research and find out, oh, it's part of a national forest, so I can camp there. So let's go. Oh, there's a boat ramp. Okay, we can take the boat on that lake, stuff like that. Riley and I have been married now for just over 3 years. Oh, Matt, venting in regards to carbon monoxide from heating and cooling. Well, we have a carbon monoxide meter and detector in here. We don't need to, our chimney vents, the wood stove, so it's pretty safe in that regard, and we're always monitoring it. So that's the basics of that. In the bike cabin, that thing is as drafty gets, so that thing is well vented. Is the Pursuit of Happiness channel still up on YouTube? It is not. I took it down because all the videos were, I didn't care about copyright stuff then. So I have all this music in the videos that were copyright protected, you know, because I wasn't doing it then to like, I don't know, I wasn't like doing it to try to like make it my job or something. So like I just put whatever in there. And so it would just end up getting taken down anyway. So I took them down. Maybe one day I'll start putting those up and re-edit them. Fun seeing how your editing style has evolved since then. Oh yeah, for sure. What does the dog eat from? We've got some bowls in here for Ellie girl. I still remember showing when you would go surfboarding, and I remember a hammock in your condo, and I thought that was so cool. That's great. So you've been together 4 years, but married for 3. Jack, I never would have pictured you a surfing guy. Channel I like is called TFL Off-Road, sponsored by Onyx. Yeah, I should get it sponsored by them. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. Stumbled upon one of your videos one day. Hooked ever since. Thank you so much. Where do you get your music for your videos? Sorry, I have my phone covering the chat that I'm using as a camera now. I use artlist.io. So it's a library specifically for video production. And they make it really easy to use music in your videos. You pay for a subscription, and then you can use the music, and you're covered for copyright. So and they have sound effects and other stuff. It's really great. It's really handy for creators. What does Riley enjoy doing? Riley enjoys, so she loves the outdoors. That was one of the things we really bonded on when we first met. She's not as like, we make a good couple in the sense that she's not as like hardcore as I am. Like, she's not like about to be like, you know, sleeping in a shack somewhere. But I give her so much credit. Like, she pushes her personal boundaries so much and has like grown so much in those areas. Like, it's pretty incredible. And she's man, yeah, she's hardcore. Like, she does some stuff with me that like I can't imagine other people doing. But yeah, so she likes the outdoors. She just, you know, hiking and stuff like that. She loves going to new like thrift shops. She loves thrifting. She's always finding new thrift shops and new cool things for the cabins and clothing, vintage clothing and stuff. She's a hairstylist, so she like has a passion for like hair and makeup and stuff like that. She's actually working to do a business for wedding updos because she's really good at that. And she's trying to find a new way to do what she loves while still primarily being a stay-at-home mom. She also loves biking. We love watching movies together. She loves working out. She does strength training. We love going to breweries together. We love traveling. She loves music. She loves a lot of stuff, a lot of overlap. Looks like Travis who? Travis Kelce? I've never heard that before. I've heard the people I've heard that I look like. I've heard Aaron Rodgers. Of course, I've heard Ryan Gosling. I've heard Jonathan Rumi from The Chosen. I've heard some other random like soccer players and stuff. I've never heard Travis Kelce. That's a new one. So I think what we're going to do is we'll go outside and we'll have a fire. But first, I'll show you one more cool little thing from my little stockpile here of fun moments to share. So you guys asked about my first YouTube channel. So here is the trailer for my first YouTube channel. What's up, guys? I'm Jack Stewart. Welcome to my YouTube channel.
Ever since I was young, I've had a passion for two things: the outdoors and sharing my adventures with others.
This is the real deal.
What was that?
Oh my gosh! Oh!
These two passions led me to create the Emmy Award-winning travel series, Rock Park.
We did it! Yeah!
So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling across the country and the world, going on adventures and really learning what it means to live in communion with nature. So this channel is all about outdoor adventure, backpacking, car camping, cabin life. I'm going to show you what I love to do and how you can do it yourself. I'm so glad that you arrived here at my channel. Now let's get out and explore together.
So that was my original YouTube channel. Whoops. Switch back. And I loved that. But man, it's been so much better doing Tiny Cabin Life in so many ways. It's just more authentic to me, even though that was all authentic at the time. But this stuff just allows my creativity to flourish in ways that are just more, authentic to me. And then I like doing it more. So it's so much more fun. But that was great as well. But yeah, what do you guys say we go out and have a fire? And then we can do some stuff out there. I've got some other fun things planned. And then just so you guys know what to expect, if you're able to hang out or pop in later, I can't tell you when these things are going to happen, because we're kind of winging it here, or I'm kind of winging it. But later on, I'm going to go through some of the highlights of our channel, which are pretty cool. Some of you may not have ever seen some of these videos, or maybe you have, but it'll be kind of fun in similar ways to how I just did, go through some of that stuff. So we'll do that later. But let's see. Before I go out, I first saw you on Rock the Park. So cool. I see somebody saying, how many subscribers did that channel have versus this one? I had a whopping 2,000 subscribers. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. Here's my camera. Not that that's anything to that's awesome. But yeah, that channel, I did it for 2 years, and it really ceased to grow. And I think maybe that was partly because I had just like copywritten music in it and stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, this one has been much more successful. But anywho, guys, let's go outside and have a fire. I'm looking forward to that. So we'll send you outside quickly. I'm going to just take a minute to give Ellie some water, use the restroom quick, and I'll meet you out there in like 4 minutes. 5 minutes. No, 3 or 4 minutes. Here we go.
Hope you guys can all hear me. I'm pretty sure you can. Actually, I'm going to pull up the chat just so I can glance in and look if I need to. Peaceful music too. Good. Someone just tell me if they can hear me right now. Great. All good. Okay. Sup, girl? You want your water out here? Let's get your water. Let's see. Where can everyone watch you drink your water? It's cute. That's right there. Let's see if she has any. All right. So, get a little fire started here. Got some more birch bark there that we're going to use. We already have a little bit of good kindling here. This is good stuff too, although let's break it up a little more. A nice solid piece. Where having the axe would have been nice. There we go. Oop. You'll never see a hit like that in a video. But oh, they happen. All right, that's pretty good. So, again, we got our birch bark here. Nice piece. We have an existing fire spot. I wouldn't call it our fire ring per se, but it's a fire spot. So let's light it up. Take our kindling here. A lot of people give me a lot different methods for starting fires, and I just do it the way that I do it. I'm a fan of the TP method because I know it works for me. Actually, we'll wait to put that thicker piece on. So I hope for you guys that this is a peaceful experience too. I don't get this hatchet. So this hatchet, you're able to remove the blade, but it doesn't really stay on. I've gotten it down there, and just it's a very random design. Let me know if you know what the deal is there. Hope you guys can see Ellie over there. Don't you love how she just sits there and just gazes out into the woods? It's pretty awesome. I'm gonna put this up here. Make sure everything's still going okay. Yep, everything looks okay. Whew. So nice. Hope I'm not blocking Ellie. Ellie, you want to come over here? You come sit with me? You're enjoying yourself. Come over here. Come on this side. You know when you think of things that you're supposed to have done, it's just like, oh, I never did that. So some of you may be new here. You didn't start the stream with me, but so I'll explain the reason Riley isn't here and Olivia isn't here is because it's actually it's my sister's baby shower today. So Riley's hosting that and helping them get set up. My sister lives in California. She's having two baby showers, one here in Minnesota, California, and I set this date, um, and then found out later, whoops, the baby shower's happening today. Which I mean, thankfully, it's guys weren't invited, but I could have been there to help, and Riley could have come to this if it wasn't today. But whatever, the way she goes. So something else I'll tell you. Um, that I think is really neat is Minnesota. I'm out in one of our state forests right now, and one of the things that I just was I thought was just so awesome when we moved here that I didn't really realize when I was growing up here was that these state forests really provide a place, just a place of freedom for outdoor recreation, and people just love the outdoors. You're able to do what I'm doing right now, which is dispersed camping, which is you're allowed to just find your own campsite within reason. There are certain parameters, but and enjoy, and you can get away from the crowds. And there's hiking trails. You can go off trail, and it's just really awesome. I think it's uh, I think it's really unique. I know I know a handful of states have stuff like this. Out west, they have a lot of BLM land, which is the Bureau of Land Management, national forest land, stuff like that. But here in Minnesota, we've got the national forests, and we may have some BLM land somewhere, but for the most part, these state forests, and there's so many of them, they really offer sanctuary for people like me to just kind of get out and recharge the batteries. very grateful for it. Ellie's off exploring. So I'll do what I was going to do out here. I got to get it from inside. Let's see. Check on the chat here. He's kind of getting away from crowds. Very cool. Glad to see it's still all working. So I have a couple different books here. This one is really cool. It's cowboy poetry. Being. The author, who has spent a lifetime on the plains, has always believed and still believes that the people and the prairies of the West are as well suited to art and poetry as any other people or portion of God's great earth. If therefore, in the simplicity of these verses, if someone, were it only one, might be inspired to a deeper love of the lore of the Great Plains, or if those who live and love and die upon the prairies may see in them a truthful presentation of the beauty of the environment and of their traditions, then the mission of this volume shall have been twofold in its existence, more than the realization of personal desire. There's more, but we'll leave it at that. First off, well, okay. I feel a strong connection to the West, even though I'm from Minnesota and I have a love of this place. I spent years living out west. I spent time living in Montana, um, and then out in California, time in the desert, in Nevada. I used to explore Nevada, the Nevada desert, like crazy, and I really have a connection to those places, and so I just really love. I love the just the wide open, high alpine, the mountains. You know, I've climbed a bunch of mountains in my old life during Rock the Park, and I have a very sweet spot for out west. So that's why Riley needed to get this for me. But all right, so first we've got, what do we have here? A Westerner's Prayer. Dear Lord, I pray, make me as free as is the summer breeze that wanders through the prairie grass and hunts the scattered trees. Make me as common as the dirt that suns beneath my feet, and democratic as the air, and banish all conceit, and vanity and snobbishness. Yeah, march them in retreat. Make me as honest as the birds that sing the prairie lays, as reverent unto my God, as quick to sing his praise. That's a Westerner's prayer. Oh, there's more. There's more. As clean as are the wind-washed buttes, as happy as the sun, as prompt to do my given task, that he may say, well done. Make me as stubborn as a bronco for the thing that's right, as fixed in truth as the stars that stab the western night. Give me the cacti thorns to ward away the tempter's art, and give some fellow men my chance. I'll take the smaller part. Lord, teach me humble lessons from the magi of the plains, and make my soul as beautiful as are the sunset stains. Let all men know me as a friend, and stop a while to chat. For all the kingly titles, they are not as good as that. Lord, let me know I'm just a part of this big world of thine. I'm not the entire story, I'm just a little line. But make me every inch a man along the trail, and when the sun drops down behind the buttes that rims the world, why then I won't need to apologize to God or man. Amen. It's pretty cool. Where Ellie went. Ellie! Oh, you hear her. It does look like we have a little trail going off this way. I wish I could. I wish we could go explore. Beautiful, beautiful day. Well, I hope this is somewhat enjoyable to you guys, because this was kind of the hope for this stream for a good portion of it, and we'll see how it goes. My temptation is to feel the need to just keep talking, but I had hoped that this would also be a just kind of a hangout, you know, you know, even if it's background for people who are doing other things, that you could just let it roll and sit by the fire here. We'll definitely continue on with other things, but yeah, hopefully people are into this as well. In a little bit here, we'll do some lunch. I've been thawing the burrito fixings, which unfortunately I'm doing so bad. I'm doing well, maybe I'll get a little creative. I was gonna do both. I I was supposed to have other food to eat for lunch and then do burritos for dinner, but uh, I thought it was in the cabin and it wasn't. So I have the burrito fixings for both lunch and dinner. So maybe we'll do quesadillas for one of them. So maybe for dinner. Here's Al. Hey, girl. You say hi to the folks at home. Um, I don't write in it anymore, which is a shame. just became too difficult to keep up with it. But this is my adventure journal. I used to record every adventure that I took in this thing, and I kept it up until, let's see, what's the last? Flip through here and find certain things that are pretty cool. Let's see. There's one, oh, test experience. So I could find the first time I took Ellie out, and if some of you guys don't know the story of Ellie, I'll show you that sort of later. But essentially, I ended up getting Ellie. Well, she chose me, believe it or not, from somebody that I was working for. He let me take her on a camping trip in Big Bear, and it was in my thing that I called the portable cabin. I shouldn't get out of my car when when we came back, and so basically, like, well, clearly she wants to live with you. So so yeah, she's been with me ever since. But I do have, stay here, Al. I do have the journal entry from that. Let's see what it says. Okay, this was from June 18th, 2021. So I've only had Ellie for about 3 years. I set off from work at my new job. I'm just trying to edit out certain things. Like with this guy, I don't want to say anything that would reveal who he is, just for his privacy. I set off from work at my new job. Blah blah blah. My business partner let me take one of his golden retrievers out to the portable cabin for the weekend. Her name is Ellie. Mwah. Her name is Ellie, and she is just the sweetest thing. We made our way through 3.5 hours of LA traffic to make it up into the mountains, just as the sun was setting. I had just enough time to get the cabin set up before dark. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to eat my dinner, so I had a bunch of chips. Oh boy, bachelor life. Had a bunch of chips by the fire and enjoyed a seltzer. We enjoyed the Ellie did eat, by the way. Okay, guys, she did eat. We enjoyed the ambiance, and I sang to Ellie for a while before hitting the hay. Great first night up here. Day 2. We got up early, around 4:45 a.m. to catch the sunrise. It was glorious. I prepped. Eventually, I put up the kitchen cabin and made some breakfast. A burrito, of course. I actually wrote that. Then we sat around for a while watching hikers pass by the camp. I'm right on the PCT. That's the Pacific Crest Trail, a long-distance hiking trail spanning from Mexico up to Canada. Sorry, where am I? Then we packed up and headed to the lake, to Big Bear Lake. It was so much fun. Ellie had the best time. She is so awesome and fearless. That is true. Then we cruised around a bit and made our way back to the cabin. During the heat of the day, which was intense, we took like 4 naps. They felt amazing. We literally just relaxed all day. Then, just as it cooled off, we listened to some music, made dinner, and sat by the fire. I played some guitar, and then we went to bed. Day 3. Together all night, which wasn't the most comfortable, but so sweet. She woke me up with cuddles. Oh, Ellie! We got up and made some coffee and did our journal time. Afterwards, I made some breakfast before taking down the kitchen tent. I wanted to slowly make progress tearing down in order to not make it so tough later. Then I took down the lights and a few other things in the cabin before heading out to the lake to swim. We had a great after swimming. We headed back to camp and I began tearing everything down. Ellie is just so sweet. It kind of broke my heart when we got back to my friend's place. She wouldn't get out of the car.
wrote that at the time. This was before she was um, my dog, and yeah, pretty incredible. Um, so this is the next entry after that from July 3rd. This was up at our other cabin, the family cabin up north here in Minnesota. I had flown back. I decided to come up north for the 4th, a little ways back. I just figured it'd be a good time to come here and do this. Also, Phil is up here too. I don't know if Phil's still watching. He's probably not, but that's Phil Paradise from Paradise Outdoors. Well, as expected, Riley decided she would join. She needed to come too. Mwah. We took an 8:45 a.m. flight. This was Ellie's first time flying. She did really well. Yeah, this was hilarious. This was Ellie's first, not and only time, because we flew back to LA, but she was able to sit in the seat with me. Like, it was crazy. Never did that again. Not saying I wouldn't. I'm debating actually bringing her out to Montana later this winter. So we'll see if we do that again. But yeah, she did really well, but I was a nervous wreck. Yeah. Well, then I had a kid. And then flying with Olivia, now that's being a nervous wreck. She was so crammed in with us on the plane. Thankfully, we made it without incident. Then we grabbed lunch, and it was great. Our first full day up north here, we got up around 7:30 a.m. We woke up at 7:30 a.m. And by we, I mean Ellie and I did. So funny. Looking back at this stuff, we enjoyed some coffee before heading down to the lake for a little walk. Ellie was loving the water so much that it got very, very cool. Yeah, so I have a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, so this was February 11th through February 13th, 2022. Negative 30 degrees at the cabin. I did a video on that. I wrote, hiked in, suffered, warmed up, thrived. The travel cabin, built May 2nd, 2022. Yeah, we'll go into all this too with video. Pretty great. We'll read some more of this stuff later on, but pretty awesome to have these memories written down. Check on the stream, make sure everything's going okay. Yeah, looks like everything's still going all right. So I'm gonna sit here and look over some questions.
So glad people are enjoying this. So glad. E, so much for the super chat. I'm going to try to improve the quality again. Let's. So strange how the stream will be. So for those of you who are still here, stand by while I try to improve the stream quality. Well, very strange, you guys. This is something on Starlink's end. Um, it's just very strange how um, the internet will be good for a while. Because like earlier, when I switched it off and then on, the stream improved a lot. But then it just goes poor again. And right now I'm getting a terrible Wi-Fi connection off of Starlink. So I don't know what the deal is there, but yeah, just gotta roll with it and hope it improves later. It's saying I have 25 megabytes per second, which is really not that great. When I got here earlier, I had 200 megabytes a second. Well, I appreciate you guys. I see in the chat a lot of you are being very kind. Wow. Ariel. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Ariel. Hi from Argentina. That's so awesome. Howdy from Minnesota. Thank you. 12-hour live stream. Oh, it says the stream is excellent now. Woohoo! So yeah, weird things happen with this. It just for some reason it's I guess the satellites are better at certain times or whatever. I don't know. Oh, now it's poor again. So what are you gonna do? All right. Would you ever consider a cookbook of all your favorite foods? I would consider it. Maybe like a PDF. I don't know if I have a book in me, but potentially that would be cool. Well, I'm going to come back out by the fire. We're almost to lunchtime, you guys. It's almost noon. So once this fire kind of simmers down a little bit, we'll head inside and I'll whip up some food. I'm going to try to get I'm going to try to get the chat on my phone here so that I can answer questions and interact while I'm out by the fire. So, oh, there goes our hatchet. Ellie's like, what the heck? All right, before I go to the chat, I want to check the internet speed out here. So it's a little better when no, it's really not. All right, whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to roll with it. All right, let's see if I can get the live chat here. So I can keep talking to everybody. All right. This is so funny. I'm watching myself live here. But I'm doing this so I can see the chat. All right. Oh, I thought your dog passed. Oh, okay. All right, so we got the chat here. Let's see. Watching from England, Secrets of English. Hello. Martin and Lucy Grant. Howdy. Roger, I appreciate you hanging in here. Said my stream is too long, but he can't click away. Appreciate it. I'll be watching until I have to leave for work later. Thank you, Tammy. You're an awesome inspiration, Jack. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Really means a lot to me. I know it's a sensitive question, but are you going to get another dog? Oh, you thought my dog passed away? No, Ellie is still. Oh my god! Oh, that's a stick. I thought she had a deer leg for a second, which would not be out of the realm of possibilities for her. Yeah, we're definitely going to get another dog. We may get another dog, well before Ellie passes on. So, yeah, absolutely. We're definitely going to get another dog.
And we are watching you watch yourself live. Funny. Your videos are very calming and nice. I'm working from home right now and watching you in the background. Love it. Appreciate it, Stefan. Love your burritos. Thank you. Not sure if my thing is just buffering or what's going on, but hello from Arkansas. Howdy. Just down in Southwest Illinois. Expect that everything bagel seasoning at lunch. I hope so. I hope I have some in the cabin here. Jamie from New Ulm, appreciate you. I just fainted. I thought something happened to Ellie. No, Ellie is good. If you get another dog, I recommend a border collie. They're great dogs. 5:44 in New Zealand now. Coffee time. Right on. I still have some coffee in there. I might have another one. So Tammy, the family is not with me right now. I've mentioned this earlier, so if you've heard this, bear with me. It's my sister's baby shower today. So Riley and Olivia are at my sister's baby shower. It was a bummer that I ended up picking this date before I knew that, because yeah, they would love to. They would love to be here, and I'd love to have them. So unfortunately, no. But if this, if you guys are enjoying this, we'll do this again. And it would be great to have the whole family out. The thing that my family and I are obsessed with, we love seltzer water, like sparkling water. And they have fairly cheap ones at Aldi. So definitely a fan of that. The fact that I don't really have good service here, or if the stream is really that bad. I hope it's not. I hope it's not. However, I'm going to try something here. Not good there. It's not a good sign when the speed test itself won't load. All right. Oh well. I'm holding off on putting more wood on because I think we're going to go in and cook some dinner or lunch. Excuse me.
How's that stick, Al? Wind's picking up a little bit. We finally got some rain, but it has been pretty dry here in Minnesota. I'm not worried about the fire, and we have water and stuff, but still, it's good to be aware. Man, I wonder if I'm going to lose my voice by the end of this. I'm already feeling my throat. I'll tell you one thing that I have to try to do is find times to really be present in the moment when I'm out here. And so just sitting here, um, kind of allowing myself to just sit here at the fire feels really good, because when I'm filming videos, it's a discipline to try to be in the moment, because I'd be like, oh, I got to get the close up, I got to get the tight shot, so I'll get the wide shot, and it's like, oh, Ellie's looking really cute, better get a shot of Ellie, and the leaves are rustling up there, I got to get a shot of that, and the smoke looks really cool drifting by that that tree over there, whatever. So there's always another shot to get, or it's like, oh, let's pop up the drone. So I really I learned this doing my old show, Rock the Park. You really got to find times to do this stuff just for you, or at least find times each time you go out to take moments for yourself, so that you don't lose that spark and don't forget forget what makes it so special, just being out here, you know. Sorry, we got a plane going overhead. But so right now it's actually, even though we've got kind of a small little fire fizzling out here, it feels good to just sit here and not worry about moving the camera. And then now my brain starts saying to me, well, but wouldn't it be cool if you had another camera pointed at the trees up there? And another one, a tight shot of the fire so that you could switch to those. And it would be cool. So cameras going already. Nice little fire. Well, it's just about time for some lunch. Burritos. Bring our matches back in. We'll give Ellie some new. We're going to start this up again later. Okay. Outside. No, you want to come in? Come on. Here, hold on, girl. That's her noise she makes when she's like, I want something. I'm not sure what she wants right now, but she wants something, that's for sure. Once again, I can't help but feel bad that this. I have to live with that. Want some more water, Al? All right. What's everyone? So, man, this. Okay, so I got a question about the boat cabin. You call it the boat yacht. I love that. I think that's what I read that you call it.
Yeah, I hope one day to build a pontoon so that I can, bring Olivia and Riley out on it. That would be really cool to build on top of a pontoon. Man, I'm so bummed out about this video quality. The drunken pug. Thank you so much. Tell your daughter thank you. That really means a lot to me. Really appreciate you. Really, really do. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I got so many. I'm trying to find out why Starlink, sir. No, I don't want to do that. Let's see. Why is my Starlink internet so bad right now? Yeah, I don't understand. Sorry, you guys. This is not high-speed internet right now. I don't want to do that. Off-peak hours. What are peak hours? Is that why? Because it's the middle of the day? Not sure, but let's check our power. All right, we're doing okay for power. I'm going to go those. You guys, I'm going to try to see if I can fix this somehow. I appreciate you if you stick around or pop back in later, but I'm going to just cut to the outside camera. This is crazy. So just stand by. I will be right back. Sorry for the Here, Ellie, can you go over here? Ellie, over here. Good girl. Good girl. Go on over. A little further. And I've had it for a little while, but I've never tried to do anything like this. I don't know. I think it just if you're dealing with satellites, maybe there's other people using Starlink nearby, like a lot of data usage, but whatever it is, it's making it so that speed test here, and I'll show you. When I came this morning at 560, really matters, and the upload is at, what does it say, like 9. Either way, it's a bummer. I appreciate anyone who's sticking around. I'll ask a little bit later. We're going to cook some food, and then I'll ask you guys a little bit later how the speed is. And if it's really bad, maybe I just was to spend the whole day together. That was the goal, was just to be able to all hang out and make it like, a day of just hanging out together at the cabin and outside. So let me know. Don't do it right now, or you don't have to do it right now because I'm not looking at the chat because I'm going to be making food here. But I'll ask you in a little bit, and I'd love to hear how the stream is. Like if it's really bad, if it's really annoying, the breaking up and all that, just let me know. But for now, we'll just keep carrying on and roll with the punches. So we're going to make some burritos, you guys. We're going to do ground beef. This is how I do it. We're going to do ground beef. I also have Taco Bell seasoning, which I'm very stoked about. I don't have any hot sauce, which is really I'm surprised at that. I've been using, some of you know I love my Tapatio. I'm a huge Tapatio fan. But recently I've been using the Taco Bell sauce that you get at the store too. Love me some Taco Bell. So, hey, that's okay. We're just going to go with the normal fixings here. I wish I had a way I could cooking here, but and then we're going to cut up some veg with seasoning, cheese, tortilla, obviously. And then I kind of put together, it's almost like a pico de gallo. When I do a really good homemade pico de gallo, like I will use tomatoes and I'll use lemon juice and stuff like that. But my lazy pico de gallo, which is what we're doing today, well, I wouldn't call it lazy. It's just what I do more often, is just straight up just onions and peppers. So that's what we're going to do today. We're starting off with the ground beef. You know what? I'll give you guys, periodically I'll cut to the iPhone camera. We'll get that going here. All right, so got our ground beef here. We're going to take out our thing here. That bad boy. All right. Cut back to our main camera, our secondary camera in here. So you get it like that. Wastes a little bit, but sometimes, you know, just got to make it easy. Then I put a little slit down the middle of it. And that allows me to just peel the skin right off. So you have two halves. And then I start away. Okay, we'll show you now. So you got all these little half circles. And then I just come through and just cut them the other way. Usually use two hands, but what are you going to do? And so then you end up, I haven't. Gotta stir this up. Also, we better all right. These look pretty good. Back to our other camera. Becoming a whiz at this streaming software. Maybe I should just be a behind the scenes guy. Put our onions in a bowl. We've got these okay. So we have our onions. Next, we're going to... So what I do is I cut the top off, and for a week or something, see Ellie at all? Here, we'll cut to the iPhone cam for this. Ellie loves her bell peppers. Good girl. All right. Switch back to our other camera. Man, if the internet was working well, this would be pretty good right now. This is a... Remove the innards. The way I do it is I just create little rings. So I just cut it straight down like... And the rings of bell pepper. Okay. So we have our chopped up bell pepper, and now we're going to add that to our bowl of onions. Whoops. Drop some. Ellie will take care of those. All right. Where did I drop the other one? Here. Then we do our best. I'll get that for Ellie. All right. Okay, so now that we have the vegetables done, we're gonna finish up our ground beef. So what I'm gonna do is, well, put that in the pot. Oh, spilling like crazy today. We're gonna have to do a little cleanup sesh at some point. And wouldn't you know, I ran out of paper towels as well. So I'm using good old, yeah, this is janky stuff. I'm using toilet paper to clean stuff up today. Not ideal. All right. Fire this puppy back on. Stir in our seasoning. All right. So that's almost done. Now, what I love about this, or love about having a sink, is now I can simply rinse off our dishes. I could do the dishes, but I'm not going to do those now. I'll do these later. But I can at least rinse them off and then set them in the sink. Just set them in the sink. Come on. Last little bell pepper bit. Get off of there. There we go. Turn off the burner. Put our meat over on the hot pad. Now it's time to build the burrito. We've got our tortillas. And we have cheese. And what I do, I'll give you guys, we'll go back to iPhone cam for this. Let's go back to iPhone cam. Take it, toss it right down on the stove. Man, I don't know how some of these other streamers do this. And you can start to see it like shrink down a little. Okay. Beautiful. Toss it. Trying to make some space here on the counter. All right, we're going to go back to the other camera angle. How many of you like hearing my process, or if I should just be quiet with all the, let's cut to this camera? Literally, that's how my brain thinks. So when I'm out filming normal videos in my brain. And so that's just how my brain works. So when I'm doing this, I'm like, oh, we should probably get a close up of that, you know? But if you'd rather me keep that to myself, let me know. All right, so we'll scoop some of this in. Nice healthy portion. This is our ground beef. We do have a cover for this, so we can cover that up. Okay. Then we take our fake pico de gallo. Put some of that on there. Okay. Bagel seasoning. This is the jalapeno version. Take that. Sprinkle that on. Jeez, I'm just dropping stuff everywhere. This place is going to need to be swept out. But I forgot it. There's a lot going on. Like I said, if you missed it earlier, today's my sister's baby shower. And so she's in town. And yesterday I was also trying to finish editing the video that's going out Tuesday, because I'm heading out Monday night to go film the next one. And so I've just been doing a lot of stuff. So certain things fell through the cracks today. The internet not being one of them, that's just a real bummer. Something out of my control. All right. Little hot sauce sprinkled on there. Okay. All right. Now, let's roll this puppy up. Okay. Now we're going to set up our other camera. Let's see. Is that good? Yeah, that's going to be great. Okay. And voila. You got yourself a burrito. Okay, I'm actually going to... All right, we're going to say some grace here. Dear God, thank you so much for this time out in the woods, for all these people who are here hanging out with me. It's just truly it's an honor and a blessing. Help the internet to get better if possible, but if not, thank you for everyone who's rolling with it. And yeah, help us to keep having fun. All right, first bite. I wonder if that's good. Really good. Now, one thing that I try really hard to do in the videos is edit out all the lip smacking and just the gross food eating sounds. Sometimes it's harder than others. Can't do that on a live video, so you guys are just going to have to bear with me here. Oh, it does taste good, and it does feel good to be here. A little bit for Ellie girl. And I had to tone it down on the extra food, but she's better now since she's been on Farmer's Dog. It's actually done a lot for her. Very tasty. Very good. Try to figure out how I can save this stuff for later, because we make it to dinner, I would love to use this stuff. Normally, when I come out on these trips, I bring Tupperware or something. This time, since it was different circumstances, I didn't pack. So we got our pico. And we're just gonna, let's see, is this really hot still? I'll let that cool a little bit. We'll put that in the fridge. All right. Not too shabby. Not wrap it in foil too. Where's the foil? As well. I did get up at 4 a.m. today. So move our camp. Might have to close down these blinds. There we go. That's better. Every once in a while, it sounds like a ripper when he moves. Funny. My coffee was so good and hot. 8 o'clock here in Sweden. I feel like the dog in the YouTube video where the guy tells the dog he made a sandwich and gave it to the cat. Funny. This is great. I can't stop watching. Greetings from Ireland. Hope everyone is in good form. Where's Ellie girl? Ellie's here. Here. There she is. Oh, sorry. Here's Ellie. I'm glad you're here, as I am everyone else's. I think it's awesome that you're sharing your meals. Thank you so much. Eat what you'd like. I appreciate that. Takia Soul. I have Starlink lately. Down. It's a cooking show. I enjoy hearing you think out loud. Funny that there's a solar flare today. Maybe that is impacting the stream. I've not done apple pancakes yet. I should. A lot of buffering, glitching. Yeah. Your burrito looks so good. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. So, I'm sitting here. My coffee is done, but it's very, very hard to get over there to get it when I'm sitting here, because then I have to I gotta shuffle stuff, and Ellie's on the ground. So what I'm gonna do is just use my long arms, reach over, grab the pot. Let's hope I don't spill it, but we're gonna do the pour right here. Oh, yeah. Now, we will be doing some whiskey apple cider later. But for now, we're going to stick with the coffee. It is a lovely day here. Appreciate you guys. When you go fishing, do you eat the fish? I've only done it once, but it's because I never knew how to do it. Like fillet a fish, but I finally did it. If you're interested in seeing that video, it is what is it? It's fishing for giant trout. Pain to maybe try and move the cabin a little. Or is there another spot? I wish, Jamie. I think that's you. I may try to reboot. I'll try to reboot right now, but moving the cabin is such an ordeal. And to really to really go somewhere where I could do this and it would be, excuse me, I have burrito in my teeth. To do this where it would like work. I apologize, you guys, but let me try to reboot. Let's try rebooting, and then we'll go to some other stuff that I have planned here. I have tried Fireball whiskey. That's a classic. So, Greg, I am in Minnesota. I'm trying not, I don't want to say where I am exactly but I'm at a state forest in Minnesota. Randy and Pam, the cell service I have, which is rare here, is not good. So, bye, you guys. We'll try this again. And then maybe we'll have to just do a few more things and then call it at 5 hours or 6 hours, but we'll see. All right, let's go to some music. So, everyone, we'll be right back. I'm going to try one more time to clear this up, and we'll see what happens. Okay. It says stream quality is excellent now. So maybe rebooting worked. We'll see. It says excellent for now. So let's roll with that. Let me know. How is it? I heard, or I'm seeing it says stream is healthy. Good. All right, let's hope it stays this way. I don't know if it will, but we'll see. Let's take advantage of it, though. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at some of the bigger moments on this channel's history, and we'll talk about it. So I am going to do something interesting here, actually. We're going to move that down. We're going to move this up. Wow, look at me. Look at this. Am I a tech wizard or what? All right, guys. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at some big moments for the channel. First and foremost, we have... Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to this first video. So this is the first video that ever was a part of the tiny cabin life era of my YouTube. And this was a big deal because when I made this, I was really frustrated. I was talking to Riley, and but we didn't have the time or something, and so I just was like, fine, let's just do an updated tour video. I just want to show people the cabin and all of that. And I was like, I'm not going to do any cute editing or anything. I just want to show the cabin. Oh man, it's saying the stream is poor again. Oh, well, we tried. Anyway, so this video was huge. This video ended up getting 500,000 views. And if you guys are newer here, this was the first travel cabin that I ever built. It was an 4x8. I love this cabin. I really miss it. I ended up selling it to a really kind lady, and she's continuing its legacy. And at the time, we needed to do that because it helped pay for this cabin that we're in now. And so, but I really miss that. It was really, really cool. yeah, if you look inside, like it just was like so homey in there, and it was so tight. You know, you'd sit on this couch here. It was a wraparound couch, and you'd just be able to stare out the windows. And we had a little table there. It was awesome. One day, I really hope to build this cabin again, and I have an idea of how I want to do it in a new way, but that still holds on to this style. So anyway, I won't just keep mindlessly scrubbing through here, but this was the original cabin, and yeah, that was a big deal because that's what put our channel on the map. That's when it all started. The second one was the A-frame tour. So I put out this video second, I believe, and this ended up getting almost 500,000 views as well. And so again, that's what cemented in my mind. It was like, oh wow, people like care about this, you know? And it inspired me to keep doing it because I had built this cabin first, and I built this just purely for the fun of it. Actually, same with the travel cabin. There was no YouTube channel in mind in its present form when I built these. And so seeing people respond so well to it really encouraged me to do what we're doing now. So yeah, this is how I built it. Looks so small when you see it like that. And it is small, but when you go in it, it feels larger than that. But man, yeah, this cabin is hard to beat in the wintertime. Look at just the coziness. I love it. So yeah, that was a big moment. Next was our first big road trip. Oh yeah, and look at our old logo. Funny. So we went down to check on with my parents the property they have in Florida that got destroyed by Hurricane Ian. But we took this cabin on the road, and I remember thinking, like, I cannot believe we're going down to Florida in this thing. Pretty awesome. Yeah. So here we were in the original cabin, just living the dream. Duh! Look at Riley. She did not want to be filmed. Of course, this was pre-Olivia. Oh, this is kind of funny.
Hey guys.
It is officially time.
The next big moment was our road trip breakdown. So this trailer I built this thing on was not well suited for that build. So I learned a lot through this cabin. I learned, I just learned things that work and things that don't work. And a couple main things that I learned was, one, make sure you build on a solid foundation. Duh. Like, seems so obvious, but when you're pinching pennies, it's really tempting to just build on. I mean, I didn't really know that this trailer wasn't going to hold up. But it did not. So if you look at this thing was breaking. It was about to just like come off. And we were down in Florida. We had a long ways to go back. In fact, this day we were actually, we weren't on our way home quite yet, but we were almost on our way home. So we brought it into this place. These guys were great. This guy was hilarious. This is his dad, actually. It's his shop. His dad works with him. And what they did was they attached it to another trailer that I bought, and this is what it turned into. And so this is the way it looks today. So this is a solid trailer. A lot of people at the time asked, like, why didn't you build it to the full length or like width and length of the trailer? And it was because it was on a different trailer. But that saved the cabin. That saved it right there. So that was a big moment. Next big moment was the blizzard. I'm sure some of you found me through this video. This was our first like million view video, which was a huge deal. I spent 2 days, this was pre-Olivia, 2 days down there during a blizzard. And it was awesome. I had so much fun. It was cool to like really take the time to like just sit down there. Yeah, and I went for a hike, and that was a big deal. Yeah, look at this. Hold on, wait, where's the video? Look at it. That's what I'm talking about right there. Pretty awesome. Next, Olivia's first cabin trip. When I was prepping for this the other day, you guys, or I guess yesterday, I couldn't believe how little she was. It's so amazing to see, yeah, just how big she is now. Wait till you see this. Look at little baby Olivia. Look at her. She's so tiny. Look at that. This is the shot that really shows it to me. Look how massive.
Yeah, guys, we didn't get the right size.
No.
Okay. Such a nice jacket, too.
It is.
Oh,
it's so cute.
look at that baby.
Check out this head of hair.
Oh, that's
It's so weird
Isn't she precious?
to think that that is Olivia. I just like,
What do you think, Ellie?
unbelievable. Look at that kid. And so it's crazy now to fast forward, and she even looks older now than this, but let's fast forward to her now. Now look at this kid. Hold on.
Possibly check out this old chapel up here. You ready to go? Yeah?
Look at that kid. Oh my gosh. I love her so much. What an amazing kiddo. Look at her in her little dress. So yeah, Olivia's first cabin trip was a big deal. Next, Cabin.
We are so excited to share.
Travel cabin number 2, which we are in right now, with some major differences now. Mainly our propane heater. Oh, I was going to mention the other thing that I learned from our first cabin was I don't like diesel heaters. I think they work well if you get a good one. I know there are really good quality ones, but the cheap ones at least, they just are they're such a pain. And there'd be times where like my carbon monoxide detectors would go off and stuff. And so that's when I decided, all right, no more diesel heaters. I'm going to get a direct vent propane heater. Ooh, our stream is excellent again. So hope that's good for everyone. Glad to see that. You can see, this is where it tells me. Yeah, we're all looking at the screen here. If you look, stream, excellent. Stream is healthy. Good. So yeah, anyway, this was a big deal because this was a larger cabin now that our whole family was able to enjoy and be in together. And so that was really a big deal to have this. Yeah, we used to have these chairs in here. They're great chairs. They just weren't fully functional. Yeah, it's wild seeing how much this place has filled out since then. Like all the different shelving and everything. There's the the hole for ice fishing. I just have this over it. Whatever. I can, I take that off if I need to. Yeah, definitely miss the old cabin, but this new one is just awesome. Oh yeah, the old one didn't have insulation either. So everything about this one is better. Next big moment was Olivia's first big road trip. Now, this was not her first road trip, but this was her first big road trip. We were gone for a week. So we were off grid for a week here with a little baby. It's funny looking back how some of you may be like, that's not a huge deal. But like, I think when I look back, I'm like, we were pretty ambitious. We had everything we needed. It was just more so like, wow, to really like do that was pretty cool. Yeah, look at this little chunker right there. Especially, yeah, the bugs were just terrible up there. And so, yeah, this is a big deal. This was her first big trip. Let's all take a moment to watch Ellie swim.
Yay, Ellie!
Good job, Elle.
Good job! Gosh, that's cute.
Couldn't have said it any better. So this was
So I
up
gotta
to the North Shore, up on Lake Superior. Yeah. And I'll give you guys some behind the scenes. So when I was filming this right here, cooking, Riley and I had just gotten into an argument or like a disagreement just due to like stress of like being out there and trying to take care of all this stuff with a baby. And this was a moment that really we learned from and brought us together because we had to work through it and just learn how to just learn how to roll with the reality of being parents. Like we were brand new and I was stressed trying to do my job, trying to film all this, and she was stressed trying to take care of Olivia, and I was trying to help. And yeah, so this was a big moment. I think we even mentioned it here in the video. You'll have to go back and watch, but we like mentioned that Riley came out and like talked about it. And yeah, so that was a big deal. This is just a huge trip in general to take Olivia out like that on her first big road trip. The next big moment, the bike cabin. The birth of the bike cabin. So awesome. This is the first video with the bike cabin. Used to have, some of you probably found me through this cabin. Excuse me. You've got the wheels down here, which are different. We now have fat tire wheels. Let's see. Is Ellie? Can you guys see Ellie? Let's make it so you can see Ellie. You know what? I'm going to stop to take some questions. I'm seeing a bunch of questions here. So we'll stop and take questions for a moment, and then we'll continue. Beautiful baby. I know. Jeez, they do grow up fast. I put the Olivia toddler episodes on for my 2-year-old granddaughter. Love that. Thank you guys so much. I just turned 2 this month. That's great. Do the bugs bother Ellie? Not really. Not that she shows. She goes out there and she, I think also because she has such long fur, like she has 2 coats of fur. I think that helps. But no, they don't really bother her. At least she doesn't show that they do. Love seeing snapshots of your family. Appreciate you guys. Max Stark, your bike cabin videos are probably my favorite videos, even though they're all awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that. I love the bike cabin. I'll talk about that for a second, too. Ellie is 9 years old. How do I find places to explore? I look at maps, and there's this app called OnX here in the States that allows you to see what type of land is out there. So like if you're clicking on a part of the map, it'll say national forest or state forest or whatever. And so that way you know whether you can camp on it. And then I'll kind of look and I'll find like a lake. I'll be like, oh, that looks kind of cool. Is there a road that leads there? Is there a hiking trail? And then try to do some more research, and you just kind of explore maps. It's cool. Sometimes that app will also tell you like this is a dispersed campsite. So it's very helpful. But a lot of times it's just like digitally exploring on maps and then giving it a shot, seeing if you can do any research outside of that. How did you meet Riley? So I kind of gave this, I told this story a little bit earlier. We met online on the dating apps during COVID. So it was the only way to date at the time, really. And I've always wanted a family of my own. I was ready. And so I was on dating apps and finally met Riley. And yeah, the rest is history. I'll put the app down here in the chat. OnX Off-Road. So it's called OnX Off-Road. I thought I saw. I'll do one more. How much does the bike cabin weigh? I wish I knew. I never weighed it because it's like it's hard to do that. Just because like with this trailer, I can pull it to one of those scales. I've just never weighed it. It's lighter than you'd think, but heavier than I'd like. Let's put it that way. It really it has a great application for going down. So most of the places that I take the bike cabin, I take them down logging roads that are much rougher than this cabin could go, right? So what I'll usually do is I'll go to a forest, I pack the bike cabin in the back of my truck, and then I'll get to the entrance of like a forest road that's like, intriguing to me, or it leads to the campsite that I want to go to, and then I ride in from there. So I don't go on very far rides, you guys. I would say the longest I've ever done would probably be like a few miles. But it's great for those applications. I think ideally if you wanted to really go off the beaten path, you would want some sort of like a tent type camper, something lighter. But as far as the cabin goes, the bike cabin, it's great for exploring those smaller logging roads. Are you looking forward to cold camping? Yes, I am. Really looking forward to it. It's a fun time of year. I mean, this is great. No bugs. You're not sweating. I love a good fire, a good wood stove. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. Let's see. Yeah, no, we were not high school sweethearts. That would be awesome. Chance, you should check out our magnificent camping areas here in Ontario. I would love to come up to Ontario. Are you a carpenter? Not by trade. I've never learned anything about it. I just taught myself how to build these cabins, which goes to show you, I really think this is a cool thing. It goes to show you that you can, that it's possible to do stuff like that. It's not as hard as it seems. It may not be perfect. Like I could show you, maybe I'll do that later, some of the imperfections in here. But it works great for us and for me. And yeah, honestly, that's all that matters for us. Okay. So yeah, we got the bike cabin. This was a huge deal. I just, like I said, so in the beginning I had my old car here. We would trailer it in. I still do this just in the back of my truck. Then you take it off. And then, go down the road. So could still be taking this, but that was the pull off. And then we go off on these small trails. So this is what the bike cabin is really designed for. And then the cool thing is you can then pull off of the road. And I do this a lot into like a grove of pines. You know, you can't just like take this off road. Even if you were allowed to do it, it's just going to either get stuck or be too big or make a mess. You don't want to leave an impact like that. But with this bike cabin, it doesn't leave any impact. So it's awesome to take off road like that. Yeah, I love it. So one of the reasons that I love the bike camper or the bike cabin is it's much more intimate nature experience. You know, in here I could spend my whole time in this cabin, right? Like I can make food in here. I could even use the bathroom. We have a toilet that we bring in here. I don't really have to go outside. Of course, I always do, and I love to, but I don't have to. With this, you have to. Like, I can't spend all my time in there. So you spend a lot more time, or I spend a lot more time outside when I'm out in the bike cabin, and it brings me back to my roots a little bit because I used to, do a lot more backpacking and chilling outside, you know, like just pure camping. So that was a big deal because this also showed me that there was something to these wacky ideas that I get, you know, because there's one thing, the 4x8 cabin, the first travel cabin was like a huge thing. It was very bizarre and unique. The second one here, it's still unique, less unique than the first one, because the first one was just so small that it really stood out. But this one's still unique. But the bike cabin, I had not seen anything like that. I'd seen some campers, but I'd never seen anything like this. And it was cool to see another like idea come to life and to see people respond to it. So that was a big deal. I grew up in Minnesota. So I grew up in Minnesota until I was 18. Then I went to college in Montana, stayed there for 5 years. And then I moved to Los Angeles to pursue my career in television. And I lived there for 10 years and did this nature, national park nature show with my best friend for about 7 of those years. And then when we got married, we moved back to Minnesota. Okay, so the next one on the tiny cabin life big moments was the survival cabin. Now, you may not think, you'd be like, interesting choice. Why include this here? Well, the reason is because this was the first video that I ever did, really, I've done a couple, that had nothing to do with my own personal cabins that I built. And the reason that was a big deal was because I was really worried that people wouldn't respond well or wouldn't like seeing me in other cabins that weren't my own personal built cabins. And so when people responded to this, that was super encouraging to me because, for one, this was like a true adventure. Like, I hadn't, like, look at this. I'm out there and sleeping, in this open shelter, and there are animals running around outside. And so from an adventure standpoint, like, this really excited me. But also from a channel perspective, I was really happy that people didn't mind or enjoyed actually seeing me do other things. And I think that's the beauty of this channel, is that, and I'm happy to see people responding that way, is that there will always be a focus on our cabins, right? But like, it's great to be able to open the door for that variety, to be able to go highlight other really cool cabins and shelters, and camping experiences. It just ensures more variety, more longevity to the channel. It's more fun for me, which hopefully translates on camera to you guys to be able to do different things. And so this kind of started that. And since then, we've done a bunch of these. We did the one that I just said, where I trout fished in Wisconsin in that off-grid cabin. We did another off-grid cabin in Wisconsin last winter. We did the fire tower a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago, or a month ago. That was awesome. I did another fire or like lookout sort of cabin in Tahoe. A couple of these survival cabin shelters and stuff. So it's been really great. Oh yeah, we did the boreal backcountry cabins, which, by the way, if you're in Minnesota and you want to go stay in a cool backcountry cabin that has everything you need, check out boreal backcountry cabins. They're great, and these people, they're really nice, and they could use your help just getting the word out. So I'm going to put that in the chat. It's on the north shore of Lake Superior. They're really great. So I'm seeing, where in Montana did you go to college? I went to the University of Montana in Missoula. Eric Anderson says, I just love that Engway e-bike. Doesn't it have double battery? Yeah, it does. Comes in handy too. Although I'm starting to see, that was not the one with the mouse. Someone asked about the mouse. That was a different cabin. I'm starting to see the toll that I'm taking on that bike. So a lot of people are shocked that it holds battery in the morning when I'm camped out and it's like below zero or something. But I'm seeing the longevity of the battery decreasing because of that. And maybe it's not, maybe it's all in my head, but I was riding it the other day just for fun. And I was like, oh, I'm already down to like 50% on one of the batteries. There's a whole other backup battery, but the new one that I got, the range on that thing is 200 miles. Like, are you kidding me? That's insane. What's next? Tree cabin life? No comment. I've got a fun idea. I told people earlier I'm not going to share it because I just want to hold on to it for now. But I'm hoping someday to have another cabin. What is your degree? No wonder you're good at making videos. So I went to school for photojournalism, but I grew up making movies for fun. So my parents were both journalists. My mom started her own TV production company. I grew up with cameras. We used to make movies for fun, and I always just had a knack for it. So I've been doing this since I was like 10 or something. Even before that, I have video of me. Here, I'll show you guys. I have video of me when I was pretty young. Let's see. Was it first YouTube channel? Is it in there?
What's up, guys?
Yeah. Where am I? Yeah. Here I am. I was making vlogs before they were vlogs. That was me as a kid. I had my camera, and I was out in the mountains and stuff. So I've been doing this for a long time. And then I worked in television. I created a television show, which I'm going to show you guys what that looked like in a little bit. So that's what, that's kind of how I ended up doing what I do. Ellie is a golden retriever. What's your most memorable animal encounter? So I've encountered grizzlies and brown bears quite a few times over the years in Alaska and in Montana, but I would say the most memorable one, we were on horseback. I might actually have this. I could show you guys this. Let me do that. We were on horseback in the mountains in Montana, and we came across, it was a mother black bear, but a mother and her cubs. And that was memorable because of how how scary it was. So let me find this.
Well,
Sorry, guys. Stand by.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I think it's this one. Still have that hat, by the way, and that jacket. So this is when I used to do my television show, but this was my vlog that I made of the television show. This wasn't the television show itself. It's our crew. But yeah, anyway, so here we are on horseback going through the mountains. Then all of a sudden, yeah, here we go. Watch this. There's a cub up the tree there. Now, I wasn't allowed to show any more of that. If you want to see that, you'll have to go check out the actual episode. It is on our Rock the Park YouTube channel. I will put that in the notes. Rock the Park on YouTube. Jack's old TV show. So anyway, that was probably my most memorable animal encounter. Looks like someone said, looks like the stream has been resolved. It's now saying poor again. So that's too bad. Hopefully it holds out or gets improved again. Do I carry bear spray in my videos when outside? Yes. When I need to. Sorry. When I need to. If I'm in bear country, I will. Sorry, I'm catching up. I've been curious about it. Yeah. Do you ever consider being on the show alone? I didn't really even know about it. That would be cool. We did buy the Anchor 3800. I love it. Sweet. Good. Glad to hear. I have that one here with me, which I should probably check. Yeah, we're down to 44%. I'm running this whole live stream off of one of our Anchor power stations. So it's pretty awesome. It's creeping around the campsite. Yeah. All right. Ellie is 9 years old. All right. So we're going to continue along. We're almost done with this part. The next big moment was the boat cabin. This thing. Oh my gosh. I love the boat cabin. It's just so much fun. I don't know. Because yeah, look at it. I mean, how do you argue with that? Like out on an island, got the boat, lights, no mosquitoes. It's pretty awesome. This was the first video. This is before I resolved some of the issues with it. And this is the first time I ever flew that drone. So I didn't really know what I was doing yet with that. And this is only earlier this summer. So I've actually progressed quite a bit with the drone. Yeah, I just love the boat. I'm glad everyone seems to like it. I'm thinking about doing one final trip if tomorrow I can get if I can get a motor running tomorrow. The following week's video, not Tuesday, but the following week's video might be the last one of the season in the boat cabin. If I can't, I'll probably take the bike cabin out. But I thought it'd be fun to go out in the boat when it's cold like this. I just thought it could be kind of interesting. And I do have a fire that I can, like a little fire thing that I could bring in. And I thought it'd be cool. But yeah, boat cabin was a big deal. So glad people enjoy it. And then this video popped off too. It's got well over 2 million views. So we were blessed by this one. This helped us out too, because there seems to be a cyclical nature to YouTube for us. The summer last year, I'll share this with you guys. the summer last year was a tough time for us in a way because the views really dropped off in the summertime. And last year we didn't have as big of a following yet. And so there was a month where we only made like $1,400. I think we had some sponsorship money too, but it wasn't very much. And I was worried. And so things picked up in a big way. Like things really picked up shortly after that. We put out a video, or I put out a video of us, or of Ellie and me in the travel cabin during a thunderstorm, or no, the bike cabin in a thunderstorm. And then that got like 1 million views, and that really like catapulted us into the next level. So things picked up after that. Well, then this summer I was really nervous because I was like, oh no, are like the views going to drop? Are we going to have a harder time? And this video came out right at the beginning of summer, and it just like coasted us through for a while. And then we did hit that low again. And we're kind of crawling our way out of it now. Low again, like our videos have gotten like, I think the lowest one is at like 40,000 views, which is like, again, I don't want to like discount that. Like, I'm not trying to say that's like not a lot of views. It's just, it can be stressful when, this is your livelihood and stuff, and you get used to seeing, views doing one thing. And then you think like, oh, are people not liking the videos? And so, anyway, but this video helped us. It really took us through the summer really well. It provided well for us. So grateful for that. What was wrong with the outboard? I don't know. I have so many. You guys, this is the thing that can be tough. It's like, so balancing all of this stuff, I go shoot 1 day a week usually, unless the family or Olivia is with me, and then I'll do maybe more than that, a couple days. But then I race home. I try to edit, and I try to spend time with family. I do. I do spend time with family. And then like Riley has stuff she likes to do. So like Thursday this week, Riley had something to go checked out the outboard yet. So I'm doing that tomorrow, and I have another motor for like our fishing boat that I use with just my family. And so I may strap that on the boat cabin. We'll see. So we'll find out tomorrow. Thank you so much for this live. Will you do more of these? I hope so. I really hope so. Have y'all ever been to Florida? Oh yeah, we love Florida. I've been going to Florida since I was born. Our family loves tremendous. What am I saying? Sanibel Island. We love Sanibel Island. This is the kind of how YouTube works in a nutshell. You get paid. Yeah, it kind of is. Someone asked, is this how YouTube works in a nutshell? You get compensated for per view. Sort of. It's more complex than that because people have to watch it for a certain amount of time. So it definitely is more complex. But what it does is, if a lot of my viewers, if you guys watch it, it tells YouTube, oh, so his audience likes it. Let's put it on the Discover page or whatever for other people who like this content. And then they get it, and then we get new subscribers, we get more views, the channel grows. And so when we're not getting a lot of views, that's one thing that suffers. We don't get as many subscribers, we don't get as many impressions, which doesn't give us as many views and all of that. But then also for sponsors. Now, I know this is a controversial thing sometimes on our channel, is the sponsorships. And I hope one day to not have to do them. But for now, they really help provide for our family. And so I'm grateful to do that, to have them. And I try to do them as best as I possibly can, to not make them, intrusive or whatever. And but point is, if you don't have high views, you don't get as good of sponsors as you'd like potentially, and so it's all a big thing. Thank you. You love the crib couch concept. It's great. Ice fishing should start in a couple months. Hello, I've just woken up and have tuned in. Welcome. So don't click off the ads, or at least that's... Yeah, but you know what? I don't... So someone said, so don't click off the ads, question mark. That would help, sure. That would absolutely help. But I don't want to tell people to do that because I click off the ads. Like sometimes you're watching something and it's like, I want to keep watching it. So I don't blame people for skipping the ads. Yeah, there you go. Tammy started watching because I was recommended through YouTube. Love it. How many generators do you have and which one is the best? So Elizabeth, I'll get to you. Sorry. Trying to catch up with my brain here. We've already been at this for almost 6 hours, or I have, which is kind of crazy. Almost halfway there. We'll see if we make it to all the way 12 hours. That was a bit ambitious. We'll see. I'm not going to end it anytime soon, but we'll see. What was the question again? When we're saying generators, I'm talking about the power stations. So I have a handful at this point. I try to give some away to friends and family, as well as have some for backups or for different cabins. So I have a handful. Oh, you're still seeing the screen capture. That's okay. Using that as paper towels for all of you who may be wondering. This is the Anker Solix F2000, I believe they're calling it now. It used to be called something else. This is easily my favorite. So this powers our whole cabin. It's small, ish. It fits in here well, and it lasts a very long time. So I really like that one. And then I also have a Predator generator from Harbor Freight, a gas. Okay. Ooh, I better plug in my phone. Oh, boy. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Come on. You can do it. Uh-oh. Why aren't we charging? Not sure. Oh, we are charging. Okay. Ugh. All right. I think we're almost finished with this. Let me look at the chat again. Oh, yeah, Elizabeth. My daughter wants to ask you if you've taken shore when Olivia was really young. She was like 6 months, maybe. And then we've done a couple. Last year we did a 30-day trip, which was crazy. So we have a bunch of videos from that. We went to the Black Hills, Wyoming, Nevada, Utah, and then back through the Black Hills. And then this year we did a 10-day trip. So we've done quite a few. I love those. How does YouTube Premium no ads factor into the views? All I know about YouTube Premium is the revenue. I don't see a ton of revenue from it. So I don't know how that works, but it always seems to me like it's not the best for creators, but I don't know that for sure. But I also don't blame people for getting it. I was wondering about sponsors. How do you get them? How do you find them? It's something you've always wondered about. Yeah, so I have a group who's out of Canada reached out to me, a year and a half ago, probably, and they wanted to work with me, and so I've had the same manager since then. He finds brands that want to work with me. He pitches me the ad or the integration. We send it to the brand. It's a big help. They're also not fun to do. You know, I love these products. I love Anker. I love the Farmer's Dog. I love so many of the sponsorships. I appreciate the brands. I appreciate the support. It's not as much fun as sitting by a fire, though. Let's put it that way. My family and I appreciate the wholesome content. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. It's already 2:40 a.m. where I'm still watching. I love this live stream. Thank you so much. Are you going to try Scottish Cindy malt whiskey recommended? I would love to. Wendy, I am using Starlink. Starlink has been dropping the ball today for this stream. Not sure what's going on. Eric, for those Western road trips, I thought about posting more videos since they're so wonderful and greedy for more. So it's tough. So yeah. So anyway, when we do these trips, this is something that's kind of interesting. I do plan them. So when I'm planning out our itinerary, let's say I'll be like, okay, so it's 8-hour drive to the Black Hills. So one day will be a drive day. Then we'll spend 2 days filming there. Then the next day will be a drive day to Wyoming. Then I'll spend 2 days filming there. Then the next day will be a drive day there, whatever. And we always try to build in these trips into other things. Riley's saying we all say hi from Annie's baby shower. Hello. Hope you're having a good baby shower, Annie. Annie's my sister. And that's Riley saying hello. So what was I saying? Okay, so it's a lot of work, I guess. And it's a lot, so yeah, we try to work them into bigger trips that we take to go see family and stuff like that. To do more videos means more time spent out on the road. I would love it. Riley loves it to a degree. I don't blame her for that. It's hard living in here all together for longer than a few weeks. But I would love to, and there's always going to be more road trips, God willing. Let's see. New sub from Singapore. Thank you so much and welcome. Your videos get better each week. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear that. Shout out from the south of Louisiana. So cool. Appreciate you. Jack, where did you buy your new wood stove? So the new wood stove back here is from Northwoods Fabrication. It's a company based here in Minnesota. It's really, really great. I'll put that in the chat below. Northwoods Fabrication. All right, let's see. I think we have one last one. Yeah, last big moment so far. I mean, there have been others. First daddy-daughter trip. This was a huge deal, being by myself. And trying to film a video was ambitious, but we had a great time. Like, a great time. And like I said earlier in the stream, it's gotten harder to leave and not bring them along because of how attached Olivia's gotten to me and how attached I've gotten to her. But she always does know and she understands that I will be back, and we FaceTime and stuff. Because, yeah, I'm on Starlink right now. I bring it with me. Coming out Tuesday is another daddy-daughter trip. So looking forward to posting that. I haven't quite finished the edit. Otherwise, I'd give you guys a sneak peek of that. Back to... Let's clear that layer. Make this big. Okay. All right. How's everyone doing? I know this is South Korea, Jack. Hello to you in South Korea. I got to explore your country a few years back in Soraksan National Park. I loved it. It was so gorgeous. We were there when the fall colors were out. We stayed in a shelter there. That was amazing. We loved it. So love South Korea. Thank you so much, Joanne. That really means a lot. I'm happy to be here and be spending it with you guys. Damaris Sanchez asks, how often do you post videos? Once a week, every Tuesday. Hello from New Zealand. We tune in every week and get inspired by your adventures. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Hopefully the stream is doing okay. I see that the stream status is poor again. It's been like that for a while. Tis what it is. I'm sure it'll improve again. But let's see. It's almost 2 p.m. I'll probably end up going till 6 p.m. Central Time. So for another 4 hours. I think I'll probably cut it off at 10 hours. But this has been awesome. I am going to take like a 5 to 10 minute break. I appreciate everybody who's watching. Maybe what I'll do while it's going, save your questions, you guys, because the question about Rock the Park, what was your favorite segment? Glacier rappelling? I would say my favorite segment on Rock the Park was that was incredible. There were so many moments. But anyway, break, use the restroom, stuff like that. So I'll put on an episode for you guys. Hang in there, and I will be back in like 10 minutes. So hang tight. And we'll keep rocking this thing on, and we'll move on to something else. Let's see. What episode would be fun to put on? Let's do an early one. We'll do Sand Dunes Chili Overnighter. This was a good one. All right. And the audio is not going to be the best for this. I apologize. But actually, it can be. It can be. Let's do this. Let's just drag it in here. Of the channel, of the show. We're in Elk River, Minnesota right now, headed towards Sand Dunes State Forest. It's a great getaway close to the Twin Cities. I am towing the travel cabin right now with just Ellie. Riley is back at home because she's studying for a big test that she has tomorrow. Okay, so here's our turnoff. And the state forest is just back this way. So this right here is the entrance. Look for a spot to park. I have an idea of one that I've parked at before. Hopefully someone's not there. There's some other people who are up to something. They might be out hunting. Okay, guys, I think this is the spot that I like. Yes, it is. So what's great about this spot is we can back up the trailer and put it right back there. And that gives us tons of room. It gives us some privacy. So let's back this thing up, and then I will show you guys how we set up the cabin. All right, Ellie, hop on out. Ooh, uh-oh. That came off. That's not good. Nothing got broken. I have this bolt here, and I put it on loose on purpose so that if something were to happen, this is what would happen, but we must have taken a bump. This is how I travel with this thing. I basically pull all the cushions off and just have them on the ground just to really center weight over the axle, and it just makes for a safer towing situation. You can see we need to bring this side of the cabin, but also just so people don't try to come camp with me. Let's go inside, and the cabin is simply pick up our cushions, take the slats, set that down there, pop the backrest on, put our nice comfy pillows out, And just like that, we are set up.
Got electricity. Tonight the weather it's gonna get really, really chilly. I think the low is 26, which is colder than I've ever spent in this cabin before. And so the diesel heater is going to be a must tonight. Okay guys, so the heater is in here. Now I'm gonna show you what I've done with the intake. So as you can see, this is a much longer hose. So what I do is I drilled a hole in the side here. That comes out of, you know, the diesel heater here. And then I'm able to run the air, the intake air, all the way down. And I'm pretty stoked about that. As you can see, the exhaust is going out the other side of the cabin. The intake. State forest. We'll go on a little short hike and I'll tell you everything you need to know about this awesome spot close to the Twin Cities. This area used to be farmland, but if you take a look, it is absolutely covered in sand, which is nice. And she planted so many pine trees. Look at this. Look at these beautiful pines. And this place really took on a new, is really, really something special. And so I love that. Ellie loves it, that's for sure. Yeah, good girl. And the thing that I just love in the mountains. And so to come to Minnesota and not only have the ability to do that here, but have a place so close to my home where I can take our travel cabin and just sort of get away from it all. I mean, it's spectacular. Wow, look at this, you guys. So pretty. Well guys, it's definitely getting dark, so we're gonna head back to the cabin and think about making some dinner here in a little bit. Just like that, back at the cabin. All right, Ellie eats first, and she knows it. There you go, Al. All right, guys, we're firing up the diesel heater. Whenever it starts to get dark, when I'm out here by myself, you always get that feeling of aloneness. It's not loneliness. There's like a difference between the two. I always feel that way, and it's exciting to me, but you certainly do feel it. You're like, okay, I'm by myself out here, and it's getting dark. So it makes it exciting, but certainly something that you have to get used to. All right, guys, she is ticking away. I think everything is set. We do have a new carbon monoxide detector right here. So with the heater rolling, we're just gonna see how it goes. And I think it's time to cook. Gonna make some chicken with rice and onions, kind of like a little stir fry thing with some soy sauce. Nice and easy, and yeah, it's gonna hit the spot. I'm just using some pre-made rice, some pre-cooked chicken, and I'm just gonna throw it all into this pot. As you can see up here, we've got our nice cutting board, knife. We dump in the chicken. Just like that, we're ready to eat. Oh yeah. Little fried rice. Cheers, guys. Honestly, you guys, these are the moments right here where I'm just so grateful for all of it, because it's given me so much. You know, I've worked tomorrow. It's a Sunday night, but
I get to come out here and spend a night out in the woods, living simply, feeding my soul. What an amazing experience. What an amazing opportunity, you know? Okay guys, I got the bed set up, but before we really get settled into bed, Ellie and I are gonna go for a little night hike. There's something just exhilarating about night hiking. We're not gonna go too far, but we're just gonna head into the woods for a little bit. I'll take you guys with us. Making sure to grab my keys, put those in my pocket because we're gonna lock the door so no one can just, you know, come in here while we're gone. Ready, El? Okay, making sure, got the keys, closing the door. We'll leave our porch light on. Oh, you can smell the pines. Love it. You can see the cabin over there. What do you think, guys? Would you ever do a night hike? I used to do this all the time. Like any sort of moon, you can even see where you're going without a flashlight. That's actually how I prefer to night hike. But here in the trees. Sorry, guys. I keep forgetting. When I keep forgetting that there's going to be feedback unless I mute it. So anyway, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good little intermission. I think again, stream quality doesn't look the best. I'm sure it'll pick back up again. But for now, we're going to do a couple things. I'm going to relight our fire in the wood stove. And then I'm going to rinse out our coffee pot here, and we're going to make a little whiskey apple cider, and then chill on the couch for a little bit. And maybe we'll read some more stories from past adventures or something like that. And then later on, we've got a few more things. So I think we'll start by getting the wood stove. Another camera here. Okay. Good. You guys can see. All right. A little more birch bark. Brought a bunch of this stuff out today. How you doing, Al? Ooh, we're out of our, we got to prep some more kindling. That's an excuse to go outside. Let's do it. Want to come out, Al? Come on, girl. Kindling. Better out here, huh? Not as cold. Fire will feel good inside, but we don't need it at this point.
Get a little bit more wood. Put this inside, gather a little more, and then we'll light it up. Split just this guy. There we go. That'll do, pig. That'll do. So this keeps falling from here. Normally I put my bigger axe up there. So keeps falling. All right. Al, you staying out? You want to come in or are you staying out? You want to come in? All right. We're back. Up there. All right. Love me some matches too. I don't know if you've known. Oh, so this is a funny story, I'll tell you. So when we went to the fire lookout recently, the Black Hall Mountain lookout, which some of you may recall, I didn't put this on camera because it just, I don't know, it just happened with us. Somehow we got there and I didn't have matches or even a lighter. And we needed to like start our stove, among other things, to be able to cook and whatnot. And for some reason, there wasn't any, there weren't any matches up there. Like normally at these types of cabins, you get there and there's like a little arsenal of supplies, you know, that people leave or the Forest Service leaves. I couldn't believe that there was not a single book of matches there. So what I had to do, I'm pretty good at MacGyvering things. I had our buddy heater, which if you're not familiar, they're just they're propane heaters, but they have a little igniter. So I had to light our buddy heater. Okay, so get that thing lit. But I only had one tank of propane. It used the same propane that our stove used, so I had to light it. Then I grabbed a piece of paper. I would light the piece of paper on fire. Then I would turn off the buddy heater, unscrew the tank with one hand holding the flame, screw it onto the stove. I have our propane fire bowl going. And yeah, so that was the only way to light the fire bowl as well as cook our food. So a little... All right, can you see the smoke? There's the smoke. Gotta love the chimney smoke shot. To Downey, would love to get Colton as a guest star. Wait, is Colton watching? Ah, Colton's here. Hilarious. You're here, I'll do some reminiscing. Oh, all right, he's here. He's here. Okay, we're going to do some reminiscing.
First, I got to check up on Ellie, make sure she's good. She ran off somewhere. Oh my gosh, she's down the. Hey, Ellie, come here, girl. Come on. Come on, Ellie, come. All right, so we're gonna do this now since Colton is here, and for Colton, for your sake, but just hang in there. So you guys, just so you know, the guy in the chat, his name's Colton Smith. He was my co-host on our television show, Rock the Park, that we did before I did this YouTube channel. We've been best friends since second grade. The reason you haven't seen him in any videos is because he lives in Georgia. I live in Minnesota. And that's the unfortunate reality. And first, I'll show you guys, we've got the trailer for our show. So I'll play you guys the trailer for our show. Bear with me, it's about 5 minutes. So while that plays, I'm gonna rinse out the kettle here so I can make a little whiskey apple cider. But yeah, check out the trailer here, and then we'll reminisce a little bit. And yeah, so this was our television show.
This is the river. Wow. Oh, gosh, dude. You gotta be kidding me.
All right, we got a bear walking right towards us.
Oh my gosh. Oh, man. I don't know where to go from here. Oh. Colton's starting to freak out. One more.
Who's that?
Tarantulas, of course, they don't really bother you.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a big spider. Oh, no! Spider web to the face! Oh, no! Woo! All right! Yeah! Well done. Oh, man! Oh, wow. This is 10 times more amazing than any amusement park you're ever going to go to.
So cool.
Oh, I see him.
You see him?
Oh, yeah.
This is an adventure.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Ready?
The summit awaits us.
All right. Dude, what was that?
Oh my gosh! Oh!
So we're in Death Valley.
It's close to 100 degrees here.
My face is just about to... We're climbing.
There might have been a major misunderstanding here in our skills. Holy cow! No!
Keep backing up. He's coming right for us.
This is what we call a ram. Join him!
We're working hard to get there because this is straight uphill.
Oh, wow! Oh,
It's really incredible.
oh man!
Wow.
Look at that, dude. Look how much you can see from up here. Oh man! Oh man! Oh no!
You just saw that. And tomorrow, we're hopping on a glacier and hitting a mountain peak.
Woo! Oh my
Nice
god!
job, dude. We did it.
Oh my gosh.
That was the most insane thing I've ever done in my life.
Easily. I could almost break down into tears right now because that was a big feat for me. Woo! Oh man.
Did it.
This is a national park that's very strong about yourself that you'll carry it on for the rest of your life.
Yeah! We made it! All right.
All right.
Hey, if we can do it, so can you.
Whoops. Oh boy. So anyway, that was it. That trailer always gets me emotional because that was just a special time in our lives. And it was a dream come true, you know. We were fresh out of college and just, yeah, getting to do what we loved and share it with other people was just pretty sweet. So, yeah, thanks, Colton. And pretty incredible. I don't even have words, you know. The experiences we had were incredible. You know, we did things that terrified us. We climbed these tall mountains, crawled through tiny caves, and made great friends along the way, great crew members, met awesome people all over the country and the world. Really cool. And it certainly teed me up for what I'm doing today. So very, very, very cool. Yeah, this was before Riley. This was well before Riley. So yeah, really, really cool. If you're interested in watching that show, we do have a YouTube channel for it. Are there episodes of Rock the Park available to watch? Yeah. So, and it's free, Colton. Don't forget that. Inside joke. Yeah, so I'll put it in the chat down here. Rock the Park. Search on YouTube. You guys can find it. It's great. But real quick, before we move on from Rock the Park and I make a little whiskey apple cider, I want to show you guys something really, really cool. And I'll tell a quick story about it. So the clip at the end that you guys saw, where we were climbing this mountain, the first mountain we ever climbed, sorry, what am I trying to say? Oh, okay. So our crew at the time, so we had a crew. Nowadays, I do all of this myself. So I film it all myself. I edit it all myself. But back in those days, we had a whole crew. And this is the first season, the first 4 episodes. This is episode number 4. We were climbing this big mountain, and the crew we had, they looked at it and they said, "Sorry, can't be done." And my cousin was working for us as the production assistant, which is like the lowest member on the totem pole. And he said, "Well, give me a camera. I'll do it. You know, I'll film it." We were like, "Yeah, sure. Let's do it." So we ended up climbing this mountain, something insane. The summit was the size of a picnic table. Like, it was tiny. Craziest thing we'd ever done at that point. Well, anyways, we film it. This was after our crew said they couldn't do it. And then something even crazier happened. Let's roll the clip.
The nominees for Outstanding Travel Program are
Born to Explore with Richard Reese, syndicated. Curious Traveler, syndicated. Rock the Park. People and Places on the Park, syndicated.
and the Emmy goes to
as a dream. These 2 guys behind me, National Parks, and they had a dream. We want to say thank you to Litton Entertainment and the CW for believing in that dream. And I have to give a huge shout out to the producers and staff who honestly go to the ends of the earth to make this program happen. And to a camera operator who hauled the camera to capture this story. So. And also, one last shout out to our national parks celebrating their 100th anniversary this year.
Whoa, sorry. I keep forgetting about the feedback. Yeah, pretty special. So we won an Emmy Award our first season. And yeah, I mean, blessed is an understatement. It truly is. Appreciate you, Jamie, for subscribing to Rock the Park. Is that Ashton Kutcher behind Jack? People have said Tommy, my brother, looks like Ashton Kutcher. So yeah, thank you guys. I wanted to do that because Colton, my buddy and co-host for that, is in the chat or is watching the live. Tony's doing great. Colton and I hung out in Washington, D.C. Earlier this year, or it was a little bit ago, not too long ago, and we hung out with Tony. He's doing great. My plan was to go through some of the coolest moments from that, but I couldn't get the episodes on here in time. But yeah, I mean, what an amazing time of our lives, and yeah, pretty awesome. So anywho, that's that. Let's make a little mixed drink. No, well, I guess it kind of is. Whiskey apple cider. Really quick, actually. E7677. Question about mobility issues. I'm not sure. I haven't seen your other comments. I can't tell if you were someone that watched Rock the Park. I think you were. We have a buddy, Joe Stone. And if you're interested in checking him out, his Instagram handle is Meet Joe, Joe, Stone, Stone. So Meet Joe Stone. He's an incomplete C7 quadriplegic who totally embodies he shows how people with mobility issues can achieve things that maybe they didn't realize they could, and really is a champion for outdoor adventure and recreation in that community, and just an awesome dude. And so I don't have the experience beyond what we've done with him to really give you answers on ways to get out there, except for what I know. And it's, one of the things that he does a lot is he uses a hand cycle. He uses it not only to ride like a mountain bike hand cycle, but he has a hiking hand cycle. He actually hiked to a backcountry campsite with us using it. I also know, how we use an e-bike. I use an e-bike a lot. I know now for hand cycles, the electric longer or more energy. I know that's helped out a lot. I also know that a lot of our national parks are becoming much more accessible too. So there certainly are. Sorry, I don't know why is this camera tweaking out. Yeah, I may have to switch cameras here, but I do know there are answers to your questions. Hopefully that helps a little bit, and maybe if you reach out to Joe, he can give you some more answers. Lights are flashing. Yeah, I know. I keep seeing that. I don't know what's going on there. So for all of you guys who are new to the chat or to the live stream here, I've been having issues with my Starlink all day. I don't know what's going on with it. This is my first live stream too, and I was kind of ambitious with it. I'm off grid. I'm out in the woods. I'm using Starlink, and I've got this 3 camera setup that I'm new to. Issues, but I appreciate all of you for being here and for sticking with it if you've been here for a while, despite the issues. So yeah, sorry about the flashing. We're going to change cameras. Don't know what's going on there. Switching cameras to this angle. All right. So we're going to do a little whiskey, apple cider, and then maybe we'll go out and do another fire outside. What time is it? It's 2:30. Okay. So just going to heat up some water here. Actually, I was going to sit on the couch. That's what I was going to do. So we just got to heat up a little bit of water. This is not the best way to make a whiskey apple cider, but it's the way I often do because I don't know, it's easier to carry a packet of this stuff than it is to carry a jug of apple cider. So what we do is we empty the packet. We empty the packet into our cup. And somebody told me this. Somebody informed me that the high temps, boiling water will actually evaporate all the whiskey. So what I try to do now, well, that's not really true. I was going to say I try to let the stuff cool down before I add the whiskey, but that doesn't always happen. We're using High West double rye. I really like this stuff. I love the aesthetic of it too. I already read you guys some cowboy poetry. I'm a big fan of the western part of the United States. And we're also gonna have a little snack here first. This is what we Ellie wants some. Solid. Want a little more? Better eat one more. So along the lines of Rock the Park, while we were talking about that, one of the things that really was hard was when we lost that show, like when it was canceled. I mean, it wasn't canceled, it just wasn't ever, they just didn't pick it up again because the pandemic happened. Was thinking like, oh man, so I built up this whole career, and for what? Because like we were both having to just like go out and just get jobs again, doing different stuff. And whether, this is unfounded or not, I guess it kind of is unfounded. You kind of think to yourself, well, we had a TV show, we won an Emmy. Shouldn't we have something else coming? Like, shouldn't we have another show? And so that was hard. It was hard because we had done it for 5, 6 years, something like that. And then to see it go away was kind of a scary thing. And so that's what made this channel popping off just so much more special, was like to do it with my family and have it happen in a natural way again, because this channel didn't take off because of Rock the Park. Most people don't know Rock the Park at all. And so it was pretty crazy to have something happen again that was totally organic. And so I'm just so grateful, blessed, very happy to be doing it. So thank you guys. for giving me this gift, honestly. All right. Sounds like our water is good here. Okay. And we'll stir it all up. And voila. Oh, are we getting flashing again? I hope not. Okay. It's funny. I keep when there's like technical issues happening, I keep looking over at the computer and I'm kind of watching to see what happens because there's a delay. So what you guys are seeing, there's like a, I don't know, like a 3-4 second delay. So it's got to be so awkward when you just see me kind of like looking and waiting for whatever I'm waiting to see. But whatever. How's everyone doing? Thank you again for being here. This has been wild. It really has. It's kind of it's surreal to think I've been up and at it here since 4 a.m. and it's now 2:30 p.m. and we're still rolling along. We've had some bumps in the road, but we're still going strong. For those of you who are who didn't hear, I think I'm going to call it at 6 p.m. Central Time. So I'm only going to do 10 hours. Only 10 hours. What a jip. But that's what I'm going to do. So after this, I think we'll go out and we'll have a little fire. And then eventually we'll come in and we'll make some dinner. And then there's some other things. What's on the itinerary again? I want to check the itinerary. What are we gonna do? Personal big moments, rock the park. We did that. Dinner inside. Okay, so we've chill out by the lake. I wish. Maybe what we'll do is we'll enjoy this. Just kind of sit here in the cabin for a moment, and then maybe we'll do another little bit of Q&A. And then we'll go outside and we'll have another fire. We'll build another fire out there. That's good. I didn't do that because it was strong. It like almost went down the wrong pipe. Are so good this time of year, like the fall and the winter. I think probably more so in the fall, but they're good in the winter too. Just very cozy. I remember just like the burritos, so many people were like, why are you always eating Campbell's chunky soup? Because it's easy. I mean, that's really it. It's easy. There's a vibe to it. Okay. Part of the stuff that I take into consideration when I'm doing this too is like, is there some sort of a feeling that you get from watching it, right? So if I just, this summer we went out on a hike or something and we came back to the cabin and Riley whipped up some sandwiches and that was like a very real moment. It's like, well, yeah, I've had sandwiches with my family, but there's something much more cozy and vibey about seeing a pot of soup boiling and steaming and whatever. So that's that, and it's easy. That's why I do soup. And yeah, we're back in soup season, so God love it.
We have a side by side coming down the road. Oh, I should cut to the outside camera. Shoot. Too late. I wonder if I could catch him leaving. I'll try to cut to the camera. It's kind of fun to see the stuff that you're hearing, I'm sure. Whew. Feels good. Just like we were just sitting out by the campfire a little earlier, and I was saying how nice it feels just to sit. It feels equally nice to do so right now. Man. Sit with Ellie girl. Oh. Here it comes. Something else that I think about is well, I wouldn't call it on the same playing field as pine trees or mountains, obviously, but there's something also that's very nostalgic and comforting about a gravel road, you know? So, like, a lot of the times when I'm out here, I'll go for these walks on the road, and there's just something about a gravel road, you know? It's a very comforting feeling. It feels disconnected from the craziness of the world. Kind of like a sanctuary. Yeah. Oh, this is so good. I needed this too because my throat, from doing all this talking, has gotten a little sore. It's funny too. I've done so much talking on camera, you know, that you kind of get desensitized to it. But I keep having to remind myself that I'm talking to a live audience right now. It's definitely different knowing that people are, you know, watching this right now. It's very cool. It's very interesting. So I don't know. I'm thinking for my next live stream, whenever I do that, I'm probably going to do it somewhere where there is good cell service, so that, you know, if the Starlink isn't working well, that I can switch over to like a hotspot that way. But I also thought it'd be really cool to do it by a lake, where my outside camera, like, where we could fish, you know, like if I was right up by the side of the lake, yeah, I could do some fishing. Wouldn't that be cool? See, like, stuff like that. I like on this stream when I've been able to do activities, like making the food was really fun.
It's been awesome, like doing the Q&As and like the showing the old video highlights and stuff like that. That's really been cool. But it's fun. It's been fun doing the things like making the fire, preparing the kindling, and making food and all that. I think it'd be really cool to do some fishing. Of course, and people like watching that. So I don't know why this camera is flashing. Let's see if that fixed it. I think it did. Here, we'll cut to the overhead angle. Here. Oh, this has been so good. Almost done. Then we'll do some more Q&A, and then we'll go out and do another fire. Done. Oh, that was so good. Very tasty. All right. Okay. We are back. How's everyone doing? Oh, looks like Riley popped in. Miss you guys too. Hey, everybody who's just popped on. Live, doing it by a lake. Any more children in your future? Yeah, we certainly hope so. We certainly hope so. Thank you all for being here. Oh, we got somebody coming here. Oh, if anyone has any questions, we can do that. Will you be catching any more big fish? I hope so. I really hope so. Oh, such a good dog, but have you almost lost her out in the wool? Okay, so Barbara Damron asks, Ellie, such a good dog, but have you ever almost lost her out in the wilderness? No, I have not, thankfully, because she's just she minds me so well. She will like wander off. She does have someone, so she's really good at sticking with me, which is really, really, I'm really grateful for that. Oh, here he comes. Hold on. I'll show you guys who's driving by. Also, look how nice the cabin looks out there. Am I right? Oh, there were two people. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Look how nice it looks. Looks beautiful out there. I'm looking forward to another fire. Okay, let's see. Ellie is tired. Well, I wouldn't say she's tired. She's more bored. Ellie wishes we were out exploring. Where will you? Okay, so let's see. We're gonna do some more questions here. Pursuit of Happiness vlog was so awesome. Any thoughts on that or future plans for it? Good question. So some of you may have missed this. I had a vlog before this that was a little more general. I would just kind of do whatever I wanted. It was all around outdoor adventures still, but it didn't have the focus of the cabin life. I don't think so. There's no plans as of now to do that again. I guess you never know, but as of now, there's no real plans for that. That was a really cool deal, though. I enjoyed it a lot, so you never know. Barb P asks, where would you like to camp next? Where would I like to? Well, if I had it my way, I would love to go to some more historic cabins, whether that be out in Montana. I think that's but then eventually go up to Alaska maybe this summer. Excuse me. Those are, that's what I want to do. I love those so much. They add a real thrill for me that you don't quite get when I'm just towing my cabin around. You do, like, if some places are more remote than others and stuff like that, but I really love going to those old historic cabins. So that would be what I would hope to do. How's it going, bud? Benny Bushcraft. It's going great. I'm a little tired. I've been up since 4. The stream has been going for 7 hours at this point. That's a long time. Like, when you really think about it, that's a long time. We're only going to do, it's been good. Have you ever had an animal try to mess with your bike cabin or trailer while now out west would be a different story. I would not be cooking and stuff inside the bike cabin and things like that. I've not had that here. Let's see, hold on. Would you consider making just music videos with the beautiful nature scenes? I'd watch them in my classroom. It's a good question, Lisa. I'd consider it. I think, again, maybe I would do it under a different channel. My nervousness with really pushing outside the box in new ways, like really far, I like doing it a little bit. I think that's the way to grow a channel and stuff, but is turning off the core audience. But I might consider doing that for a second channel. That'd be really cool. Have you ever traveled camp on the East Coast? Oh, yeah. So we've... I don't know if you were here when I was talking about my television show, my old TV show, Rock the Park, but we went all over the East Coast. You know, we went up to Acadia in Maine, the White Mountains in New Hampshire. Of course, we did Shenandoah National Park. We did the Great Smoky Mountains. We did a bunch of other national seashores and places over on that side. We did a ton down in Florida and Louisiana. So yeah, I've done a good amount, actually. Not as much as out west, but I've been over to the East Coast and would totally be open to doing more of that. Any plans on expanding the travel trailer? Yeah. So James, we really debated building a new one, like recently, but I just decided we didn't need to do it yet, because and so what I did was I sort of, oh, we're getting flashing again. I hope everyone's okay. Flashing with the camera. I decided it wasn't fully necessary yet, and so what I did was I remodeled this one a little bit. And so what I did, I put in the sink. The door here used to swing inward and would get in everyone's way. I reversed the door. I made it swing outward. I put in the desk that I'm sitting at. I made more storage for in here. So we decided to just improve this one for now. And then once we have another child, then I'm going to build a bigger one. But I'm nervous about it because I don't want to build it too big where we can't take it down smaller trails still. So that's going to be the challenge. Let's see. So peaceful and nice. It is nice. And still keep this on the live stream. So I would love to do that. That's why in the future I want to do it on a lake so that we could do some fishing and stuff like that. So I guess you're under a huge fire advisory in Pennsylvania. No rain in months. Yeah, we were on. Good question. Well, a lot of my weekend chores really are because we're renting right now. So we rent our townhouse, and so there's not a ton of chores to do. Of course, there are little things here and there. My main stuff is maintenance on these sorts of things. Maintenance on the travel cabin, on the boat cabin, on the bike cabin, just things that need to get done that way. But my biggest priority on the weekends that Riley and I both have is we spend time as a family. And so that's mainly what I'm missing out on today. But we've been spending a lot of time together this week, and then tomorrow we will as well. Will you expand the triangle cabin, add a restroom for Riley? I'm debating it. I've thought about that because it would be fun to camp with Olivia down there. And I can't do it right now. It's too small. I've thought about it. I'm really nervous about cutting into that, especially because it's my first build ever. So I'm really tempted to just leave it be. Built your bike cabin. So I did do that. So Electric Adventures, I have a video showing how I built the bike cabin. If you go to the channel, you can go to the playlist titled Cabin Tours, and you will find that video there. Thank you so much, Elaine. Greg Johns. So nowadays, this is my full-time job. Before I was doing so I've worked in television for my whole career. But when I started the channel a couple of years ago, I was working still as a freelance producer while making the videos. And then at some point I decided to just go all in on YouTube. And I've been doing that for over a year at this point. How are you doing? I'm so glad. Please combine your cabin trips into a book. Oh, that's cool. Come on, India. We have incredible woods here. I would love to come to India. Thank you so much. Any plans to update your bike camper? Yeah, I want to insulate it finally. I do. So I'm hoping to find time to do that. That's about it as far as updating it. I think someday I'll want to just rebuild one. It doesn't take too long, so I may just make a new one, a 2.0 version. Sorry, I'm getting all these. I'm going to switch cameras here. I'm getting all these. Sorry, Ellie. I'm sorry, girl. We're getting all this flashing here. I don't like that. Let's switch cameras. All right, this should be better. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Let's see. Love the video at Yogi's place. Yeah. We did a video at Jellystone Park. That was fun. You and Kenny should do a video together. That would be really fun. Kenny's awesome, by the way. I've met him in person a couple times, and we chat. We text each other a lot. Lots of cutting it out again. Yeah, I know. The Starlink is not doing great. Let me try to disconnect you guys and reconnect again. Let's try this one more time. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Let me try to disconnect and reconnect again. Hey. Oh, whoops. All right, is everyone there? All right. Well, it says our stream quality is excellent now. I'm hoping we're not getting flashing. I know we were on that other camera. So, yeah, that's a shame. But anyway, we're back. Hopefully this is better for everyone. I hope it lasts, too, because, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked now. I'm trying to get my other camera angle working here. Okay. All right. Trying to figure out how I reconnect my iPhone. Delete shot. Come on. How about this? Let's add my FaceTime camera. There we go. All right. This camera works. It doesn't look quite as nice, but that's all right. Okay. Let's continue on here. All right. Martin and Lucy answered that. Yes, I do. I love doing the drone stuff. It's been a lot of fun to practice that and to get better at it and incorporate that into the storytelling. It's been great. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Monica. Did we go to Gettysburg? I don't think we went to Gettysburg. Oh, stream quality is poor again. It's just been like that all day. So how long will you be camping in the place you are right now? Are you there for a few days more? Laura asked that. No, I will be taking off. I'll be taking off later today. I would have stayed overnight, but my sister's in town, and tomorrow we have church and some other things, so I'm going to be heading home tonight. Are you going to get the boat camper out one last time for the year? Bosque Outdoors. That is the hope. So tomorrow I'm going to see if I can fix my engine and or use a different engine and get the boat camper out one more time. You're such a great dad. Thank you so much, Gary. Have you ever lost a drone? Roxanne, yes. I've lost my one drone twice. So I found it the first time. So one of the videos, trying to remember which one. Oh, it was the windstorm. It's always in water. It was the windstorm out on the water that I did this summer in the boat cabin. I was being stupid. I got cocky. I was trying to bring the drone in and catch it out the back of the boat. Like the back of the boat, not the bow. Normally I go to the bow and I stand there and I really carefully catch it. This time I was like, I could grab it out the back. hit my hand, fell into the water. I dove in after it, and I retrieved it, and I was able to salvage it. Then I was out on Spider Lake, which I did later on in the summer. And I even said it in that video because you don't see any drone footage. I lost it. I was being cocky again and came in hot. It just was like, and the lake just ate it. So now I've learned my lesson. I bring it in nice and easy. We'll hope I learned my lesson. Yeah, so Plasma Storm. I'm trying to figure that out with Starlink because Starlink is supposed to be great. I'm using this like backpackers version of Starlink, so they came out with a mini version. I don't know if that's the problem or what. I don't know too if Starlink is supposed to just be like, I don't know if it's meant to be used for live streaming or if it's supposed to just be like you can check your emails and upload stuff. I don't know, but yeah, it's not working out great today. Yeah, nice. It's okay with the glitches. It proves you are live streaming. That's true. Go to the impeller first on the outboard. Impeller. Yeah, Martin and Lucy. The impeller. I wish I knew what to do, but I'm going to take a picture of that. Well, I'm going to look that up so I can check that out. Where would you say is your favorite place to camp since doing tiny cabin life? Okay, if I had to pick like consistently my favorite place, the North Shore of Lake Superior here. There's just so much up there. It's you know, our family cabin is on the Chippewa National Forest, but I think the North Shore is like the gem of our state. I think it's really something very special. So I love the North Shore. Now, aside from regular places that I've done a bunch, anytime we go out west, I love camping out west. It's my dream to get out in the desert with this thing eventually, because I used to hang out in the desert a lot. And I won't do a segue. I was going to say, which leads me to, let's do a segue, and then we'll get back to these questions, okay? Which leads me to what I used to do, and I'll show you guys. We're going to go to screen capture here. So before I did this, is this where it was? Meet an owner. Yes. So I used to do a ton of exploring in Death Valley out in the desert. So the desert is a very special place to me. Actually, this is kind of cute. I'll show you this.
Alleys in the plants that are able to survive here. My name is Jack, and I'm an explorer. Ever since I was young, I've had a passion for finding adventure in nature.
Where are you going, fellas and gals?
I'm gonna hike up that mountain there.
Where?
Up that mountain there.
I remember looking up at the mountains thinking, these are so tall. I want to see what it's like to stand on top of them.
Hello, America!
And I knew right there that this was going to be a lifelong journey.
So that was me as a little kid. I've always loved doing this. And I used to hang out in the desert. So this is what I used to do. And I would car camp. So I used to have a Subaru Outback. And I would sleep in the car and set up my stuff and just hang out for days. This is my single days in between shoots for my job. Used to love it. So it is my dream one day to get the travel cabin out to the desert. I've gotten sort of in the desert, but not like this. This is my camp in Death Valley. I love that place. That place changed my life. And hope to get my cabin there one day. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to this camera. Okay. How old is Ellie? Ellie is 9 years old. Oh, yeah. E7677. I'm going to write Joe Stone in the chat. At Meet Joe Stone Instagram. Okay. Glad you guys are still enjoying. Thank you guys so much. We should try to get a new you should try to get a new used Mercury 25 for your cabin boat. Yeah. I think if I'm not wrong, you think a 25 would work for, I don't know why I thought a 20 would be the max for a 16 footer. I have a 20. It's on my parents' little fishing boat. So that's my backup plan. So if I take it out this next week, I may throw the 20 on there. So we'll see. Any paranormal experiences where you are? I've heard. So no, I've never really had any I've only had one weird thing. Out west, there is a town. The town's called Pioche, Nevada. It's known as being one of the deadliest towns of the Old West days. One time I was hanging out with my buddy Colton, and we walked up to the old Boot Hill Cemetery in the night, and we heard someone walking behind us, but no one was there. That's the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to me. What is Colton doing? We love watching Rock the Park. Colton is... he lives down in Georgia. He was actually, if you missed it earlier, Daryl, he was on the chat for a while. He lives down in Georgia with his family. He's got twins as well as a newborn. And he's doing some other stuff. He's doing some video stuff and just being a dad. And so I see him every now and then, and we certainly keep in touch all the time. You remember the videos when I went to Death Valley? That's awesome. You used to play an instrument? You need to do that again. Yeah, I play a guitar. I've done it a couple times on the videos. I'll have to do that again. Would love some Guitar by the Fire. That's awesome. I should definitely do it. 20 would be ample. Go Honda. Yeah, that's the hope. I hear the Hondas are like the like foolproof engines. Where did you and Rye meet? So Riley and I met online dating during the pandemic, 2020. Pretty amazing. We were both looking to meet somebody. It was the only way to do it at the time, and the rest is history. Scariest encounter I've had with animals while camping. Oh, hold on. Let's cut to... I don't know why I get a kick out of showing you guys cars driving by. Scariest encounter with animals. Okay, well, I'll give you one. There have been a lot of various scary encounters of different sorts in different ways. So I used to sleep out under the stars, like just a sleeping pad and a sleeping bag, no tent, when I was out in the desert. And then one morning we were camping out on the edge of the Rio Grande, like Mexico was right across the way from us. And I woke up and there was a rattlesnake like 15 feet away. So I've heard many stories of rattlesnakes slithering up into people's sleeping bags. So that was scary. And that ended my sleeping under the stars without some sort of a barrier of some sort. The stream connection is excellent now. Woohoo! What else we got here? Still have the electronic drums? Yes, I do. I just haven't set them up because I was banging on them, and our neighbor did not like it. So once I get a house, I will do that. I do have an electric guitar. I used to write and record a lot of music back in the day. Hello to everyone who's joining. Is Ellie real protective in any creepy situations? Yes, she is. And you know what's been really cool is to see how protective she is of Olivia. That's been really awesome. There was a time where these dogs were running up to Olivia, and Ellie came over and was like, "Rrr." She was like, "Stay back," which was really cool. Barbara says Riley's beautiful. Thank you so much. Was she originally from Minnesota? No, she's from California originally. That's where we met. And then we both moved here. I'm from here, so I grew up here, but we moved back. Just had a burrito in support. Love it. Red truck guy must be lost. So all these cars keep turning around because where I'm at, it kind of dead ends eventually. So all of them end up coming back. Love your videos. What did it cost you to build the cabin you're in? This cabin cost me at the time somewhere around $6,500, which all things considered, considering the trailer and all that, is not bad. Now over the couple of years, I've put more money into it. I would say I've put probably another $2,000 into it in different ways with other things. So. Like we put in a sink, we've got a wood stove. I built the crib couch. There's just all these little things that I think have added up. We have a generator, maybe not $2,000, but yeah, $2,000 is probably a lot, a big estimation, but yeah, not that much, $6,500. Jack, Romeo and Juliet, Dire Straits by the Campfire. You've had a long day, Jack. All the best from across the pond. Thank you very much. Thank you. It has been a long day. We've been streaming now for 7.5 hours. Do you ever miss Cali? Yeah, some things. I'm really happy where we are, though. Really, really happy. Not sure why this is cutting out. I love, the amount of time I get to spend in nature. It's so much more than I did when I was in California. Because all the spots there, not all, most of them get blown up pretty easily. Where here, there's just so many fewer people that there's fewer people, so you really get to get away from it all if you want to. And so I really like that. But I do miss California in a lot of ways. Let's see. Are you planning a trip back down to Sanibel? Yeah. Once our place is built, for sure. My 4-year-old grandson loves to watch your videos with me. He also likes to play Jack and Ellie. That's so sweet. I love that. How'd you seal the roof after installing the chimney? I have a rubber boot on there. So that, and then a rain cap on top of the chimney. Does Riley miss California? She misses her family, who actually doesn't live in California anymore. Well, her dad does still. But no, she likes living out here too. So she doesn't miss living there, but yeah, there's things she misses, like we all do. We miss the desert and the mountains and the beach and friends and family. Yeah, you guys remember Ellie with the moose? I once camped in Death Valley. That's awesome. The video of you getting Ellie always makes me cry. Yeah, that was just so awesome. Why so many burritos? Okay, you missed this. And you missed me make a burrito live earlier. So here's why. Twofold. One, I love them. Two, it's easy. I was kind of explaining this. My physical and mental attention is focused so much on setting up cameras and making sure I'm getting the story, that I'm, like capturing what I'm doing out there. Where when it comes to food, I'm just like, it's just not my like passion, I guess. So I just don't really care to make any elaborate meals, and so burritos are so easy. Like we always have the fixings, right? So like we always have tortillas and cheese and stuff. So all I have to do is grab like ground beef, and I'm like good to go, and some veggies. You did miss me making a burrito earlier, and I'm gonna heat up this stuff and maybe do a quesadilla later. We'll see. Lisa, thank you so much. It just means, wow, I don't even know what to say. It means the world to me. Thank you so much for being here with me and coming out on these adventures. And thank you for supporting us that way. That is just so incredibly kind. So incredibly kind. How does Riley like the snow? It's grown on her. It was harder for her at first, but it's grown on her. Do you get freaked out by strangers walking by at night? Heck yeah. Oh yeah. Very freaked out. It doesn't happen very often, but I do. Yeah, it's just unnerving. It's like, okay, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. Why is there somebody walking around me with a flashlight? I know some people are like, well, he's out there enjoying it too, and that may be the case. Doesn't make it less freaky. Hey Jack, love your content. I'm the one who calls your boat the tiny yacht. I love it. Any plans to launch a larger yacht? Yeah, absolutely. I hope one day to build a cabin on top of a pontoon boat, which would be more stable. Although the boat cabin is very stable. A lot of people don't think it is, but it is. And it'll give us more room. So that's the hope one day. I'm running out of storage. Well, I'm not. My parents are. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have their property to like park this stuff. Wouldn't be able to do it. You are always so kind to us. Thank you. Of course. I appreciate all you guys. Have you thought of a flash mob / meet and greet? A meet and greet would be cool. That would be awesome. Not sure if you saw this earlier, but you've become a better fisherman than in the earlier video. Yeah, thank you so much. I feel like it too. I've learned a lot. I've learned how to fish better for trout in streams. I've also learned some tips on how to fish better for walleye from my buddy Phil. So if I take the boat out, I'm going to try to snag some bigger fish next week. Thought about doing any vids over shores. Would love to. We're slowly expanding the channel a little bit to do more traveling, like traveling that is just, for videos, because that's a big deal. And so that we're kind of starting slow. We're heading out west a little bit. Someday, if it makes sense financially, it would be amazing to start doing some stuff overseas. I would love to. Melissa, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Really do. Thank you. SM, thank you as well. Really, really appreciate you guys. We absolutely would love a meet and greet. Yeah, for sure. That'd be great. Any tips on surviving winter in a camp situation? Well, I would just say if we're talking in a camp situation, so if we're not talking about survival, just make sure you have the right gear. They make sleeping bags, that are rated down to -20 degrees Fahrenheit. If I know I have the right gear, I know I'm going to be okay. Like a lot of these times, like especially ones where I'm sleeping out under the stars, under a tarp or something, or even in the survival cabins, like sometimes it's like not the most comfortable thing, but like I know I'll be okay. Like I know I'm not going to freeze to death. So it's just like, okay, might be a little uncomfortable tonight, but I'll be fine. So if you have the right gear and you'll be okay, and you kind of learn to have that confidence, it's great. And I like to think of stuff as like, I forget what the exact term is, but someone says something, it's like type 2 fun. There's like type 1 fun, or I'm probably butchering this, but There's like type 1 fun, which is fun in the moment and fun later. So like if you go to Disney World or something, it's fun in the moment, and then you're thinking back on it, you're like, that was so fun. And then there's like type 2 fun, which is not so fun in the moment, but then like you look back on it and you're like, oh, that was awesome. A lot of winter like survival situations or like winter camp situations where I'm like sleeping out under a tarp. It's like that, you know. It's there are moments that are really fun, but then there's times where I'm just like, oh my gosh, will it just be morning already so I can get out of here? I'm enjoying it, but like, you know, when you're awake in the middle of the night and it's like snowing on your face or whatever, it's kind of, sometimes it's like, okay, this will be a bigger adventure in my memory later, more fun than it is right now. What else we got? Love to see you do a national park series. That would be great. Well, I used to do a national. So Plasma Storm, if you missed it, I used to do a whole television show on the national parks. It's called Rock the Park. I'll write it in the chat. Rock the Park. Search on YouTube. I have over 200 episodes, I believe. So check that out. But yes, I would love to do more tiny cabin life in national parks. Getting a call from Riley. Let's answer this. Hello, you're live on the interwebs.
Hi.
What's going on? Oh, is that Olivia?
Oh, you're kind of we just got done with Annie's baby shower.
Cool. Is that Olivia? Did she say daddy?
Olivia, say hi, Dada.
Piggy.
Say Piggy. She has a piggy in her hand right now.
I love you, sweetie.
Aww, she loves you.
Well, yeah, we're just rolling along here. I'm almost at 8 hours. So I'm actually, I don't know if you missed this, but I'm gonna wrap it at 6 p.m. So
Okay, yeah, I was thinking you've been talking since 8 a.m., so your voice must be going out a little bit.
yeah, so all that to say, I should probably jump off and keep going, but I may wrap it, 5:36, and then I could come home and watch a movie with everybody. So
Okay, awesome. Well, there's a ton of food left, so.
awesome. Oh, wow. Kevin Pratt. Thank you for the super chat. Wow.
Wow, Kevin.
And glad that you got to see Bri. And yeah, I've got a bunch of friends who are watching this too, you guys, and it's awesome. All right, Riley, I'll talk to you later. Love you.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye. Let's see. Oh, we got another car cruising by. I haven't seen the other one come back yet, so we'll see about that. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Let's see. Nice to hear Olivia. Yeah. How many words can Olivia say now? You guys, Olivia, I don't want to oversell it, but she's very smart. Olivia can already recite the ABCs. The girl's not even 2 yet. She can count to 10. She goes 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10. She can say so many words. There's nothing she can't really say, and she's understanding it all too. Like she'll count things. She'll be like 1, 2. It's amazing. So she's really, really smart. Angela, thank you so much. Wow, it really really means a lot. Thank you. It's an honor to share with you guys. Do you still have your Subaru? I do not. So my Subaru finally kicked the bucket a little bit ago. And it was actually at a really bummer of a time. I had to then buy this Trailblazer, which I got totally ripped off on. That car had so many issues. So then we got the F-150, which was a big leap of faith, and so far it's really worked out. Next YouTube channel, Olivia Takeover. I wouldn't doubt it. She seems to be following in my footsteps in certain ways, so we'll see. I teach and do not talk as much as you have been today. Yeah, hydrate. I should get a water. I'm amazed at her vocabulary. Yeah, me too. The net is an odd/wonderful thing. Can't believe I'm listening to a chap talking live from a shed next to a road thousands of miles away. Yeah, it is pretty bizarre, but awesome. How much longer are you going? I'll be going, let's see, for another 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So the plan here, I'll probably do 2 more hours. If you didn't hear, so my sister's in town for her baby shower, and if I do wrap this around 5:30 my time, so in about 2 hours, I'll probably get to go home and watch a movie and hang out with her one last time before she flies out tomorrow and my whole family. So I'll probably do that. Do you ever see wolves or hear them? Mountain lions. So many owls. Yeah. So you mentioned owls. One of Olivia's favorite impressions that I do is my owl sound. So I'm putting myself on the spot here, but I go, hoo, hoo, hoo. For some reason, they always do that, like R roll at the end. I got to see what I look like doing the, because there's a delay. I'm seeing myself on screen doing the hoo hoo hoo. See you later, Mary. Glad to have you here. Do you think she'll be a content creator? No clue, but we shall see. I love the impression. Congratulations to your sister. Thank you. Do you and your family all live in the same area? Most of us. My sister actually still lives out in California where I used to live. So she's in town for now, but yeah, otherwise, most of our family does. Yeah. My brother lives around here. And my parents live by us. So, well, cool. So this has been awesome. I'm trying to think if there was anything else on the computer here that I wanted to do. Oh, this was a special thing. I want to show you guys this because this kind of shows the some of the original stuff that I used to do. I'll show you guys this, and then we'll go outside and do a fire again. But real quick, I'm going to go back to screen capture and show you guys something here. So this is from my old vlog I used to do, my old YouTube channel, The Pursuit is Happiness. And this is a trip that Riley and I took when we used to live in California. And the reason I'm showing you this is how things used to be. So my car was breaking down. Oh my gosh, look at the tread on my wheels. Hold on. I think I showed the tread or lack thereof. So bad. We went to Death Valley, and we didn't have a cabin back in those days, so I built this tarp shelter. Basically, it was just a tarp attached to my car, and this is what we hung out in. And it was cold, you guys. It got down to like 25 degrees or something in the desert. This was the middle of winter. So this is what we did. Just hung out. And then we would sleep in the car. But then, would hang out in there. Because the fire here would sort of heat up the space, a little bit. It was better than being out in the open wind. And if you take a look, we have ourselves burritos. Love the burritos. So that was kind of the olden days. Oh, this terrified Riley. So this is one of my favorite. I don't even want to show what it is, but this is one of my favorite hikes. It's not even an official hike in Death Valley. But I took her up this, and it terrified her. I didn't even think this was that scary. That's what's hilarious. And I remember her being like so sketched out by this. Yeah, so look, it's steep, but it's not like a direct cliff, but she was freaked out by this. Yeah, she had to stop. So yeah, those are the olden days. Pretty sweet. Yeah, good stuff. All right. Kathleen Conroy, thank you so much. It's been an honor. It's been a joy spending the day with you guys. This has been really, really fun. Really, really fun. What is burrito life? It's delicious. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, guys. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go outside and we're gonna build another fire. So let's do it. Oh wow, I still have the screen capture up. Sorry about that. Oh, I didn't clear it yet. There we go. Sorry. Navigating all this stuff. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break to use the restroom and chug some water, and then we'll head outside for a little bit of a fire. And yeah, it's going to be great. So stay tuned. Be back in like 3 minutes.
All right, let's see. Looks like everyone can hear me. I have my matches. Hatchets out here. Oh, that's the wrong celt. Got my seltzer. It's just club soda. All right, Ellie. It's almost dinner time for you. And for me, I guess. All right. Let's have another fire. Ready for another fire? We need some kindle. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this hatchet. I don't know. Risky business. I hate when you're like trying to do something like that and then it breaks, but it like cuts up your hand or something. Not fun. All right. That one's good. Here we go. This is a good one for kindling. There's a little piece. There's a piece. There's a piece. So I think while I'm doing this, I want to say, like, I've done a lot of stuff in my day, but one of the things that I try to stress is that I don't claim to be like an expert. This is never been and is not a bushcraft channel, you know? Like, while stuff like that may be a part of some things I do, I don't claim to, like, you know the ins and outs of all that stuff. I just love to do what I love to do. And I have some experience with things, but I don't claim to be some sort of a bushcraft guy. Because I think sometimes people are like, well, that doesn't look very dangerous. And I was like, well, I never said it was dangerous. It's just fun, you know? I think the point of my channel is fun. All right. That's a nice little chunk. Now I would like to get some birch bark, so I'm going to go get that real quick.
a car coming. Usually I like being more off the beaten path than this, but I had to go someplace that I knew I would have internet that would work. Okay, let's light this puppy up. Second fire of the day. Now that's when you know you're having a good day. Ooh, hot. Hey, Ellie. Ellie, come. Got a car coming. Ellie, come here. Come on. Oof. A nice little fire here. Well, I hope this has been a good experience for everyone. You know, I knew when I decided I wanted to do a live stream, I knew I didn't want it to just be like me in front of a computer the whole time. Like, I knew I wanted it to be something different. And this, you know, while this has been challenging in certain ways, it's been worth it. It's really cool to be out in my element and be able to interact with you guys in real time, doing stuff like this. You know, it's pretty incredible, honestly, when you think about it. I'm able to live stream in the woods like this. Technical difficulties or not. Now this is a better fire than we had earlier. Got to really whack these big ones with this hatchet. Let's see. Yeah, I could get it, but I'm not gonna do it. just leave it be for now. Make sure everything's okay with the stream. Give me one sec. Yeah. Everything looks good. Wait. Okay, no, we're good. Allie, why are you chilling by the road? Come on! This is a fire. Come here, get closer. There we go. Oh, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. It's amazing too. I looked at the power station in there. I think we're gonna make it through the entire stream without having to use any of my backup power, which is pretty incredible. That it's been powering the computer, all these cameras, Starlink. Pretty amazing. Ah. It's getting a little close to me. You're a good girl. What are you doing? I know today hasn't been the most exciting day in the woods for you, but people love seeing you. A bad day out here is a better day elsewhere, right, Al? No, she's fine. She's content. Ellie's just so chill sometimes that it's hard to tell. It's like, are you you doing all right? Such a sweetheart. I hear one of the cars coming back. Sometimes there are those moments where you just take a deep breath. A lot of times I think people assume like, you go like, oh, it's like, what's wrong or what's going on. I think sometimes it just relieves. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Not all. It's sometimes it's an appreciation. Sometimes it's a relaxation to give a deep sigh. I think, yeah, I carry a lot of. I carry a decent amount of stress around that I have to manage, and sometimes it just comes out. You get to release it a bit. So you guys, actually, there's a little trail that heads off that way. When I took a little break earlier, took like a 15-minute break, I tried to see if my camera the wireless camera I've been using, if it would go back there, because there's a nice little spot in the pine grove where you can sit. And unfortunately, it cut out like right when I got there. Otherwise, it would have been cool to like just hike in a little bit back there and chill in the pines. So this has been a good first run of a live stream. I definitely want to do more, and next time do so where there's some more interaction. Ooh, I just thought of one. Ice fishing. A nice gunshot. Ice fishing would be awesome to do a live stream that way, because when I'm just hanging out inside the cabin, talking to you guys and doing, answering questions and stuff like that, I could be fishing, and I could always come outside and do a fire out I have a propane fire bowl that I could use. Ice fishing live stream would be really cool. Then, of course, I could probably do one just up at our other cabin, like our family cabin. I could do one at the A-frame. A-frame would be cool. So yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities. I want to try to push the limits a little bit each time and see if there's like a way to involve more activities into it. Because I just think that would be cool to like do that, to not have it just be like, think about that. Man, I don't think you guys could hear that. I was hoping they'd come over here, but there were just some trumpeter swans off in the distance. little fire. I have a feeling we're going to see our camper again. Camper buddy. I don't think there are any other sites down that way, unfortunately. Yeah. Bummer. Temperature out here is just terrific right now. We're probably at like the warmest point of the day. I want to say it's maybe the low 60s, probably high 50s. Feels really good. It's like chilly, but not too chilly. Very comfortable. So for all the people who always ask about Bigfoot, what would you think if Bigfoot just like walked out of the woods behind me and crossed the road into the woods, but I had no clue. I'm just sitting here, just like, and you're all like, "Look behind you!" Would be comical. What I do now, I used to do a lot of surfing, and this popped into my mind because I have this old adventure journal that I used to like write. I used to like do journal entries for every like adventure I went on. I used to log every. Well, I used to surf, so I used to log every surf outing that I did or I tried to. Um, and one time, because I lived in Los Angeles in Redondo Beach. For like 8 years. 2 years before that were nearby, but one time I was out surfing with. I know I was with my. Who was I with? I'm pretty sure I was with my buddy Cole, and someone else was there too. I forget who it was, but um, I remember this because I wrote it down in that adventure journal, and I was reading from that earlier. Um, we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, you sit on your surfboard and you kind of look out at the ocean because you're waiting for the waves to come. And all of a sudden, you just see great white shark just leaps out of the water. It was like maybe 100 yards away. So far enough, but not far enough. Is it ever far enough, And we all just sat there just like, oh yeah, and we were with other people because like when you're out surfing, you're a part of a bigger like community like lineup out there, and everyone's just like, "Do we get out? I don't know what to do." we we ended up staying for like a little bit longer, which is crazy. Um, but yeah, Ellie, stay here. Um, but yeah, that was an interesting thing. One of my bucket list things is to surf the Great Lakes eventually. So do it at most likely Lake Superior. I mean, it's the one we have nearby. A couple of my friends just recently did that on Lake Michigan or Huron. I forget which one it was. Whichever one's by Sleeping Bear Dunes in Indiana. And yeah, that's a bucket list for me. I hope to do it one day. I'm not like a huge surfer. I used to do it a lot. Like I would go almost every day. Um, but I never like had the drive to do that like I have to do this. Cuz like I'll I'll do whatever it takes to get out and do an adventure like this. But like I would find excuses sometimes not to go surfing. Like I'd be like, it's too cold, or like blah blah blah, whatever. I didn't do that often because like still I went like every day. But the point is like I'm somebody who if I want to do something I will do it. So if I'm not doing it, it's clear I don't have like the passion for it. And so surfing was like that. Like I enjoyed it, but I didn't quite have the passion for it to like really, really excel. I got good at riding like 2 to 4 foot waves. That was my bread and butter. Just nice and easy. Anything beyond that, and I was just getting destroyed. Unless they were like decent, like a decent wave. Like I surfed some bigger ones when I was at the Ventura Pier because it's just a gentler wave there, I guess. It's just a nicer wave. Like down in Redondo Beach, they just like slam. They're not like, I don't know. It's not like the greatest break. Sometimes it can be, but I kind of miss that. I don't always, but it was a good way to stay in shape. It certainly was a good way to stay in shape because you'd just be paddling your butt off. And then you get like you ride a wave or you get smoked by a wave, and then you have to like get out past the break, you know. Sometimes you get pummeled on the way out, and it'd just be like, yeah, it was a lot. It was fun though. I think our friend is back. I think all these people are looking for campsites. So yeah, I'll give you guys while we're sitting here because I'm not able to look at the chat. So I hope somebody's still there. Um, we'll go back in once this kind of dies down. I'm not going to put these bigger chunks on, but for now, I'll kind of give you my hope for the next few weeks to month and a year for the channel and for various adventures. So coming out Tuesday is another daddy-daughter trip with Ellie too, of course. We went to a campsite at the Rum River State Forest that I've only stayed at once before. It's on the Groundhouse River. Actually, the only time I ever stayed at this site was the time, if you guys remember, if some of you were here and have seen that video, Ellie got sick. And that's when we discovered her tick illness, and we thought she was going to die. Like, it was rough. So we went back to that site, and it was fun. Got out hiking with Olivia, took her on a bike ride, so we got her this buggy to go behind the bike, and she loves that. So it was really fun. I tried to do some fishing in the river. I didn't catch anything. Water levels were kind of low. I don't know what was in there. But it was a really, really, really sweet episode. I'm not quite finished editing it yet, but that'll be coming out Tuesday. And then on Monday, I leave to film the next one, which is either going to be the boat cabin or the bike cabin again. I've done a couple bike cabins lately, and so I may try, if I can get an engine running, to do one last boat cabin of the season. Do some fishing, and spend like a colder night out there where I actually have to put up like the main windows and stuff. It'll be kind of fun to be out there on a cold night. So that'll be fun if that happens. Otherwise, it'll be the bike cabin. Then I'd like to get back up to the family cabin for a video. So I'm hoping to do that in the near future. I'm hoping to find another unique structure of some sort. I've been debating, let you guys know, I've been debating whether or not to try to camp in an actual like fire lookout tower here. Nothing says that you can't do that, but I just don't know it may not be encouraged. So I've held off doing that, but I know some ones that are like pretty off the beaten path where it's not like people are gonna like see me and be like disturbed by me up there. You know what I mean? Like I think the main reason why sometimes people don't want you doing things is like, you know, these places are for people to enjoy, and if you're up there camping in a tower when somebody wants to like go up there and check it out, like that's going to deter them and then their experience, you know, from having a good time. And that's always been my goal, is to never like impede on other people's time that they're having, or to disobey the rules, because that's when like trouble happens. You know, we see that a lot out here. We see people littering and doing things that they're not supposed to, and that's what ends up getting places shut down. So I never want to do that, but it would be smoke in the eyes. It would be really cool to camp out in one of those. And so I'm weighing that. My gut's telling me it's probably not a good idea, but we'll see. Otherwise, it'd be fun to go back to another survival cabin, shelter somewhere. Certainly more bike cabin stuff now that it's winter time. And I mentioned earlier, I'm hoping to get a snowmobile so that I can convert the bike cabin, do a little conversion for it to be able to pull behind a snowmobile, so that we could go like, man, sky would be the limit then. Like we could go anywhere. Also hoping this winter to do a trip out west. And I may just do this for the channel. So most of the times when we've done these Western road trips, we're going out to meet family somewhere to do a reunion. And we sort of take advantage of that, you know, and bring the cabin and do videos. I'm thinking about flying out west to stay in some historic cabins in the mountains during the winter, and flying with Ellie. I'm able to fly with her. She's actually a licensed service dog, technically. So I'm thinking of flying with her and doing that at some point. We'll see if that happens this winter. I'd really like it to. Certainly thinking about doing some ice fishing. I think it'd be fun to go out with my buddy Phil and film one in his ice castle. So he's got this, I did a video on it. He's got this awesome ice castle, ice house that's basically a tiny cabin of sorts. Really, really nice. And so it'd be fun to do an ice fishing video there. Certainly ice fishing out of my bike cabin. That was pretty cool to do that last year. Yeah, certainly more travel cabin trips. Definitely before the snow is too unbearable, because the unfortunate thing here in the wintertime is that these state forests and national forests, they don't plow like the real like forest roads. So the opportunities to do this become much more slim. Much around guy. I like the rustic campgrounds, but so we'll see on that. But yeah, hoping to take advantage of this. Maybe get up to the North Shore. before it gets too snowy and cold. I certainly want to find some other cabins to go to. We'll probably go back to that one in Wisconsin that we stayed at last year that was in Amish country. That one was pretty cool and pretty fun. Beautiful property, awesome, like rustic cabin, off grid. Um, what else? I mean, that's a lot of stuff. I guess that's kind of it. The plan for the year, for the upcoming year, is to hopefully travel a little bit more. We're certainly going to do. Oh, we're talking about doing a trip partially down south towards Arkansas. We have some friends we want to visit down there. I'm trying to see if I can pull off going and visiting Colton. To go from where we're gonna go to Colton would add another like 9 hours or something one way, so it's like 18 hours round trip of additional time. So it may not be feasible, but we'll see. But yeah, late winter, early spring, we're gonna go down to Arkansas to see some friends, and we're gonna do some videos down there. And then my hope is, and then we're definitely gonna try to go out west again, probably to the Badlands in North Dakota this time, near Theodore Roosevelt National Park, which are really, really cool. And then also into Montana. So do a instead of Wyoming maybe next year, maybe doing Montana next summer. And then I also, if it's not too, if it makes sense financially, doing an Alaska trip. Things like that. So we will see. We will see. It would, what I always try to do is be very mindful of where we're at and like what's an acceptable risk, just in terms of like growth and stuff, and then what maybe am I getting a little ahead of myself with. And so we'll see about the Alaska stuff, but the other things seem very doable and feasible. So it should be some good stuff. Maybe a new cabin eventually. Got an idea for one. And yeah, my goal for this channel is just to constantly keep true to the essence of it, of an escape, of relaxation, of peace, learning stuff. I've really enjoyed adding some of the history and information recently into the videos. So I've loved that. They will always somewhat revolve around our cabins and other cabins, but I'm looking forward to seeing where we can take this thing, how it can become bigger and better. So we'll see. Really appreciate all of you for watching. Really, really do. You help me live out a dream, and I don't take that lightly. It's not easy, it's certainly not. It's challenging physically and mentally and spiritually. Honestly, like there are times where like I want to control things, where it's like, a certain video won't do as well, and it's like, oh, if I only would have, changed the thumbnail this way or whatever, and I just have to like, I've learned a little bit to trust God that he's got us, and he has a plan, and relinquish that control. Say like, you know what, I did my best, and there's always next one, to not get caught up with the comments. We're very fortunate. We mostly get, I mean, not mostly, I would say 98% of our comments are kind, which is more than I think a lot of people can say. So, smoke to the eyes again. So we're very fortunate in that, but I also did have to learn, and sometimes I still fail at this. But I had to learn to just like not take it personally, and be kind and try not to lash out. There's certain topics that I have a harder time doing that with. So if anyone ever talks about Riley or something, or Olivia. No one has done that yet. That would just be that would be really rough. But if people talk about Riley in a negative way or something, it's harder for me to just like let that one roll off the shoulder. But I still try to now, and that's my goal. So all that to say is, doing this, it does. It's amazing. It's fun. It's definitely physically taxing. Like I said earlier, I've told people on this stream earlier that to balance work, the channel and family life, I will oftentimes try to film only one day a week. So one day. That's why a lot of my stuff, they're overnighters. So I'm only gone one day and one night a week. And to do that, I get up at like 4 a.m. and I drive sometimes like 4 hours north, and I start filming by 9 a.m. And then I film all day, stay the night, wake up at 5 a.m. As soon as it gets light out, I get up and I wrap the video, and then I drive home. And I get home and I'm a dad, and then I'm there for the other 6 days out of the week. So it's a great rhythm, especially considering this is my career. I come from the television world, and I didn't know how I'd be able to handle that with a family, because the jobs I used to do, these guys, we'd be gone a couple weeks, if not 3 weeks a month. Like, it was crazy. Like, we were gone all the time, and I knew I couldn't do that. So like one day a week, that's as good as I can hope for. So it's pretty great, but it can be physically taxing. But it's worth it. I love this. It is my dream. It's where I come alive, not just out in the woods. Oh my gosh, do you guys see Ellie all the way down there? I'm sure, like the Bigfoot comment I made earlier, I'm sure people were like looking at her, not even listening to me. But yeah, it's an absolute blessing. I love it. So grateful to you all, and it's grown me in a lot of ways. Certainly in my talents and creativity, and my storytelling and hosting. Being a on-camera host, being a better father, a better dad, better husband. So I think grown me. So I'm very grateful. Well, Ellie dipped off into the woods. There she goes, going for a hike. Oh, I see her coming back. Not sure if you guys can see her. I'm going to check the stream really quick, make sure everything's still good. And again, pretty soon here, we'll feed Ellie, and then we'll make our quesadillas, and then we'll start looking at wrapping this thing up. But let me go check and make sure everything's still going okay. And I'll be right back. Should we go get Ellie, guys? It's so funny seeing the chat. I just looked and people are very concerned. Ellie girl! You come here! There she is! Oh, see, all is well. All is well. What a good girl. She's just going for a little stroll. No biggie. I know people worry. Ellie is really, she is just, she's a great dog. She knows not to go too far. She really is. Good girl. Yeah, Ellie. There we go. Yeah, some action out of you. Yeah. She loves that when you do that. You go. All right, you guys, you're going to get your little close-up shots here. Look at that fire. What time is it? Can't really tell what time it is right now. I'm going to go in and look. Oh, wow, it's 4:45. All right, guys, so we're going to... Oh, it's been on that camera the whole time? No. Oh, that's a shame. I thought I was on the other camera. That's too bad. Sorry, guys. I thought I was on my iPhone cam because I just had a great shot of Ellie running up and stuff, but my bad. We saw you out by the fire, all good. No, we were outside with you at the fire pit. Not the whole time, only after you checked the stream, just when you left. Okay. All right. Well, guys, it's getting late. So we're going to end this thing in about an hour, I think. So let's do this. Before we go, before I make some quesadillas or something, let's feed Ellie girl. And then I'll keep an eye on this fire. I'll probably put it out, and then we'll make some food, and then we'll wrap this thing up. But let's feed Ellie. Let's see. Is our other camera angle still flashing? I hope it's not. All right, try to. We're good? Looks like we're good. All right, what does Ellie have tonight? Ellie gets some turkey. I'm going to bring it outside, girl. Don't worry. Don't worry. We don't need to crowd the space in here right now. Get her a little bowl. Okay. We'll fold this up. A little rubber band on there.
Stir it up a little for Ellie. Doesn't that look good? I see like chickpeas and stuff in there. That's great. Okay. We have Ellie's food. Why don't we have an iPhone camera anymore? I want to know where that went. Let's get an iPhone camera. Do we have an iPhone? Yes, we do. All right, let's get iPhone audio and camera and outside audio. Check, check. Check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right, let's go get your food, Al. Check out this nice fire too. Definitely gonna have to pour some water on it, I think. Good job, Elle. I'm gonna bring her water out for her. Here, Elle, I'm gonna move this so you don't get too close to the fire. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to take one moment to use the restroom, and then we'll come inside and we'll whip up some dinner, and then we'll probably call it. But man, thank you guys so much. This has been an absolute blast. I've loved it. Yeah, so someone asked any leftovers. I don't know if you're talking about Ellie's food or mine, but I'm going to be making my leftovers into something. But yeah, let's see here. Stream settings, analytics. No, what am I looking for? Stream health. Poor. Nice. All right. Well, I'm going to take a couple minutes, and oh wow, my whole family is watching. So yeah, stick around, family. I'm going to be coming home soon so we can watch a movie. But first, I'm going to be making some dinner. But first, I'm going to use the restroom quick. So everyone stand by, and I will be right back. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Be back in like 3 minutes. Sorry. Always forget that when I'm monitoring audio that it's going to do that feedback. All right, Ellie's finishing up out there. We're going to make some dinner here. And yeah, let's do it. So if you guys missed earlier, I made burritos. And I was supposed to have something else for lunch, but that fell through. So I have burrito fixings for both lunch and dinner. But I'm not going to do burritos again. I'm going to make them into quesadillas. So, yeah. By the way, somebody, I forget who it is, but somebody on the videos, whenever I say I'm making quesadillas, says to me, they keep saying, I think you're mistaken about what a quesadilla is. Okay. Yes. There's a reason I make quesadillas the way that I make them in here, and I will explain that to you guys today. So let's dive into it. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to reheat. Ooh, actually, it's already in a pot. We're going to reheat our meat here. We're just going to take it out of the fridge there, toss it on the stove. Probably want to get Ellie in here. Take out our other fixings. We've got our tortillas, of course, our pico, and our cheese. Take all this stuff out. Let's get Ellie in here. Come on in, girl. Come on. But I need you over here. Elle, over here. Back over here. Thank you. So, the reason people think I don't know what a quesadilla is because I fold them up almost to look like these little Crunch Wrap Supreme things. And the reason I do that is it's the only way that they fit on my tiny pans that I have in the cabin here. So that's what I do. I make them into these little like folded up tortilla wrap things. Otherwise, yes, I would make a normal tortilla. You know, you fold it over or you use 2 tortillas to make a quesadilla, but I do it. You do what you got to do. This is what you do when you do what you got to do. Okay. So we're just gonna heat up our quesadilla meat. We take our tortilla. Like so. You put it in the pan. And then what we do is we kind of smush it down in like that. You see that? Okay. And then we take our meat here. Actually, you know what? No. We put a layer of cheese first. So we're going to put a little layer of cheese in there. All right, layer of cheese. Boom. Then put some meat in. Okay. Like so. We gotta move this down to here. Ow. Try not to burn your hand. Then we will open up our pico. And toss a little bit of that on.
So I'll show you what we're looking at this point. Okay, a little bit of pico. So this is what you have at this point. Make sure I got it in frame. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we're basically there. What we do next is we take our everything bagel seasoning with a hint of jalapeno. Sprinkle some of that on. I don't have hot sauce today. If you were here for lunch earlier, you would have seen that. So that would be the next step. Put hot sauce on. And then you sprinkle a second layer of cheese on top. Okay. Oh, the other comment I get when I make these is you always burn them. It's really hard not to on this tiny pan. So we'll try to not burn it today. We'll see what we can do. Not sure if my family is still watching, but if you are, Colton dropped by and was interacting on the chat, which was really fun. And I got to play our Rock the Park stuff while he was there, a part of the chat. So it was pretty cool. Okay, so this is what we're left with now. All right. Now we're going to fold it over, and this is the part that can be challenging. So we fold the sides, then we fold the top, or no, the bottom, excuse me, then the top, and then the sides again. And it creates this strange little crunch wrap thing. So if you look, it's this weird little thingy. Okay? Now what we do is we then toss it on the burner. We're going to turn it on low to hopefully not burn it. And we're going to put the top on it. We're going to let that do its thing. Now, the hardest part is then flipping it to get the other side. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to wait here for that. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a seat on the couch. Okay. Wow, you guys, we have been streaming here for 9 hours. That's pretty incredible. I'm only making it to 10, or maybe even just shy of 10. Excuse me, but that's a pretty amazing thing. It doesn't feel like it, but it does at the same time. It's kind of wild. First live stream I've ever done. I hope for those of you who have been here throughout the day, I hope it's been enjoyable. I hope it's given you more insight into the channel, who I am, who we are. And I hope it's been fun and relaxing. That was my goal. So again, I would love to do, I don't know if you can tell, I'm getting tired. I'm starting to get my introverted nature coming out. But I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. It's been so fun answering questions and just hanging out and sharing. Being able to share things that I want to share in videos, but maybe don't have the time to do, or like don't want to mess up the flow of a video to do or share. So it's been really great. Definitely getting tired though. Whew. I'm bummed you guys I didn't have the camera on outside when Ellie ran up. It was so cute. She just like tore towards me. Like, you know how she does in my video or in the videos where she's on the trail and she just like bounds towards the camera. It was like that. It was just amazing. It's a bummer. Okay. Ooh, I think I did a pretty good job here. We just flipped it. And we're going to let the other side cook for a little bit, and then we'll eat. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to put that fire out. Thankfully, I've got a bunch of water. Do you guys hear that? That's the sound Ellie does when she like. I think there she was just sighing, but like when she wants something, she'll do that. She'll. It's not like a growl. It's like a nasally like. I think we're almost there. I'm tempted to just pull it off. I think it probably is done. It's just the worst though when you're like, oh, it didn't melt the cheese. All right, we're going for it. We're going for it, baby. Switch cameras again. Sounds good. All right. Oh, yeah. Didn't burn this one. That is perfect. Yeah, look at that. Absolutely perfect. Need to let it cool, though. Where's my phone? Is it in here? Yeah, it's over there. Okay. Definitely got to let this cool. That's going to be hot. In the meantime, while we let it cool, let's start breaking down some stuff here. So this is the beauty of this wood stove, this camp stove. We're able to store it away. In our first travel cabin, I had it so that the stove was connected, to the countertop. And I did like that. There was something that just felt very like homey about that, like not campy, because I don't know. Yeah, it just felt good, like being like, oh, here's the stove. It's just always there, ready to rock. But I think it was a smarter idea to hide it away so that, we have more counter space when we need it. Ellie, Scoozy, oh, all right. All right, we're gonna put the seasoning away. I did this before. Oh, yeah. Do the job right here. Okay. There we go. Get the spice put away.
that put away. We'll put our soap away. So I'm going to do dishes at home. Okay, it's all put away. All right, let's eat. All right. Dear God, thank you for this awesome day with just the people from around the world. It's pretty amazing. Thank you for keeping us safe, for us being able to persevere through the technical issues, and have a great time. Amen. Woo, this looks good. Let's dive in. Oh, yeah. Phenomenal. So here's what it looks like. Definitely more meat than a typical quesadilla, so I get why some people say it's not a quesadilla. But it's pretty dang good. A little bit for L. Ooh, very good. Very, very good. As I said earlier, I try to always edit out all the gross eating sounds. Can't do that with a live stream. All right, last bite goes to Ellie. And that is dinner. I'm going to head to the chat and we'll hang out for a couple more minutes, take a few more questions or anything you guys have to say. And then I think I'm going to wrap this thing up. It has been awesome. So let me get back on the chat. Elle, can you come through? Ellie, over here. Good girl. All right. So let's see. There's going to be a run on tortillas at grocery stores across the world. That's funny. Gonna have to do fajitas next time I camp. Heck yeah. You should. I wish I could eat that. It's good. The world's fastest eater. Brian. Yes, indeed. I am. You should make a little cookbook. Eats fast like I do. Little brother syndrome. That's funny. Cookbook. Omelet in the morning. That'd be good. You have a dash out. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Cheers. Thank you for an amazing, amazing day. It's my pleasure, you guys. Such an amazing day. Enjoyed the live almost from the beginning. That's so awesome. Thank you. Been here from the beginning, basically. Can you still buy Your Pursuit is Happiness shirts? I don't have them up anymore, but I could. There's no reason why I couldn't. I should do that. They're cool. It was a cool design. I still wear them too. How far is your house from here? From here, it's only about an hour, which is great. So I haven't said where I'm at for safety reasons, but some of you might be able to figure it out. It's a place I frequent. Have you considered coming to Canada? Yes, I would love to come to Canada. We would love to do that. You're going to sleep all day tomorrow after today. I wish. Loving the live and baking bread while watching. So cool. Crown Lands camping for free. Camping is free. Cool. Have you met Kenny of all... So Gary asks, have you met Kenny of all trades? Yes, I have a few times. He's a really great guy. We chat a lot, run ideas by each other, stuff like that. He's awesome. Yeah, thank you, Phil, and thank you, everyone. I second that. Everyone for being so kind in here. Been watching all day. Wow, thank you so much. Almost as good as camping myself. Love the live stream hang. Thank you. Been here for 9 hours, done nothing all day but watch the stream. Feels like I've done plenty. Love it, Roger. Thank you. Been here since the beginning. We camped in our living room at the youngest daughter's request. Oh my gosh, we camped in our living room at my youngest daughter's request. We've enjoyed the day. So cool. Thank you. I love that. That is awesome. Would you please put on a Green Bay Packers beanie, the one with the fuzzy ball on top? Did you know I did that for one video? If you go back in time, maybe that's what you're referring to. If you go back to my one where it was like, I took a shower outside in the middle of winter. I wore a Green Bay Packers hat for that whole one, just to mess with people. I started watching when it was still dark here in NorCal. That's awesome. We've been with you all day. Love it. Makes your day. Wow, that's so nice. I've been watching your video since the beginning, so all your major life events, engagement, wedding, Olivia. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, you guys. Get the beanie and wear it for Halloween. That's a great idea. I still have it. You're still going to have a new video on Tuesday? Heck yeah. Another video coming Tuesday. It's a daddy-daughter trip. It's a good one, too. So, yeah, another video coming Tuesday. No worries on that. I've been watching all day, watching from Puerto Rico. Amazing. Jack, your follows are the best. Yeah, they really are. You guys rock. Been watching since almost the beginning. How does Ellie handle being in the travel cabin? She's fine. She loves it. Normally we spend more time outside than we did today, hiking and stuff, but she does great. Overnight ice fishing video. Heck yeah. Hope all of this will be recorded. I missed several hours. Yeah, I think so. I'm going to look into that. I most likely will make it available. Yearly trip out the Southwest in my conversion camper in January. Awesome. Love it. How far in advance of uploading do you film? Zach. So a year ago, I used to be 2 to 3 weeks ahead, and it felt really good. For a while now, it's like I can't get back ahead again. So I usually film a week in advance. So the video that's coming out Tuesday, I think I filmed last Tuesday. Yeah, I did, actually. It was last Tuesday. Great live feed. Love it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, should maybe bring some coffee. Well, yeah, thank you guys so much. It means a lot. I think I'm going to end this so I can get home and spend some time with my family before my sister takes off. I really appreciate all of you. I definitely plan to do more of this in the future. Hopefully we'll iron out some of the technical difficulties. But nevertheless, I think it went okay. Of course I wasn't watching it, but I think it went okay. I would love to iron some of those things out. I'd love to add more activities in the future, some fishing, stuff like that. make it better and better. But so awesome to do a first one. So much gratitude to all of you. And yeah, hope you guys have a great night. I'm signing off. Will you post this so we can watch again? Yeah, I think I will. The only reason I wouldn't is if for some reason the quality is weird. I don't know. I assume I will, so stay tuned for that. I'll let everyone know. Awesome. Thank you guys. I could sit here and keep watching all the comments come in, but I'll talk to you all later, and make sure you come back for Tuesday when our video goes out. But love to all of you guys, and we'll see you down the trail. God bless.